social, so too this aspect of racial unrest. And what we are seeing from the early exit poll data, and as we say, it's a small sample size at this point, but there is a diverse electorate. And I think what we're going to be looking at a lot tonight is those trends. Is it a changed America, an America with more African American voters, more Latino voters? Will that lend support to Joe Biden? Not necessarily in some aspects, because we know that the Hispanic vote is complex. We know that Donald Trump appears to have made inroads, for instance, with Cuban Americans, concerned that Joe Biden's presidency might ultimately result in America becoming a socialist society. But their paths to power are definitely strikingly different. You know, the political earthquake that Donald Trump delivered 4 years ago stunned the world, stunned the country, definitely stunned Democrats who were perceived to have been detached and elitist. But it's different for him this time round. His challenges, his hurdles are greater because of this changed country. The polls coming in have consistently put Joe Biden ahead with bigger margins than we saw with Hillary Clinton. What Joe Biden needs to do is kind of incremental changes in those key swing states. Let's not forget that the industrial Midwest was what really helped win it for Donald Trump and those non-college educated voters. It was a matter of less than 80,000 votes that decided the election. If Joe Biden can make progress in some of those areas with suburban women, which polls suggest that he is improving on, with college and non-college educated voters, as well as get more African Americans to the ballot in the way that Hillary Clinton just wasn't able to, that's enough for him to do well.
A few % here and there. And Omarosa, what do you make of that question Cordelia posed there? The nature of the campaign, because you were there in 2016 with this insurgent, this maverick who seemed to go off on riffs. It didn't matter though because Hillary Clinton was so unpopular. What do you think about the messaging this time?
His messaging has not been consistent. In fact, he's been all over the place. I took very good care to pay attention to his rallies for the last week, and one moment he's speaking about Hunter Biden, the next minute he's complaining about the media, and then he closes it out by attacking or calling his opponents foul names. That messaging is not going to allow him to expand his base, which he needs to do if he wants to win. The other thing is, Donald Trump in his first run had a different relationship with the media, right? They loved covering his rallies from start to finish. Now they only take just a few minutes. And also the money. Donald Trump's campaign is hurting financially. Back in 2016,
phone calls.
Wrote a check to his campaign whenever he fell short. Very notable. Donald Trump has yet to write money.
And on the messaging, what about the coronavirus then? You know, he came out of hospital. How remarkable that was, just how quickly he came out with all that treatment that he had that wasn't available to ordinary Americans. But then just continued on, it's not that bad. We're turning the corner. But the figures tell us another story.
Not just the figures, but people at home who have lost a loved one, who've seen a coworker struggling, who have seen the impact of the coronavirus
Dude,
in this country, in communities.
Jesus Christ.
Trump can say whatever he wants from the White House.
Nobody texts me all week. Chill.
Rural America right now are hurting and impacted in great ways, and because Donald Trump has ignored that, he will pay the price, I believe, this evening.
Kim Darroch, come in this. Compare and contrast, from your view, the differing campaigns. If, of course, you were still in post, you'd have to be reporting back to London on what approach the candidates are taking.
I would indeed, Donald. It feels much more comfortable to be watching it from afar. I'd make 2 points. First, Cordelia is absolutely right that America is changing. So some of the things you're seeing in those exit polls are reflecting those changes. But the other big difference in 2016 is Donald Trump, in 2016, could run as the complete outsider. A successful businessman, the reality TV star, didn't have to defend a record. This time, he does. And frankly, it looks quite mixed, especially his record on the coronavirus and the pandemic does not look that good. And Biden has been able to turn the campaigns into a referendum on Donald Trump's presidency. And perhaps it's not going so well for him. Second, on messaging, I've spent 3.5 years really watching every single press conference and speech that Donald Trump gave. And he, don't know whether Moroz will agree, he's just not a disciplined speaker. Countless times the White House would be saying he's going to do a speech on this aspect of the economy, or his plans on infrastructure, or his plans on immigration, and he would end up talking about his grievances of the day, whether it was the fake media or lack of democratic cooperation when he wanted to get through Congress, or whatever. And this campaign has been more of the same. And yes, since the economy ought to be his strongest point, that's what he should have been talking about. He just can't bring himself to do it. He talks about what is in the front of his mind each day. And quite a lot of it is, as I say, grievances about the way the media are covering him or the way the opposition are behaving. And that's been a problem for him.
Just a quick thought on that, Omarosa. I mean, I saw you nodding along with him down there. Is that the point? You go into a rally or a news conference and be briefed about one thing, and then just go off on another tack?
Well, the messaging has not been consistent, but just think about this. Just in the last 2 days, he's threatened to fire Fauci. He's also kind of said that there was going to be violence in Pennsylvania. Every single rally became a liability for him. It didn't help him. In fact, it harmed his messaging and his campaign.
Okay, to be continued. Now, you won't miss a thing.
Well, I'd say one thing. I'm watching these British people. I do like how they don't seem as partisan as we would see on American networks. Jesus Christ!
This state is divided. So traditionally, black voters tend to lean towards the Democrats. We're seeing some older voters lean towards Joe Biden as well this year due to concerns over coronavirus. But then on the other side, Cubans particularly lean towards Donald Trump. So it's still a very close race here, all to play for. It's a fascinating campaign. It's a tight competition. Fingers crossed we will get those results here pretty quickly because Florida counts fast. So stick with me and I'll keep you up to date throughout the night.
Certainly will. Thank you, Siobhan. Let's go to Sally there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And as we battle for Pennsylvania could be the decisive one.
Yeah, absolutely. We may not know the result here for several days, but this really could be the tipping point of this election. Analysts predicting that Pennsylvania is the knife edge as to when this election could fall. If Pennsylvania falls one way, the rest of the country is expected will follow. Now, Pennsylvania is a microcosm of the rest of the country. The populated urban areas like Pittsburgh, where we are, usually favour the Democrats, and in the more rural areas favour the Republicans. Well, for a microcosm of the state, let me introduce you to this table. Here we have Josh, who voted for Joe Biden, and Linnea, who voted for Donald Trump. Now, how do you make a relationship work in the current political climate with opposing views like this?
Where's my boy Booze?
And tell me, why did you give Donald Trump your vote?
I think his tax policy is a little bit better than Biden's.
And did you vote Donald Trump last time?
Yeah.
And you've been happy with the last 4 years and how it's gone?
It's been rocky, but yeah.
And Josh, what about you? What made you vote for Joe Biden?
Before that, I just wanted to make a comment actually that you're asking about our relationship during these times, because they're obviously very
Yeah.
far. But we both feel like we fall in the middle of the road. We both don't think we love those candidates. to be
Yeah,
honest.
okay.
We wish we could find that middle person. But why I voted for Biden is because I'm in the healthcare industry, and so every day I've been dealing with COVID. I'm in the infectious disease field, so I've been dealing with COVID-19 for the past half a year now. And I have just been increasingly upset with the response to COVID-19. So looking at that in the bigger picture of healthcare, that is why I wanted to vote for Biden, is because I just really wanted a stronger plan for healthcare. And I feel like as a country we can build off of that, because right now we spend way too much to not get the best outcomes from how much we spend as a percentage of our GDP.
What do you make of Donald Trump's handling of the pandemic?
I mean, in the beginning, I was very confident. I was watching the news briefings. I was following the coronavirus response team, following what Dr. Fauci had to say. I still strongly believe Dr. Fauci really is, who we need to listen to. And I think there was really good points. The acceleration of Project Warp Speed to get vaccines developed, that's exactly what we needed as a community. And I thought that was great. But then there was, national mask mandates and everything like that.
So,
A lot of missteps that I wish we could have had.
so he's part of the problem. Like, if you're criticizing the president on not mandating masks, but you're at a bar drinking a beer, that could be a fucking issue right there. I'm just saying. Like, he did a good job in the beginning, but, like, what is the president supposed to do? Is the president supposed to keep people like you out of a bar? Is that what's really supposed to happen?
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Sally. Let's go to Helen and Smith. They're in Phoenix, Arizona. And we've been talking about turnout, Helen, now remarkable, I know, in Arizona, and still voting there.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Dem. And there's actually been something of a real party atmosphere here in Phoenix, Arizona. You might be able to hear the music still playing. There's been a truck.
Did not expect to see a Biden guy hanging out at a pub during the COVID and election. I'd expect him to be at the poll. I'd expect him to be in the streets, maybe protesting. But being at the pub without a mask on, that's kind of interesting. Alright, I think we got the stream set up now. I think it's all smooth, buttery smooth. I also find it very interesting that they are on this, but it has nothing really to do with them. Like, we don't cover elections of other countries like they're covering the election of our country. And I think that just kind of goes to show how influential the country is.
other swing states will play. Ed.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. Well, night has fallen outside your view, but also outside our virtual White House. Here you can see where we will be tracking the race between these two men, watching how their paths to power could compare. They are both aiming to get to 270 electoral college votes.
Something else you gotta respect are like the graphics. The graphics are, they've come a long way.
But I want to just kind of show you, and this is something that Dermot was referring to, I want to show you the question of what those paths to power might actually be. And we'll start, shall we, by just remembering what happened last time around. This was the result from last time. Hillary Clinton had 232 electoral college votes, Donald Trump 306, mainly because he won up here, down there in Florida, and obviously held up to Georgia, which you were mentioning a moment ago.
Hi.
Florida, but also these Rust Belt states.
Come here.
We saw Sally a moment ago. By the way, I should say the reason that Maine has striked is
Okay, you're a dog.
their electoral college votes.
Come here, dog.
They actually split their votes. So does Nebraska. But for the most part, it's you get over the line and you get all of those votes. So you get over in Texas, you get 38 electoral college votes. That's why it's so important.
Huff.
But what I want to do is just imagine a scenario where let's start with what happened last time around. This is our hypothetical kind of election draft bill. And imagine that Joe Biden does manage to turn these Rust Belt states blue. So I'm going to put them into Democrat blue, and look at what happens to his number. Instantly, he's over 270. He becomes president just by winning these states. So that's one of his paths to power. He doesn't even have to win elsewhere. Or an alternative for Joe Biden will turn those black back into red. And imagine that he could win in Florida and North Carolina. We'll turn those blue. They go blue. And look again, that's an alternative route. So he's got this route, the Frost Belt up here in these northern states, and this Sun Belt route, potentially, if he wins.
Well, that's the Bible Belt, sir. And that's not the Frost Belt, that's the Rust Belt. But alright, we'll roll with that.
If he's winning in Florida, he could
You get credit for trying.
taking up his total towards 300. For Donald Trump, it's a different matter, really, isn't it? It's about trying to hang on to the states that he won last time around. If he does that, then he stays at 306. He stays in the White House. And potentially there are some targets that the Republicans are looking at. So it's not just about defence, and there are some key defence places here, some defence states. But they're also potentially looking at places like New Hampshire. So I paint that red, and you can see up to 310 electoral college votes. The Republicans hoping they might have a chance in New Hampshire. We'll have to see. As you say, John, it's still very early in the night. We're getting results through over the course of the coming hours, and we'll bring them all to you. And we'll be able to delve into this map, showing you more detail than we have in any previous election. I'll show you more of those gadgets and gizmos we've got in the next few hours.
Cue Sky News there. Econ. And so what's the mood of the two candidates as we enter the very final moments of the election? Well, let's talk to our correspondent, Greg Miles, with the Democrats in Wilmington in Delaware. James Matthews is at the White House here in Washington. So, Greg, first of all, to the Joe Biden campaign, anything emerging?
Well, we know that the former Vice President is watching what's happening at his home here in Wilmington. We're told by his campaign that they expect he will address the nation, to use their term, at some point when the shape of the evening begins to emerge. He'll do it from this stage here. It's the place that he accepted the nomination in the COVID-friendly Democrat National Convention back in the summer. Their intention is that he will project calm and unity, and that idea of addressing the nation, of course, sounds presidential, and that is the intention, because they know this could be messy, they know it could go on for some time, it could be protracted, and he wants to appear to be the grown-up that the country needs at this time. He has been out on the campaign trail today, once again focusing on Pennsylvania, the state where he was born. He wanted all of his team out on the road, and they've all been out there as a tour of nostalgia, if you like. He went to the home he lived in as a child, signed in the wall inside that house. He went to the home of the Constitutional Center in Philadelphia, of course, a significant democratic institution here in the United States. Went to some neighborhoods to try to drive the turnout amongst the black vote as well. So keeping moving, because they know turnout will be critical, and that is the message he has been spreading before coming back here to Wilmington, where in the last couple of hours he gave this view on the president and what he expects to happen tonight.
I mean, he's embarrassing Republicans. Republicans are walking away from him. I mean, but look, like I said, I'm superstitious about predicting what an outcome is going to be for what happens. That's sort of who I am. have always run. And but I'm hopeful.
Now, the focus again today has been about those constituencies that they believe can win this election for Joe Biden, suburban voters, those who voted for Donald Trump last time and are wavering this time, and people critically who sat out the last election because they didn't like Donald Trump and they didn't like Hillary Clinton, so they stayed at home. They believe there's enough votes in all of those groups to push Joe Biden over the line. They are even now in some stage pushing turnout, trying to get people to the polls because they don't want to be seen to be taking anything for granted. So they will hope the picture is clear by the time Joe Biden takes to the stage here. You can probably see the cones in the car park. It is COVID-friendly, drive-in, very different to anything we've seen on election night in the past, but in keeping with how Joe Biden has run his campaign, of course.
Okay, Greg, many thanks to White House James Matthews. And James, have we heard anything from the president?
Well, we have, yeah, predictably via Twitter. He's tweeted within the past 5 minutes in capitals. He says, "We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you." That's the word from the incumbent president. As he sits, we're told, in the East Wing, watching the results or preparing to watch the results come in with senior aides and his family. There is a war room, a Trump team war room just across the road in this White House complex where they are shifting the battlefields and keeping an eye on those swing states. As the evening progresses, Donald Trump will join something like 250 Trump supporters for a party. Greg's talking about COVID precautions in the Biden camp. We won't see that inside the grounds of this White House. Actually, there's a bit of a controversy surrounding that event because there is a law that federal buildings here should not be used for party political purposes. It's the Trump team quick to point out that taxpayers' money isn't being used for that. And in any case, in the recent past, at the Republican National Convention and so on, they have driven a coach, horses and kitchen sink through that way. So it's maybe the least of anybody's worries at this stage of the game. It's an interesting scene, an unprecedented scene here at the White House. It's quiet in here, but this is fortress White House, frankly. On an occasion when America celebrates democracy and puts flags in their front garden, America in its capital has put up non-scalable fences around the whole White House complex, which, there's several blocks around. You can hear the people where Alex Crawford, our correspondent, is about 100 yards that way on the other side of this 8 feet high fence. They call this place the People's House. The people are getting nowhere near it tonight. There is concern, of course, anxiety at how tonight may play out and the days after. That's largely wired into Donald Trump's stance that tonight he may declare the result before all the votes are counted, postal ballots and so on. He has denied that, but latterly in his campaign he's been laying the foundations for such a scenario, questioning the validity of postal ballots, signalling legal challenge and talking about the prospect of physical violence. He did nothing to dampen that down today when he visited Trump staff, campaigning staff in Virginia. He said that bad things happen when days are taken to count votes. It was a rather jaded president who turned up in Virginia. He returned to the White House in the early hours, having conducted 6 rallies yesterday, the latest one in Michigan. Let's listen to him and to what he had to say to those campaign workers and media in Virginia today.
We're doing very well in Florida. We're doing very well in Arizona. We're doing incredibly well in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing well all over here. The lines are amazing. The lines have been amazing. And I think we're going to have a great night. We're going to have a great night. And we're going to have much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
Yeah, I have high drama ahead, the highest possibly when he steps up to the mic and gives his interpretation of the results as they stand. I suppose then we will get a sense of whether he will carry out this, the prospect, or go through with it, of declaring a premature victory. He's talking about great results, saying everything's looking good. Republicans say that they are confident with regard to the Sun Belt, but I can tell you something, insiders say they're not too sure today about Pennsylvania. There are concerns about turnout there, and one source is telling us that they reckon they shouldn't have left it so late. They should have encouraged Republicans to vote by mail, and that there were many discouraged justify the president's rhetoric when they're looking at turnout figures today. They're not happy. One source said it's not ideal.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is when you're talking about the rhetoric, you got to look at it. It's like if you're voting age, in my opinion, if you're voting age, you can't be a softie, man. Like, life is gonna chew you up and spit you out at some point. Somebody important in your life will die. You'll lose your job. Maybe you'll get passed up on that fucking promotion. And if you're worried about like what people's words are to you, whether it's your friend, your enemy, you know, the president, like it's just a sad state that we're in. I respect people as much. I respect people, you know, their ideas, their principles. You know, I may not agree with it, but it is saying something when people are focused more on what people say than what they do. You know what I mean? Like, y'all ever heard the saying, like, actions speak louder than words? Like, what is up with that?
But today there hasn't seemed so far to be any issues, so it's really a long-term perspective on, you know, are all the votes going to be counted?
Yeah, but of course, precedent, and it takes us back. Need I mention it? 2000 and Florida, and it came down to a few hundred votes and the intervention of the Supreme Court.
That could happen again. It depends. I mean, it's unusual for the Supreme Court to have to get involved in an election, but it could happen. And it really depends on the idiosyncrasies of each particular state. It's not going to be a nationwide issue. It's going to be an issue about Pennsylvania or Florida or Wisconsin and what's happening in each of those states. Right now, there's sort of an open case about whether or not all the ballots are going to get counted in Pennsylvania. The Supreme Court declined to intercede before the election, but they have left it open to a challenge after the election about whether or not the ballots get to Pennsylvania in time and get counted.
Well, that's one place, but you mentioned there the Supreme Court already getting involved. Isn't it the case that for the federal court as well, they're quite reluctant to get involved in these electoral matters and tend to go with the status quo?
That's true, they're reluctant, but that doesn't mean they won't do it if the situation arises and there's an occasion for it. So oftentimes state law is going to control, but the federal Constitution is the overarching Constitution, and the Supreme Court, if there is a case that comes under the Constitution, they will take it.
Well, great talking to you, Carol Laham. Thank you very much indeed. More from you later in the evening. Well, we've been talking an awful lot, haven't we, about the numbers, while the results will, of course, be crucial. Tonight is about much, much more than that. Both sides have built the election as a battle
Hello.
for the soul of the nation. That struggle has been felt especially.
Yo.
What is up, my dude?
Nothing. What you trying to talk about?
Oh, I'm live streaming on our YouTube channel right now, the election. So I'm just getting random people to come in and talk about things, you know, ask a couple questions. What you about to? Like, you just woke up?
Yeah, I had some shit going on last night, so I had to stay up a lot longer than I was trying to.
So did you go vote?
Not yet.
What? Dude, get out of here. Go fucking vote. Come back when you're done voting. Sorry to waste your time, sir. What? Go vote. Go vote for Joe. Go vote for other Joe. Go vote for Trump. Go vote for somebody. Go do your constitutional patriotic duty.
I
Okay.
do.
All right.
I pay taxes.
So here's the question.
Maybe not
I guess
this
the
year.
question is, so who would you potentially be voting for if you're cool with disclosing that? Joe Jorgensen, Donald Trump, Joe Biden. Who would you be voting for?
Dude, that's a hard
Kanye
question.
West? Is Kanye West on the ballot in your state?
No. I don't think so.
Hold on.
He probably is because it's a battleground state. If the rumors is true, he's just trying to take votes from Joe.
He is not
I don't
on the
think
ballot
he's-
in Ohio.
I don't think he's actually like running for president to be. I think he's just trying to take votes from Joe, probably. But you know, it's a hard one, man. I don't like Trump because I don't like Trump, and some other stuff. Like back when everybody was getting arrested, like everybody part of his team. I do believe he should have been in that bunch, in my opinion. I mean, then again,
so he would have got arrested, but then they would have found out that the only reason people got arrested is because they thought there was Russian collusion and that Hillary had set it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what happened? What happened to everybody that freaking? I know some of them only got like pennies of time.
So you in a couple instances, you have like people lying to the FBI, right? So people went to jail for lying to the FBI. People went to jail for what they call process crimes. So basically, in a nutshell, I interview you for a crime, or I interview you for something, and then I ask you to come do an interview a couple months later. And when I interview you, you make an official record. And you know what? The thing is, people do it all the time, man. Like, hey, man, what color was the hat? What color clothes was she wearing? What time did you leave the house, right? So one of the guys, he said, do I need a lawyer? They said, no, come on down. And they interviewed the guy, and then they're like, yeah, we caught you in a lie. So either, you go to jail for this, or we are going to go after your family and do this and this and this. But the thing was, and this is why it is, like, so thing was, like, they proved that Hillary Clinton was trying to subvert Donald Trump's election by saying he did shit with Russia. She paid for a dossier. She leaked it to the FBI. It started the whole investigation to begin with. So, yeah, people should be in trouble for lying to the cops. But you also got to remember.
He did kind of signal.
What did he do?
Wasn't it? Well, oh God, I can't remember his actual quote when he was like, "I hope Russia can find those documents," or whatever he said. He said it during something.
When they were asking about the WikiLeaks on the email, and he basically said, if Russia leaked them or something, like, that would be great. Right?
Yeah.
Now, it's not really a crime.
It's not. But if I was a freaking celeb or a high-profile person, and I went out to the world and I said, I hope Tekashi 6ix9ine gets shot.
Well, that's different, dude. You wish that somebody's attempting murder on somebody.
Okay, but they're both a crime. Okay, I'm talking about like someone shooting Tekashi 6ix9ine, and then I guess Russia's involvement in the election.
Does it bother you though? Like, and you'd be completely honest with me. Does it bother you though? Does it bother you that the evidence that's actually come out, it's shown that the FBI was trying to get Donald Trump out of office and prevent him from being elected? Does it bother you that Hillary Clinton was breaking the law by leaking classified information, and she ignored a congressional subpoena by deleting her emails, and she got some people killed in Benghazi. Does any of that bother you?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the whole Benghazi thing that well.
She was the Secretary of State, and she had evidence that it was going to be overrun for whatever reason. In fact, we don't even know why those people rioted and overran the embassy.
Wait, where's? I think I remember this, yeah. But where was Benghazi? Wasn't that like Egypt or something like that?
It's in Libya.
Libya? Yeah, that's what it was. I think I remember seeing that, and it was a big thing on the news.
So instead of pulling the people
I
out,
wasn't that old to really know that.
They didn't pull them out, and I think 5 Americans died as a result. And when they interviewed her in Congress, she's like, "Why does it even matter?" And I was just kind of like, I don't know. Wasn't a good look for her. I wouldn't have said that personally. I don't know. You don't like Trump, we get it. What about Joe Biden? Do you like Biden or do you hate Biden too?
I hate Biden too.
What do you hate about Biden?
I don't think he's mentally there. And I also think he puts in like a little fake smile, and it's just like a deceivable smile, and it's like a little evil smile, and it's like if you pull the skin off, there's another face under there.
That's a little deep there, dude.
Just when he's on camera, I'm like, man, he just looks so fake. I also hate how he fucking brought freaking Offset in to freaking negotiate deals. A rapper, dude. A rapper, like
rappers' lives matter, bro.
Yeah,
rappers' voices matter. And didn't he interviewed Cardi B too, didn't he?
Yeah, dude. I just hate when they freaking. It's like, okay.
Did it seem like pandering to you?
It's like, yeah, you can bring in a black guy to negotiate black deals. Okay, that's fine. But they be bringing in the wrong black people.
Dude.
Cardi B.
So who should they brought in? Who should they brought in?
If they wanted to bring in a rapper, bring in someone with some intelligence like T.I., but he would still be a wrong pick because he's been in jail like 50 times.
Well, maybe he's an expert on the crime reform, right? Prison reform.
Yeah, he actually is, dude. He's if you ever, I don't know if you know him like that well or keep up on him. The dude he knows his vocabulary and he knows his laws. He knows the stuff. Like, I think he has his own little thing where he talks about politics and he talks about like rap and all the stuff that like pertains to him and his life, But I would have rather have, in my opinion, if Joe wanted someone to really negotiate or bring in someone famous or whatever, say people like Colin Kaepernick, someone like what's the black dude from Shark Tank?
Yeah, the businessman.
Yeah, but he's probably going for Trump anyways because he's up there in the billions and stuff. So, but like someone, it's kind of hard.
So did you hear what they did with Ice Cube though?
Like what the news did?
Well, no, not what the news did. So Ice Cube wanted a contract for Black America, right? And so he went to the Biden party, and he said he went to the Biden party, and he said, "Hey, I want to talk about the contract for Black America." And they said, "Hey, that's a great idea, but hit us up after the election." So then he went to Trump campaign, and he said, "Yo, I want to talk about contract with Black America," and he actually sat down with Jared Kushner and I think it was Donald Trump Jr., and that's part of the Platinum Plan. And I agree. I think getting, especially, isn't Offset like Cardi's B on and off again husband?
Yeah, dude, it's just
So like that was probably the most dysfunctional. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. Because I think I heard they just got back together. She's calling off the divorce.
Yeah, dude,
and I'm like, oh, thank you for letting us know. We really needed to know that, but
yeah. I mean, the thing about Cardi, why she's just a freaking Cardi and Offset, why they were just freaking like a terrible people, like to freaking like interview or to promote you, or you promote them promoting you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They got problems of their own, and it's on blast. And it's like, well, first off, Cardi B raps about being single and doing all this and that, and then when it comes to push and shove, it's like, I'm gonna take you back 5 times after you cheated on me 5 times. But like, yeah, it's just a bad pick, and I feel like Joe decided to go with anything that's popular. Like, I think, in my opinion, I think Kamala was a terrible pick as vice. One, she got destroyed in all the debates. She got destroyed by I forget what her name was, but she was like the
Tulsi Gabbard.
Like the female military vet.
Yeah, the one from Hawaii.
I think so. Yeah, she got destroyed by her. But like, you could have picked Warren. Warren, I think, would probably be their best pick. But honestly, I think Kamala only got it because she's a black female. And I guess it just shows kind of like a disrespect, as in like,
yeah, we're gonna put this person here, and it doesn't matter what they think. Yeah, it doesn't matter what their policy is. It doesn't matter anything. It's just based off the merit of her skin.
Yeah,
and you'll vote for her, or you'll vote for me because she's with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean because it kind of happened with Obama the first time. Because people was voting for Obama because he was black.
My mom did. She straight up said that. Yeah. I didn't vote that election, but she's like, I voted for Obama. I was like, why'd you vote for Obama? And she's like, because he's black. And I was just like, okay, Mom.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now.
Wait, let me ask you something.
If Obama wouldn't have got in, we probably wouldn't have seen a black president in our lifetime, probably. It would have been. So? Yeah, I don't, dude.
What about that Cory Booker guy? He's a New Jersey senator. He was running for president. You don't think he would be? Cory Booker would be in the running.
Like in the future?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So here's a question. Do you think Hillary, or not Hillary, do you think a woman will be president? Like, as in, do you think, at some point, do you think we'll have a woman president, a female president?
Maybe in like 50 years.
Okay. But is it going to be a white woman, or is it going to be a white woman, or is there going to be a minority woman? What's the first one? I think it's going to be a white woman?
In my opinion, I'm just saying it as in the people that are in like the House and Senate now, because it's probably going to be a Democratic woman. Which Democratic woman has the most press and like the popular, I wouldn't say popular opinion, but there are people that really love her and really hate her. And I say if it would be anybody in my head thinking right now, it would probably be AOC. Because there are people that really hate her and there's people that really like her. I like her because when she first got in, she talked about some of the stuff that people don't talk about. As in, like, is it easy to, like, if I was Walmart and I put in $5 billion in your campaign or whatever, wouldn't that make you want to protect Walmart?
Wait,
because
what?
They got you elected. So, okay. So, let's see. Okay, put it like this. If you was running for president and I donated a huge lump sum to help you get president.
Okay.
You probably wouldn't do anything to mess with Walmart, or like, I'm not saying destroy or make sure Walmart gets less money or raise taxes on Walmart or something like that, but you would make sure that they are okay because they put in a lump sum for you to run for president. You wouldn't turn your back on Walmart if it was for the
But
greater good.
it's weird though. It's because like, so at the end of the day, right? Being the president, you have federal executive power. You don't have state executive power. You don't have So like, if Walmarts were getting looted and rioted, like the only thing you can do as the president is deploy the the federal troops, which are reservists. Right. You have National Guard, which are owned by the state. You have federal, you have reservists, which are the federal troops. So like, I mean, I guess you could, but that just seems like a, I don't know. It just seems a little weird. Like, it's an interesting perspective that you put in. So
yeah, like if I gave you freaking, like, if I loan you 50 grand and I don't know, you just see something happen with me, you would come to protect me, basically. You would come to protect me. You would do whatever it is in your power to protect me. It's kind of like I don't want to say like a bodyguard, but like a safety shield. Like, so I think when she brought that up, because that was kind of a big problem, in my opinion.
All right, hold that thought. I'm gonna pull some dudes into the channel, okay?
Gotcha.
You know.
Is this the whole squad?
No, don't turn on my flashlight, buddy.
This is a lot of the squad. What's going on? We got Corey, Macario, Sean.
Squad. Yo, what's up?
What?
Not much. We just talking about the politics. Y'all should turn your webcams on so we got a nice inclusive environment.
Alright, I gotta get a shirt on. Hold on.
This dude gotta get a shirt on.
I don't want you to get jealous of my muscles, bro. So
yeah, bro. How much do you bench? Get the fuck out of here.
It's a BMS talk.
Oh my god, that takes me back. I'll be right back.
It's like,
go look at Corey's. Corey's got a cherry bomb muzzle brake on his.
dude, I wish I knew where my webcam was. Fuck.
You don't have your webcam?
I've been all over the country in the last 3 months. The intensity for Donald Trump is significant, but the turnout for Joe Biden is astronomical. And I believe that when all the votes are counted, that Joe Biden
It's a semi-automatic rifle.
Because of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that these industrial Midwestern states.
Look, I'm getting big like you, Jake.
Dude, I'm loving it.
One day I'll be swole instead of this fat.
Bro, science.
Look at this. Trouble shuffle.
Oh, dude, I thought for a minute there, I thought you were wearing an old school army T-shirt, but backwards.
Dude, are you like in a pro gamer house or something?
This is my media room in my beautiful house.
Nice.
He lives in a mansion.
It's not really. Not really.
Coming in. I'm coming in.
That's Jake. Not from State Farm, though.
What's up, Ian? I liked your school picture, bro.
He said he liked your school picture.
Hey, Jake.
Are we allowed to have guns on YouTube?
I think so, because there's like FPS Russia, so.
Jake, this better not be a handicap match.
What's a handicap match?
Is it a 1v4 right now?
It's a 1v4. No, my brother and I are libertarians.
Alright, I'm fine with that. Okay.
I'm not a libertarian, really. I'm more of a classical.
Anarchy.
No, I'm more of a classical liberal, really.
Anarchy.
I can get down with that.
All right.
/ quasi-fascist.
Mm-hmm.
I just want hood shit to happen.
Yeah, me too. When you kill a mockingbird, does the mockingbird die?
Skunks, I'm assuming you lean left.
I don't know. I have to check in with my chiropractor, but
Bro.
I think Jake would probably describe me as a socialist.
Me?
I'm a Bernie guy.
It's all right, because Jake's a fucking fascist.
Yeah, well, no, Jake's not a fascist. You're giving fascist a bad name when you call Jake a fascist.
Anything that keeps that man out of the gym, he's against. So
I'm more of a fascist.
Yo, keep me out of the gym, bro. We're about to get real fascist.
Don't tell her I said hi.
I love you, honey. Have fun.
Can I take the car?
You can take the wagon, babe.
Are you going to be here?
Am I going to be here a while?
Yes. Like you have to work?
No.
Okay. Then yes, I will take the car. I got it.
All right.
So if you need something, take for his truck.
Do you want to take? I was gonna say, do you want to take the truck? Oh, okay.
That would be awkward.
That would be really awkward. That's a conversation I don't want to have, and I'm not going to have. So.
Oh, hey, real quick, please don't talk about me.
I'm not talking.
All right, like.
It's none of my business.
I know.
It's none of her business.
I know. I just, if she tries to pry.
Just be like, I don't know. I don't see him because he's working all the time. Yeah.
He's at work.
Well, since I last saw him, like he
Right?
had
Working
a.
whole lot?
If something does come up, I start my new job.
Okay.
Just tell him that you had like penis
I
extension
will
surgery,
redirect.
bro, and you're putting in some
Alright.
applications.
Yo, is that real?
Yeah, it's the number one surgery that's performed at the VA. It's penile implants.
Do they stretch it out, or they just make it get up? Like, how's that work?
Okay, so part of erectile dysfunction, the way it affects you, is this is not from personal experience. This is from medical experience.
Oh, okay.
You can't. You have like either anxiety or just performance anxiety, and you can't get it up. So they'll insert these like plastic tubes, and then they insert a saline bag in your body and a little valve.
I've seen that.
Turn the valve, and you'll press on the sack, and it'll fill it up, and
you just gotta pump your balls.
I heard some like new technology where they're saying some of it's plaque related, like, you know, so they gotta like go in with some ultrasound and knock the plaque out of your blood vessels. And
if that's the case, then someone needs to talk to him in the morning, because in the morning I'm standing too.
Yeah,
you gotta do a handstand, take a piss.
I wake up
Yeah.
Every morning, I gotta lay flat on the toilet.
I wake up every morning ready to fire sons.
Oh God. So what's the deal? So what's going on at the command center there? You guys pizza party? Are y'all drinking?
Too far in the burbs for anything to be popping off over here.
No, what are y'all doing for the? What are y'all doing? What's your routine for the evening?
Just hanging out, dude. Doing nothing really.
The same shit every day, because some motherfucker living in a White House on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue ain't gonna tell us what to do here in Texas. Don't matter who it is.
Not in my America.
I think the biggest problem I have is with the mayor. But apparently there's some judge in El Paso County which I'm kind of questioning the legality of a judge.
We didn't talk about this shit. All right, bro. All right.
I think we talked about this before I had to leave and fold laundry for a little bit. But shoot.
No, we talked about this like months ago. Whenever we were first talking about the closings, a long time ago. So the county judge acts.
He's the executor for the county in the state of Texas.
Yes.
Yeah. In the state of Texas, the Constitution is written in such a way that Texas is a microcosm of the United States. So the counties function as states, whereas Texas functions as the overarching body politic. And judges are the elected executor of the county.
So a county judge, it's a holdover from the Western days where the judge, sat on trials and stuff. Now a county judge, you don't even have to have a law degree, right? Because you're not really presiding over case law anymore. You're not presiding over.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago, a county judge won here locally. Who's 18 years old.
Yeah.
You know.
And it's like It's like other places' mayors. Now, the way Governor Abbott ruled it was like, we're going to have the counties govern themselves if they meet this criteria or whatever, then they have to do these things. They gave them a minimum requirement. They give it like Big Army coming down and saying, this is what you have to do at the bare minimum, and then you can always be more stringent.
Yeah, you can take away, but you can't add to.
No, you can't take away.
Well, no, that's how the Army works. So you have big command, right? And they say this. Now they can take away from that, but they can't add to it.
No. I'm talking about Big Army coming out with an instruction, and then your unit saying, all right, well, on top of that, you got to do these things. They can't say, all right, well, Big Army says you got to do 50 push-ups. We're going to say you only got to do 40. You know what I mean? They can't do that. They can't make it more lenient than the Big Army instruction.
Well, we're talking about the same thing, but
yeah,
colloquially in the Army, we can take away, but we can't add to, especially when it comes to like a general putting out like a general order of some sort.
You mean you can add to, you can't take away. Man.
Polls just closed in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, you're mixing them up, man.
No, I'm Corey. I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you what everybody says. It's like I agree with what you're saying. I'm just telling you how they word it.
Okay, I'm not.
Now, PT would be a terrible one because at the end of the day, you know, if the Army says you need 60% and then your unit says you need 70% and you get 60%, they can make your life miserable, but they can't really do anything adversely. They can't punish you.
Yeah,
because that's that.
But
yeah.
But yeah.
Damn.
But anyways, so the hold on,
you got a link to a voting map, a live voting map?
It's in the channel.
Put it on my battle screens.
It's on the channel. Just click on the channel to where you view it. You should be able to see. Click on the. We're in Discord right now, right? So click actually on the barracks chat, and you should be able to see everybody's camera.
I see your camera. I see everybody's camera, dog.
What's
up, Tavion? What's up, J-Dog?
What's up, Kokomo? Do you not see the live stream from the my screen?
No.
Oh,
you're not streaming anymore.
I'm not?
No.
All right, let me fix that. I am streaming, but go ahead.
So the state came down, especially with like coronavirus stipulations, and said, if you reach these numbers, you have to do this. But everything leading up to this, you get to choose whether you want to do it or not. So a lot of the rural counties were like, okay, cool, we don't have to shut down, you know? And they didn't. Like a lot of places in Texas, like you could go 2 counties over here in Dallas and go sit at a restaurant in June, you know? Because they had less than 20,000 people in the county, and they didn't have any positive results.
Hell yeah!
Like when the whole country was shut down.
God, I gotta fix my gain. This is fucking obnoxious.
What are you playing?
Yeah, a double hearing his gain on his microphone.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can.
All right, cool.
That's perfect.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, dog.
Right,
so Corey, what is your... I got a different tab open. What is your name in the channel?
Doc Allen.
Alright, hold on. There we go. So I added everybody to the channel, and you should be able to...
talking about your stream on... Oh, okay. You're talking about your stream on YouTube. I thought you were talking about your stream on here.
Well, no, I am. No. You should be able to see it now. You should be able to see it. You should be able to see it. And we're going off of Sky News because they're the least biased either way. Even though...
Oh, man. MSNBC. MSNBC, that's the best.
MSNBC is probably actively looking for channels to shut down.
They're all fake news.
There's a hot take.
Tavion needs to leave and go fucking vote, though. This motherfucker said he ain't voted yet, so go vote.
Tavion, you don't have to, dog.
Yeah, no.
Thank
Savion,
you.
You do what you want to do.
Yeah, you do you. That's what makes this country so great. All this shit, get out and vote, man. Look, if you want to vote, vote. You don't want to vote, don't vote.
The sad part
All
is,
I'm
even if
saying
you vote,
is-
you're still gonna get the things. Did you vote?
I don't
Look,
give a shit, dude.
I don't care. But look, you telling me I'm gonna sit in line for 3 hours to vote,
I tell you one thing.
and I already
brother.
know who's gonna take my state?
I tell you one thing, man. Like I had I'm 33. I voted a few times. It's the first time I ever had to stand in line. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
A
but
lot
still,
of people.
I
I
voted
could save my
early voting.
$1 in gas money. You know.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but you're also in little North Korea. That is El Paso right now.
I honestly, I don't care. I'm a fucking hermit unless I'm going. Like, I was pissed when they shut the gym down, because when they first shut it down, guess who was just done with their recuperation from elbow surgery? This guy. And I'm like, yeah, I lost a lot of gains. We about to get it back, and the gyms were closed.
So you were forced to stay at home and switch hit on your own pipe. That sucks, dog.
Yeah, you got me. I just played Division 2 all the time, and some Warzone, and then it opened up, and the day it opened up, I was in line at like 4:15 when the gym opened at 4:30. So I was there in line, and then they closed it down for like a day, and then they opened it back up. But now it's like, here's me, I'm benching. All of a sudden, I'm not benching, and I got to do this. But it's whatever, dude. As long as I get to fucking go to the gym, you know. I come May, my contract's up, so you know, I'm gonna go find some other gym that like don't give a fuck.
I thought you only had to wear a mask when you walked in and walked out of the gym.
They
Not
changed
like while
it.
you were working out.
No, they changed
Depends
it.
on where you are, dog.
They changed it. They Planet Fitness to me. Like, Planet Fitness be like, yeah, as long as you're on a machine, you don't have to wear a mask. But the minute that you like, and don't get me wrong, the army gyms are stupider. Like, it's like, okay, if you're using cardio equipment, you don't have to wear a mask. But if you're lifting, you do. And I'm like, how does that make any fucking sense?
Well, lifting's not cardio equipment, according to me.
It is if you change weights fast enough.
No. I'm saying the royal me. You know, like according to whoever the guy that runs that shit is.
Swapping plates out, you know, really quickly. Yeah, that could be cardio.
You know what I like to do? I just like to leave my plates all over the goddamn place for the next guy. That's what I like to do. I'm a dirtbag.
Did Kokomo teach you that? Because you said Kokomo was taking you to the gym.
Yeah, no, he is. We go to the gym here in my HOA. We got a nice little weight room.
What about the gyms locally, like outside the HOA? Like
they're all fantastic.
No, but I mean, are they open?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. You gotta walk in with a mask. Once you start working out, you can take it off.
Yeah, that's how
I think
it
they're checking temperatures. I think.
The way the HOA got around it, because they're not a business, they just said, sign a release waiver saying if you die of COVID, it's your own fucking fault. Okay, cool.
So this girl I'm talking to, her work actually uses what is it? Thermal imaging to scan all their employees as they come in. And so if you present with like a fever, they'll know.
What if you walk in with a woody? They'll know.
Maybe.
Only if you're wearing sweatpants, my dude.
Yeah, I know, right? Just tuck that up your belt and choke it out with your shirt tucked in.
Speaking of a woody, you know, I read a strat on one of the bodybuilding.com forums, and I tried it out twice, and it worked pretty well.
Jerking off before you go to the gym?
No, but that actually would help with the strat. So what the strat is you get a prescription for Sinfenadil, which is Viagra, and you pop half your dose, and you drink a bunch of fucking aminos. And so basically what it does is it relaxes your blood. It's a vasodilator. That's what Viagra is. So, yeah, it relaxes all your shit, and then you just pump a bunch of blood and aminos into your fucking shit. That was a pretty good pump. But, you know, I'd imagine if you beat your meat before you went, that would help, besides, like, thinking of, like, algebraic equations and just, like...
No. So the reason that would help is the testosterone. Like, you kind of up your body's production of testosterone from quick jerk.
It certainly is.
Hmm.
And for me, I mean, it's a state I visited several times.
So the Sky News guys, obviously they got this ticker on the bottom, and we already know one state's in. I asked Tavion who he was going to vote for if he wanted to divulge it. He didn't really say. He just kind of like, I don't like him either one of them. So let me follow up and ask Tavion, who do you want to win and who do you think's going to win? And let me preface that by, when I watch a football game, when I used to give a shit about football, I'd be like, yeah, dog, I want the Broncos to win, but the Patriots are a pretty solid squad, so I think the Patriots are going to kick the shit out of my Broncos. But I want the Broncos to win. So I'm asking you, who do you want to win and who do you think's going to win?
All right, so me personally, I feel like deciding who's president does not affect me at all. So I'll probably say Biden.
You want Biden to win? And then
yeah,
do you
I'm
think
just tired of hearing all of this political shit.
Is Biden going to win?
Like, hell no.
Okay.
I think it's probably gonna be a landslide again, because I mean, with all the debates and stuff, like I said, Biden's mentally health is starting to show. And I mean, my opinion, I don't think Trump, as what the media puts him out to be as, oh, this guy's the worst president in history. I don't think. Now there is some stuff I'm like, I just fucking hate this guy for that. But you know, it's like, I don't think he's like the worst. I mean, he's done good, he's done bad, but it's the same thing as any other president. So
I tend to agree with you. I think the Dems backed the wrong horse. I don't understand. Like the moment it came out, it was Biden. I was just like, what in the fuck? Like, that's the one. That's the guy. Like, come on.
I've been saying this shit since the fucking get go. Like, they had so many better candidates on their debates. Remember when they had like 13 fucking?
There was like 20,
people?
dude.
Yeah. Like Tulsi Gabbard. I actually like her. You know,
I think we all like her, dude.
There are very few like liberal, like far left leaning people. She's more of a moderate, but that was their key. If they get somebody who is just slightly fucking moderate and hasn't spent a lifetime in politics, who isn't the same fucking candidate, like look at what they did with Obama, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obama came in. It was a breath of fresh air in regards to like candidates the DNC has chosen to be their fucking running their workhorse, whatever. And it fucking excited people, because who are the Democrats really relying on during elections?
The demographic is the minority.
Yeah, or young voters.
Yeah, that too.
And we're all fickle as shit. Like no, I got work tomorrow. I'm not gonna go to the fucking polls. I got shit to do. I gotta watch Twitch. I gotta fucking worry about my 4-year-old at home. You know, those types of things.
Right.
So, like, the older people can vote easy. You know. So I just feel like they decided what they thought was a safe choice, someone that they could control, someone that they could fucking. That's Joe Biden. Plus, they were able to kind of pick, because if Joe Biden gets elected, there's no way he makes it 4 years. There's no way.
That's true.
What's the? I always forget. What is it? The 23rd Amendment?
25th.
I think it's 25th.
25th. Even still, like I'd be very careful what kind of ice cream he's getting. You know?
Yeah.
That's Senator Harris.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they were able, the DNC were able to like say, all right, well, we'll take Joe Biden, and then we get to pick our president, right? Because we're gonna say these are the VP candidates that you can fucking take, right? Because Joe Biden didn't pick Kamala Harris to be his running mate.
Correct.
Yeah, he didn't.
No, that was forced upon him from all of his, people whispering in his ear and shit like that.
Me and Jake were telling him, I think it's disrespectful, because the only reason why she has that spot, in my opinion, it's not because of what her views are, because she's a black female.
Yeah, she's a black woman. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with picking a black woman, but again, Tulsi Gabbard. I vote for Biden every time if he picks Tulsi Gabbard as his running mate, because that's somebody that I would be like, I wouldn't mind if she was president in 2 years. You know, if she took over through the 25th Amendment, because Joe Biden's unable to fulfill the office because he's fucking just demented to hell. Because that's going to be the case. The dude is a couple screws loose, like, already, and he's able to get this far based purely out of the Never Trump movement.
Yeah,
and to me, that's wrong.
And the collusion of the one, weekend at Bernie's that is the Democratic Party for Joe Biden.
And
him up,
he's bringing Obama with him.
Oh yes.
No, and Obama, and to me that spoke volumes, because Obama, it took him forever to back his old VP. It took him forever, because I think Obama, in his heart of hearts, did not want Joe Biden to get the nomination. Because who do you think knows Joe Biden behind closed doors better than anybody?
His wife. And Obama. And Obama.
Michelle.
Michelle, I was gonna say, let's be real. Michelle, Michelle keeping a side eye on everybody in the West Wing.
What were you gonna say, Rad? You were gonna say something?
We all know who ran this country for 8 years, Michelle.
Yeah. So who are you rooting for, Corey, and who do you think's gonna win?
I'm still rooting for Joe Jorgensen.
And you think Joe Jorgensen will win?
No. I just want her to put up somewhat of a fight, so that the next libertarian candidate will be somewhat considered, like actually considered, like seriously considered.
Darian, the other guy that sits on the show with me, his thing was, as long as Joe Jorgensen gets 5% of the popular vote, he's happy.
And I hope it steals the election away from one of them. I hope it does.
I heard early results in Minnesota. Kanye had 3%. More than Joe. More than Joe.
Oh man,
Kanye pulling numbers, dude.
Yeah, Minnesota's got no chill.
So Corey wants Joe to win. And
all of northern Florida hasn't reported. Never mind.
Well, yeah, because you still got the Panhandles, and yeah, he'll be joining us like later. He's on West Coast time zone. I don't know when he's coming in. Let me get a quick prediction and stuff from Sean. I gotta go take these dogs outside. But Sean, who do you think's gonna win, and who do you want to win, or vice versa?
I think Trump's gonna win. Just come on. It's not even about what I want or what anybody wants. I think Tavion is kind of the way he feels about it, right? You know, I mean, I agree with a lot of people here. And who I want to win, maybe it's been painted by my own empiricism. At the end of the day, I kind of want Trump to win. The idea of a president not starting a new armed conflict is kind of hot to me. As a guy that's been at the bleeding edge of the fucking military-industrial complex in this country for a number of years, like, hey man, it's not like I'm a peace-loving hippie or anything, but let's be real, man. He's gotten us out of some places. When you look at it at a 10,000-foot view, you're like, all this Twitter bullshit. If that's the reason you're not voting, get the fuck over yourself. Like, there's more important shit happening in the country than what gets tweeted out. Like, oh, you should be representative of the office better, good, or what. Like, come on. I don't think he's a fucking saint, but I don't think anybody that's held office in the last 100 years is a fucking saint.
Yeah, I hear that. Did you, and so everybody here minus Tavion voted, right?
Damn, man, why you gotta keep doing this to me? Like,
all right. I'm
you
sorry.
trying to make me feel bad.
He's gonna label this YouTube video "Tavion gets exposed."
All caps, triple exclamation point.
Like with a big open mouth face, like
for the algorithm.
What about Red? Red, who do you want to win, and who do you think's gonna win?
Honestly, I think Trump's gonna win. I voted absentee. I voted for Joe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump is going to win. I don't know. I feel like his base is just more energized, and they're just out there, and it's just larger.
I got a talking point. All right,
they're out there with guns.
Who do y'all think they're boarding up all these downtowns for to win?
They're boarding up for the party of peace and acceptance and love. That's what
Yep.
All right.
I'll be honest.
Because if Trump loses, no one's gonna be out fucking rioting. No one's gonna be out throwing shit through windows. No one's gonna be out fucking destroying shit. All right.
I mean, a Dollar General might burn down somewhere.
Yeah. All right. But those just replicate. All right. That's fine. Fucking like the one will rise from the ashes in a couple days. You know, with sheet metal walls and everything.
Yeah. I do think it's for the Democrats, but I do know if freaking Biden somehow wins, all the Trump people are going to be out there in the middle of the streets just with their guns and doing, not shooting people, but like out there freaking just making a scene.
I don't think
all
so.
over the news.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
You don't think they're going to?
Well,
because we all got to go to work tomorrow.
Republicans aren't the only ones with jobs.
Nah, it's.
But look at the people who are going to be out. Look at the people who are going to be out. So like let's say Trump wins, and there are a bunch of riots and discontent and all that shit.
I wouldn't say riot. I say they would be protesting. Yeah. But here's my.
They're gonna fucking riot. They're gonna fucking riot, dude. Like maybe not in every. No, if Trump wins.
Oh.
Like there's going to be cars getting burnt and. Like don't give me the CNN bullshit of peaceful protests while a business burns down behind the fucking report.
In my opinion, though, I do believe those are peaceful protests. I think it's an action. Part of it is an action of a few that kind of like destroys the whole image. And then I also believe some of that stuff was actually like people intentionally making it look bad for their own benefit. Like
no, I'll give you that. There were bad. There were
Charlotte or whatever when they burnt down this giant freaking they set this library on fire, and they found it, and it was like some kid or whatever. He was like 20, and he has like Trump stuff all in his house and stuff. But
so I mean, I'll agree that a lot of the time it's bad actors. I'm not talking about the previous protests. I was just talking about alluding to that one instance. I'm talking about tonight. If they call it for Donald Trump and he's got the 270 or whatever, look at the demographic of the people who are going to be out protesting, rioting, what have you. It's all going to be younger people who like under 30. I'll say under 30. I'm under 30. I'm 29. Because that's going to be the pissed off, didn't get their way demographic. Like, that is the pissed off didn't get their way demographic.
Are we even going to know tonight though? That's the thing.
Yeah, they should. Now, electoral votes are cast on December 14th. So you have between now and then to actually where it actually gets hammered down, and I'm sure if one state is too close to really call, I'm sure they'll sue for a recount and another recount, and they're gonna fight this tooth and nail until next January.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to what I said, like when talking about boarding downtown. If Biden wins, I think there is gonna be some stuff. Because you already know Trump's going to be like, oh, I want to recount that it was rigged or whatever. He's not going to accept it, and his people is just going to kind of have a little outrage first. There's going to be something. I'm not going to say there's going to be like burning buildings down, but it's going to be something where it's like,
here's my difference. I have to drive through downtown Dallas to get to my job. If Trump wins, I'm glad I don't have to go to work tonight. If Biden wins, I wouldn't care. Like that's how I actually feel. Like if Biden wins, I would be okay with going to work at like 11:30 or whatever o'clock tonight. So I don't know. I think that speaks volumes of the type of
Well, Trump wins, you might have a free day off because you can call in and say, "Hey, I'm trapped in my house."
There you go. I ain't driving to work tonight. Sorry, people.
I gotta protect my house tonight.
Hey, Fox News just reported that Biden took Virginia too.
To be honest, I think like, let's see, what are the battleground states?
There's a lot this year.
Yeah.
There's Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, Nevada, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania. They're saying Texas now.
Wait, he took Virginia or he took Vermont? I thought it was Vermont.
Yeah, Vermont.
According to Fox News, Biden wins Virginia. But it's Fox News projects Biden wins Virginia. Of course, it says Biden wins Virginia in like 72 font. And then above that, in 12, it says Fox News projects.
No. Ohio, I can already tell you. Dave Chappelle can already tell you. Trump's going to get Ohio. I'm actually surprised. On my screen, it says Joe is leading in Florida. But I think Trump's going to get Florida.
So
Georgia, Joe's going to get Georgia.
North Florida hasn't reported yet.
Yeah.
Also, remember Florida's panhandle's cut in half in terms of time zone, so their polls haven't closed in the panhandle yet. North Florida is basically southern Alabama.
He's not wrong.
And southern Georgia.
Florida, Georgia line.
And they actually have a lot of voters there for a rural area because it's large swaths of land that you've got Gainesville, all that stuff. Like
it's Jake's favorite town.
There's big cities in the north side. Yeah, Fox has.
Here's an important question for you guys. Who do you think is going to win the popular vote?
Obviously, Biden. Yeah, definitely Biden.
Biden? Okay, I was about to say, I think Biden's going to win it too. I think he has.
It just depends on what the turnout is, because honestly, the turnout will be the same for the Democratic Party this election as it was last election.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's a chance that it's a lot closer popular vote. But that's why we don't vote by plebiscite in this country. That's why we're Republican.
And I think, I think actually Trump could win it, because if you think about it, when he first ran, like he was just a celeb. He was just a TV celeb.
Yeah.
He won it. He was just a TV celeb. Now he kind of has a resume.
Yeah, that, and I think he's converted a lot more moderates. Just not talking about moderate, Republicans, moderate Democrats. Just those people
that don't choose.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah.
Like the people in the over 30 age group, especially, that don't choose.
Well, I think he's going to do a lot better with educated voters this go around. Like when you break it down the actual demographic.
What was the black vote last year?
Wasn't that?
Last election?
Yeah, last election.
Last election, the black vote was overwhelmingly Democratic, I believe.
Yeah, but wasn't Trump was it 3% or 8%?
I mean, he snuck in some, but.
Yeah, he snuck in some. Everybody was like, "Who the hell is all that 3%?"
Yeah, well.
But
I mean, I told my brother, I've been asking people at work,
which race 6%.
Which races did you vote for? And people were genuinely confused.
No, Travion, I got a meme for you in the memes channel upstairs in the text channels.
I got you. So Trump's last election, he had 6%. Do you guys think that's gonna go up?
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
100%. 100%.
You think? What do you think it's gonna be? You think it's gonna be past 10?
I think it's going to be past 10. I honestly think that there's a lot of black voters that did some soul searching since the last election, really took stock of what the Democratic Party has or hasn't done for them in the last 40 fucking years. Since LBJ dropped his big bomb. It's not that nobody wants equal opportunity or equal rights for minorities. It's just the way they've gone about doing it, by socially deconstructing black families at the highest level. You know, like, I don't like, and this is endemic. This is something that goes back 100 years or more. You know, like, there were so many missed opportunities in American history to do this the fucking right way, and every time it's been taken from people by the people that see power politically as the base for their entire professional career and livelihood. On both sides of the aisle. This isn't just a Democrat problem. This is a political problem. And so when you talk about, look, you know, Reconstruction after the Civil War, for instance, that was one of the greatest missed opportunities in American history, because right after the Civil War, you had black communities that thrived and flourished. You had black senators. You had, I'm not talking about state senators, I'm talking about fucking federal senators. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big fucking deal. But instead of completely ostracizing the Southern body politic the way we should have, they invited them back into the fold, you know, to heal the nation or whatever. No.
Mm-hmm.
Those fucking traitors should have been hung. They should have been hung in front of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for the world to see. But instead, you hand the reins of power back to these fucking people that are endemic to this whole idea of slavery, racism, all these fucking tenets of evil, you know, and then they gut Reconstruction once they find a Republican who's their Republican, you know, after Lincoln, and they stop the entire process. Then they enact, you know, the Jim Crow laws later on down the road, you know, and it's a fucking miasma and tragedy that just continues to perpetuate itself. And you can look at it, and it's not even like, look back at when Biden talks about supporting segregation and shit. It's just people in general back then. It wasn't like it was just the Democrats or anything. It's one of those situations where mentally there's psychosis about separating and disenfranchising Black American was so pervasive that they did it every 4 years. They didn't do anything for the Black community, but continue to fucking sweep them under the rug. They almost tried to treat Black Americans the way they treated Native Americans.
Yeah.
Disenfranchise them enough, and eventually they'll die off, and eventually they won't be a problem anymore. Like literally, they would mortgage the future of Black Americans on the idea that it won't be a problem eventually. But you can't do that, not in this country. You know, Black women represent a very interesting demographic in this country, where that specific demographic will be the most highly educated demographic per capita in the entire country, and I think that's fucking awesome. I think it's fucking amazing. You know, and it speaks. But when you look at the way the other racial demographics are aligned, you have to wonder, why aren't Black men a part of that conversation? How come there isn't this equal elevation of stature and education? And it's because systemically, for the last century, they've been killing and enslaving Black men.
Who's that? Prisons. I'm sorry, I missed the
Hey, how come I never met this guy before? How come you never introduced me to him? I like.
Yeah, he's a good guy. How did we get started on the topic? I'm sorry.
Nothing. We've kind of been digressing a little bit, talking about history and how it pertains to, you know, the body politic today, and really a lot of the problems that we're facing right now are because of missed opportunities in the past. You know, it's not any one person's fault, but it takes someone who's, you know, and this isn't me being a Trump tard. This is me really just seeing it for what it is. It takes someone who's completely disassociated from the psychosis of politics being your only source of power and riches. Like, politics should not be a fucking career.
Right.
You know, but it is. And because you're going to do everything you can to fight to hold on to that power, you've got people that are in office for, you know, 20% of this nation's history who've done one thing, and that's help author and pass the most crippling crime bill to Black Americans since the 13th Amendment.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
42 years. Is it 42 or 47?
47.
In office. 47 years in office.
How did you get on the topic? I'm just trying to catch up.
He asked if Trump is going to get more of the Black vote or less of the Black vote than 2016.
Oh, okay.
Sean and I both said more, and then he asked 10% or more. And I think he's going to get more than 10% because I think he's won over a lot of the educated voters in the black community in terms of like the people who are actually able to you know take the emotions out of it and see like holy shit, like everything I've been hearing in the news prior to 2016 about him being a racist, because Trump was never a racist
until he ran
prior to him running until he ran for president.
Yeah.
Right.
You go back to TV interviews he's done for the last 30 years, and nothing about his tone, nothing about the cadence of his speech, nothing about how he says anything has changed. But that's never going to get popularized. You know.
I don't think he's racist. I think he's racially biased. But then again, like everybody's racially biased.
I was going to say, who is it? The thing is, he's pretty based. You know, like that
I
could
do
be
think
argued.
he doesn't like. It's just how he words stuff. Where I think the less educated on both sides, they take it a different way.
Oh, he simplifies the fuck out of everything.
It's part of his genius is breaking it down.
He simplifies it so much that anyone can understand. And to some people, it may sound like, oh, this guy's an
Apparently, I
idiot.
have a fucking FedEx box. I'll be right back.
The other people, who don't fucking care what the Jobs Act of whatever is called, and all they care about is, oh, you're getting me jobs, you know. Like I watched a pretty good video about a guy who went to a Trump rally, and he was talking about how genius he is in terms of like he doesn't say legislation, he says law. He uses the word jobs instead of employment, and he breaks it down to the most basic level for everyone to understand. And again, look at the last 4 years, because we're specifically talking about the black vote. Look at the last 4 years and then compare it to the 8 years under Obama. Now, I'm not saying Obama was a terrible president or bad, but if you're looking just at black Americans, who has done more? The unemployment rate among black Americans in Trump's 4 years prior to COVID is the lowest it's ever been.
All right, let me add on to that part, because this is the part I don't like hearing. Oh, okay, yeah, it's the lowest it's ever been, but when Obama was president, let's see, what he when he was president, I think it started out like at 8%. Then due to like the recent administration, it was going up.
No,
I think it was like
it was higher, because remember Obama took over at the peak of right at the peak of a recession, 2008. The national average was like 10%.
Yeah, but I know it got up to like 10 or 12%, and then it went all the way down to like, I think when he ended, it was 4%.
The total unemployment rate, or the unemployment rate for black Americans? It's never been 4%. It's never been 4%.
Let me see this. I don't know if it's for black. But what I'm just trying to say is, from where Obama started and the stuff he had to deal with from the start, because it was rising when he started. It wasn't because it was him that made it rise. It was rising before he even came in, and then it dropped all the way back down to like
talk about
very,
racism,
very low percentage. Employment,
unemployment, or employment.
Unemployment. I gotta search this out.
So it peaked under Obama at 10%, and then it's trended down pretty much the entire time throughout his entire presidency, and then in 2016.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you can say Trump made it the lowest it's ever been, but it's like, if you're a football player, you ran it to the 1 yard line, and then another running back kind of like scored a touchdown. That's all I'm saying.
You can also look at it from another perspective, is that if you're given something that's at the very shit bottom, you have nowhere to go but up. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with transitive reasoning. It can be, you start to practice this idea of almost patricide when you come to figure out whose fault something was, and the resulting curve thereafter. It takes the credit. I'm not saying Tavion's wrong, and I'm not saying Corey's wrong. I'm saying, if you can transitive reason your way back to King George.
Now I can say, I'm happy it didn't go up. Yeah. He did bring it down a little bit, but
it kept going down. But that's what I'm saying. It kept going down. So if he's touted as being this, so again, I'm not a Trump lover. I'm not.
Yeah. No,
There are things my brother can attest to. There are things that I don't like that he does. There are things that I don't like that he says. But I'm also not of the mind that like everything he does is fucking evil and wrong.
Right.
Okay. I think a lot of people my age are, or our age. I don't know how old you are, Tavion, but like I said, I'm 29. Everyone in here is a lot older than me. Okay, so all your friends are probably the same way. In terms of either he is completely like, the golden boy, or he is pure evil.
Yeah.
Right. There are very few people I think that can look at him just completely objectively and just be like, well, he did this that was good, and then he did this that was shitty. Like something that I always say is all the people who fucking hated Obama because he's coming after our guns. Obama didn't pass one iota of gun control law.
Yeah, they're the same retards that fucking give money to the NRA that hasn't done a single fucking thing for the Second Amendment since its inception.
And Trump in his first 4 years passed more gun control law than Obama ever did in 8. Right? And those people will hate Obama till the day they die and love Trump until the day they die.
And continue to give money to the NRA.
Because of that reason, though. Because of Obama was coming for our guns.
Yeah, they're almost worse than an actual racist, because you can look at that person and know that he's a piece of shit. They're kind of ignorant racists. Like they don't even know why they're screeching from their soapbox. They continue to screech. You know what I mean? I'm a 2A guy, and I see it for what it is. Like the NRA is a fucking joke. They don't do shit for people that support the 2A. And I agree with Chappelle's sentiment. Nothing he said resonated with me more than at the end of that one special where he said, remember, the 2A is there just in case the First Amendment doesn't work. And I'm like, right, it's fucking right, bro. And it isn't about defending just my piece. It's about defending Tavion's piece, Corey's piece, Rad's piece, J-Dub's piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, look.
Dave Chappelle, tell it how it is. That's why he's number one.
There's a lot more truth when you look at a guy like that. And Dave Chappelle is classically liberal. He's at the point where he looks at his party and he's like, the fuck. And there's one thing Trump doesn't do, and maybe that's what doesn't endear him to the traditional powers in the black community, is he doesn't pander to them. But he's always been endeared to famous black people before he was the president. I mean, he's always been in on so many fucking cool things. And now all of a sudden he's the pariah, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't see it. Like nothing about what he said or what he stood for changed.
Corey, you said you were liberal, right?
No, I'm a classical liberal. Corey's a libertarian.
Yeah,
Sean,
more of like a constitutionalist.
Okay, I got a question. If Dave Chappelle ran for y'all party, y'all think he could lead y'all party?
I think Dave Chappelle could lead a political party, because at the end of the day, if you're leading a political party, you're answering to the political party, and that's part of the problem in this country. Is how much bureaucracy the party has and how much control they exercise over their people. I think the GOP saw the writing on the wall and realized they had nobody.
Yeah, it's different now, like with Trump.
Yeah,
because Trump's different. He doesn't really answer to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
But
the Republicans, they're smart. They circled the wagons. They hitched all their wagons to his star.
Right. You know how many people bad talk all the Republicans that bad talk Trump before he got elected?
Bro,
and now everybody's on him.
Bro, go to 8 months ago when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were debating.
Oh yeah.
All right. She called him a racist. She said just not even a year ago. And then not just that. This dude, the last time he tried to run for president, he didn't support gay marriage. Now it's convenient. He supports gay marriage. Right? He supported the nuclear family. Right? He believed in a man and a woman being married, but now that's inconvenient.
Well, nuclear families, like nowadays, it's more about having two parents in the household, because if you turn around and you look at like what used to be on the
don't overanalyze this shit. Forever.
Sorry, man. That's
family,
what I do.
I get what you're saying now, but forever nuclear family was a father and a mother.
Sure.
Yeah.
A biological male father and a biological male.
But I'm saying
mother,
it's
because
important
it's
now.
never had to be.
No, I'm saying
I
it's
think
important
two parents
now.
is more paramount than having a mother and a father. Absolutely. I have friends.
Two
that were
parents
raised
is
by
always
gay
better
parents
than one
and are-
parent, regardless of the genders.
I think Jake's talking more about blended families, not necessarily trans families.
What I'm saying is,
stepfather situation.
I'm saying when you look at like the Blums, say the Blums, when they used to have it up on their website that they were trained Marxists and they were against the nuclear family, and it's like, well, what does the nuclear family provide? It provides a little bit of stability for the children, you know, and it prevents like, you know, government or educational indoctrination, because at least if they come home, you would assume that if there were two parents, there's 2 times the opportunity for your mom or your dad to ask you, what'd you talk about in school today? Or, you know, and like, yeah, today we found out that we're racist. It's like, what? Today we found out that something, you know, and when you have one parent and the parent's working a job and kids going to daycare, or sometimes the kid's at home by himself, by the time the mom or the dad comes home, like, they really probably don't have the energy or the time to sit down and say, you know, what did you learn today? But for all intents and purposes, nuclear families, 2 adults, could be male, could be female, could be whatever you want to be called. But yeah, he was against that and everything. And what I will say to politicians' defense is that people do change, right? So I mean, like, you could feel a certain way, and I say this because I knew a lot of people. Like, I had a gay friend when I was 16 and he was 14, and he came out. And then my parents weren't really like, they were like, oh, he's gay. I'm like, so? He's cool. We go to his house, we play Smash Brothers, play fucking PlayStation. He's got a big ass TV and an Xbox and a PS2. Let's go. You know, but now if I were to talk to my dad, because my mom just kind of gone, but my dad's totally cool with gay people. In fact, you know, since he teaches, he's like, yeah, I got like a 6th grader that's fucking trans. And I'm like, well, how do you feel about that? You know, or whatever. And, you know, so I think it's okay to change your mind, you know, if you learn, but at the same time, like, when you're talking about... Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, but he's politicking. He's politicking and pandering.
I feel pandering is pandering, but I mean, like, it's not like anybody asked him in the past 2 or 3 years, how do you feel on gay marriage? Then the next year, how do you feel on gay marriage? Then the next year, how do you feel on gay marriage? You know, so
nobody asked him because nobody asked him because they want to put him in a bad spot. Let's be real. The fourth estate is propping up one party. You know,
who do you think's gonna end up getting the LGBT
Biden
vote and stuff?
Yeah, Biden.
You said
Biden, 100%.
Biden.
Yeah, he's.
I was thinking that too, but didn't Trump get it like the first term or something? I know they
got more. He
probably
got more than people were expecting. Because again, Trump was never against the LGBTQ plus community until he ran for president.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't against them.
No. You're getting. He still isn't against them. Nothing Trump has ever done. Like, people say, oh, he's going to try and repeal the Supreme Court ruling, the fucking legalization of gay marriage in his second term. When has he ever said that?
Didn't he take trans out of the military?
That's different.
The military took the trans out of the military.
Yeah. that's a little different though.
Right.
But
so Davion, you're talking to 3 veterans here, right? Jake still serves. All right. The reason
I re-enlisted 3 times, so that means I got a discharge. Right.
The reason why trans people in the military don't work is because we don't have fucking time for your feelings. All right. We're there to do a mission and accomplish that mission, right? We don't have time to fucking set up a separate set of fucking showers because a woman who says she's a man wants to be in a unit full of men, but like, you can't do that. There's a fucking breakdown. There will be a breakdown at some point in time. Why should we have to deal with that fucking headache when we're not here for?
We're not here to be the Scouts of America. We're here to close with and destroy the enemies of the United States in close combat. It's one of the few jobs in the world where you do get to be extremely exclusive. And it's not a point of pride to be exclusive. It's a point of mission accomplishment to be exclusive. It's not a point of exclusion to be exclusive.
This idea that the fucking military has to be the goddamn guinea pig to see if the trans people can perform at the same level as their sex they identify counterparts, whatever. I don't know the fucking terminology. It's fucking stupid because that's just going to lead to people getting killed that otherwise would not have.
Well,
right?
let's throw something else out there real quick. So besides what he's saying, I will throw on a different perspective, and that is as far as medically and clinically. So you got to remember over the years, right? Like they used to say this was being gay was medically wrong, and then later whatever, it's not, right? So as it is now, like it's what is it called? It's called like gender transphoria or something, and it's
dysmorphia.
like
Gender dysmorphia,
whatever it's called. It's a clinically diagnosed mental condition, right? That's like you wake up and you just decide one day, you feel like you're a woman. You've been a man for 20 something years.
there's a little
right.
more nuance.
But here's what my point is. My point is it's a mental disability for all intents and purposes. And that being said, when you have somebody that has PTSD, which is a mental disability, or somebody that has schizophrenia and has a disability, there's no room for a mental disability in a profession where you get to carry a firearm. So you're in a situation, and all of a sudden you have a firearm, and you got rounds, and you all of a sudden have a breakdown. You know what I mean? So it is what he's saying, but it's also, you got to remember, like, as far as the mental stability of your men and your woman to your left and your right, like, you got to trust them and they got to trust you. And even though you may have the best of intentions in your mind, like, if there is any doubt, as far as the military doctors are concerned, that you could just fucking snap and you could degrade mission readiness by taking out your comrades, then there's no room for you. Like Sean said, it is there to accomplish a mission. It's there to do a job. It's not there to be nice.
I take an issue with that argument just because that argument can be applied to anybody. Stress is stress is stress is stress. Just like trauma is trauma is trauma. Everyone reacts to it.
But how do you rehab a PTSD?
So,
there's something for that,
here's
right?
the thing, Jake, that, like, if you're making that argument, then you could say, okay, well, this guy that is a shit hot fucking combat vet with 4 deployments, he can snap at any moment. We need to kick him out of the military.
But how do you know that? Like, did you evaluate him?
How do you know that?
No, I'm saying, like, you know how I know it? Because the guy comes out and the guy says, I'm a toaster. The guy says, I'm a woman. And we're looking at him and it's like, well, I'm sure if we did a DNA test, there's an X and a Y chromosome. That's how you know there's something wrong.
No. Okay. Like, I'm gonna go back. You remember that Navy SEAL? He served like 15 or 16 years, did like 6 fucking pumps to Afghanistan and Iraq, got out, and had gender reassignment surgery. The guy, his entire life, felt like he was a woman trapped in a man's body. His entire life. It wasn't like this one day I just decided, oh, I'm a woman. No. And then you're kind of disingenuous when you say, oh, I'm a toaster. No one ever fucking comes out and says, oh, I identify as a toaster. They joke about it because, they don't fucking understand it. But again, just because you feel like that argument cannot be applied, because then you have to start applying it to other things. How many people serve today that have PTSD? How many people that are
no, a lot. And what happens is when they get diagnosed with PTSD, if they're still active duty, they go through an evaluation board. They go through an MEB, and they find out whether or not this guy, this girl that's got PTSD can continue to serve. But you got to remember, this is coming through what, decades of fucking like observance and documentation as to how they can treat it and how they can try to either cure it or if they got to separate you. And at the end of the day, like, if they got to separate you, that which I would assume happens a majority of the time, then they separate you, because that's just like, okay, well, based on how far
the majority of the time.
Well,
okay,
I don't know, but now I mean, how many decades of transgender studies in the military do we have? Like, you're talking about taking someone and you're talking about probably putting hormones in them, right? You're probably talking about dealing with, because you understand, like, transgender, like that, even though it's a very, very small demographic, it has one of the highest suicide rates, right? Does it not?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, it does.
I mean, there's a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
just like
just
gays,
like males and black
just
males
like
also
males,
die.
like here's my thing. If you want to serve your country, you should be able to. All right.
Right.
My issue. Of course, there's disqualifying factors. My issue comes whenever they try to start saying, okay, well, we need to start letting these people into the like. If you want to join the army and serve your fucking country, hey, they need fucking admin clerks. They need fucking people working. You know, what's that fucking job you told me about the other day, Sean, in the Air Force?
It's like a services job in the Air Force where they literally do all the menial, ridiculous shit that the Air Force requires.
Right. That is an availability.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thinking that being a man who thinks that they're a woman or vice versa should not disqualify you from service.
I'm just saying there's not enough.
It should disqualify you from combat arms, and it should disqualify you from I guess.
So what you're saying is you would limit those people to non-deployable jobs.
No, not even non-deployable. Go ahead and deploy. Go to fucking Qatar. Go to fucking.
But if you deploy, you're issued weapon.
Not always. Not always.
Well, I guess you and I have the different terminology of a deployment, but
no,
when I go to Korea, I'm not issued.
Is leaving CONUS.
Right. I'm saying my terminology is you're getting paid hazard fire duty pay. You're getting paid imminent danger pay. That's deployment to me. Because those are the only ones I get credit for.
There's a lot of fucking people that get deployed, that get imminent danger pay and don't get fucking issued a weapon. Doctors, working in certain hospitals and forward AOs. Yeah. So.
Well, all I'm gonna say is, say in about 5-10 years, it's probably gonna be a norm. It's like, I don't think they're gonna even call it a mental disability, and then it's gonna be another case on military's hands of all of this. So
I know I'll be out by then.
Again, the military has the I don't want to use this word, but it has the privilege of being able to be exclusive. It's got nothing to do with whether or not the character of a person is good or bad. It's got nothing to do with their mental health. At the end of the day, like take for instance, while I was in combat arms units the entire time. I was in fucking infantry companies the entire time I was in. They repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell, right? And for years and years and years, that was the military's answer to homosexuality in the military. It was just, look, you're gay, don't talk about it. Okay. Well, how dare the military limit the First Amendment rights of soldiers, blah, 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 that are gay? I don't give a shit. It wasn't my problem. I wasn't gay. But then we got all the sensitivity training, and this happened during the Obama administration, and I wasn't salty about it. I didn't give a fuck. We were taking don't rape classes like every fucking anyway. And I still distinctly remember when they changed the rules. I was an NCO, and I'm standing outside the giant like hall, where there's
Corporal Sean Allen.
I was a sergeant.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, where there's a stage and a bunch of chairs in this auditorium, and we were going to go listen to this training.
So body protected the window
to get smart on like the homosexuality thing and how to deal with it as leaders. And outside there was some salty fucker talking about gays this and fags that, and just he was a staff sergeant. I didn't know him. I didn't know what fucking unit he was in, but it was just all NCOs stand to. And there was a black NCO who was next to me, who was in my group. And I remember looking at that guy and going, man, 70 fucking years ago, Sergeant Smith here wouldn't be able to be in the same fucking unit as you because of your shithead mentality. Like that's not. I don't care if like I feel the way Chaos 6 feels about it. I feel the way Mattis feels about it. What two consenting adults do in their bedroom has nothing to do with their warfighting capability.
Amen, brother.
The problem is when it comes to reassignment surgeries in the military, Like it's not like I don't think that people that are transgender can't serve. I mean, obviously, if you can hack it, bro, cis, whatever, you know. But you have to understand that the military is one of those goofy organizations where, yeah, it is more important than you don't join it for your rights. You join it to be a part of that team. So that's where the people that are trans have to do that sort of soul searching to really, really bear down on themselves and say, is this something I want to be a part of? Because it becomes a deeply personal choice. You know, unlike their gender dysphoria, you know, like that's something they're born with, and I don't argue with that. What I'm talking about is like this choice where you're going to go into an environment, you know, where the environment exists and it's existed without you, and its entire existence is predicated on doing something that's way more important, way fucking bigger than any problem you're having, you know. And it's oh, well, there's better ways to do it. There's this, that, and okay, cool, whatever, dude. I'm not having that semantic argument. I'm just saying, if somebody absolutely desires to serve their country, they're going to do what it takes to do that. And if someone's using it as, you know, the golden ticket to get into Charlie's Chocolate Factory, then, you know, again, that's their decision too. You know, it's I don't think it's an issue. You know, and when people hone in on those kinds of things and try to make them issues, I think that's really disingenuous. You know, it's not like I think that Don't Ask, Don't Tell was a good thing. It was just the way it was. And because we're in the fucking military, guess what? You don't get the fucking pick, you know? Mm-hmm. But when the military came down and said, hey, this is the fucking rule now, it's like, okay, cool. That's stand to. This is the fucking rule. You know, oh, you're just a bunch of mindless zombies who capable of critical things. Like, nah, that's not what it is. It's just we understand that the organization is bigger than all of us. You know, so the organization says this is what's going down. Guess what? That's what's going down. And after that sensitivity training, we got right back to practice of taking human life. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's got nothing to do with all the semantic, peacenik fucking bullshit that happens echelons above our reality. You know, but it's a consideration that has to be made by trigger pullers at the Pentagon and in office that have to decide whether or not that's something that is going to help or hinder the force. You know, and let's be real, man. Like the military's job is to fucking kill people. You know, like that's what it is. So anything that takes away from that at any level, more often than not, is seen as something that is a detriment.
But he also got, yeah, and like he was saying, it's a job of like killing people in a sense, and whatever the powers that be, whatever they say, it's just we roll with it. And so they said it, and at the same time, I could make a counter argument as to why they said what they said. I could be like, well, you know, I don't know any trans people, but you know, I honestly don't know anybody that's trans. Maybe I met them and I didn't know they were trans. I mean, I do know about the Navy SEAL that Corey was talking about, but I mean, you know, maybe
met them personally.
All right, man. All right, dude.
Knowing you.
I'm just saying I've never met one. They were, at least if I did, they never said anything. And who's to say that I didn't meet one and, you know, they were anonymous and they were probably a great person. They were probably a great soldier. You know, because I judge people based off the merit of soldier ability. I don't go off their PT score. I don't go off how well they shoot their. I mean that's part of their character, right? You know, like skin color, no. You know, what they're doing in their bedroom, no. Because I've been in so many situations where there were single dudes. You know, there were married dudes that I had more issues working with married dudes in marital issues than I did with gay people doing their thing, or single people, you know, doing their infidelities, you know, or married, you know. Like the thing is, like, I don't care. I just want you to come to work. I want you to do your job, whatever that is. I want you to be able to pick up a gun and shoot it, and I want you to be able to get up and run with a combat load. That's all I give a shit about. But I mean, I'm making an argument as to why I think what they said, you know, and I think part of it, like I said, I think PTSD, like we've been dealing with PTSD since World War II. So, I mean, we have, you know, 80-something years of PTSD study documented, you know, and ways to treat it. Sometimes good, sometimes not bad. And then we as far as transgenderism, I don't even know. I know it's not 80 years. There hasn't been 80 years of documented transgenderism. So I don't. Go ahead, Corey. I know you've been sitting on it. And I might have to get up to get a pizza, so forgive me.
The same argument you're making was made about gays less than 30 years ago.
And I did preface that. Corey, I did say that. I said, you know, the weird thing about medical science is it changes all the time. Like, especially when it comes to psychology. We look at people, you know, 50 years ago and we say homosexuality is a disease and we need to treat it. I mean, I don't say that because I'm not
lobotomized.
Well, dude, Corey,
Corey,
I'm not, dude. I'm just saying. You see how it changes, right? Eventually, at some point, enough people get together and they write some papers and they do some dissertations and they go, you know, I think we were wrong about that, but we're not there yet. So where we are is it is a mental condition. That's where we are. That's where the medical science is now. Just like when we look at any other thing, any other clinical disease. Hey, you know, we can treat this differently. All those nursing manuals, all those manuals on which drugs to prescribe, antibiotics, steroids. You know, we were wrong. We got this shit here, and it changes. So all I'm saying is, we are here where we're here, and you know, Sean and I think a lot alike, except, you know, he just says things differently than I do. But I'm just to the point where I'm like, all right, well, I don't think I've ever known a transgender person. You know, and as the medical science is now, it says it's a mental disability. It's a, you know, okay, fine. That's the way it is. You know, Tavion asked, why can't they? And I was giving my best Army-educated answer. Sean gave his, I gave mine, and you gave your point of view, and I think that's just, you know, you're in a job to kill people. So, like, I could want to serve my country all I want, but if I have polio, or if I am a victim of polio and my bones are fucked up, or I got some kind of spine issue, I can't serve. It's an exclusive club, you know. And in some cases, it's more exclusive than others, because, like, in your job, what you did, you know, you only needed to be this awesome. But if you wanted to be, you know, a SEAL, you had to be this much more awesome. And it's not saying you couldn't have been a SEAL. Maybe you didn't want to be a SEAL. Or maybe you just weren't awesome enough to be a SEAL, but you were awesome enough to be, you know, a corpsman. Who knows, right? But that's I kind of agree with what Sean says, and they tell me what to do, and I fucking do it. And if I didn't want to do it, then I just fucking get out. Yeah, so a lot of stuff happened since we were discussing.
Biden's killing it in Texas right now.
Hell yeah.
Pew, 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 pew.
Right back out. Okay.
Holy shit.
What's up?
1% in.
Interesting, worrying early indications for Joe Biden's team, and we can break it down a little bit. I mean, Pinellas is considered critical if Joe Biden is to win there.
I mean, of course, Biden took the Northeast.
Well, but he's got a substantial lead in Ohio. And was it 23% was in? Like
32.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's taking the cities are always going to vote blue.
Yeah.
Just the nature of the beast.
Which is wild to me.
Go to Maryland and look at where Baltimore is. Like that fucking place has had Democrats ruling it for the last, you know, 50, 60 years, and look, it's just gone to fucking shit.
Oh, dude, it's the shiniest jewel in the crown, that city.
Bro, I mean, it's the #1 popular tourism destination. If you're a rat.
Right now. Which city? Sorry, I missed it.
Baltimore.
I mean, Baltimore has dealt with so much corruption. So, I mean...
You don't say.
like it's like...
And they keep voting for it, man.
Yeah, they keep reelecting it.
Hey, so this isn't me attacking
what about that
one
Kimberly
party
Clay
or another.
chick, yo?
This is me attacking the mentality of
souls to the polls.
Yeah, this is me attacking the mentality of like, well, I've always voted this, so I'm gonna keep voting it. No, like if it isn't working for you, vote something different and see if that works.
Vote for your grandbabies.
Vote for your grandbabies. No. Yeah, that's actually
when I when I said earlier, like the president, whoever's president, really does nothing for me. It's I think voting probably for like what governor, mayor is more doing for you than it's a way bigger deal than anything else.
Depends on where you live.
No, it does, but at the same time, it has a more direct impact on you as a citizen. Absolutely.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
Who's going to affect your taxes the most, the president or the freaking mayor or governor and your freaking property taxes?
Well, me, because I don't make any money.
Both gonna affect you.
Neither.
That's
well, I mean, like, unless you're like really, really rich, then president's going to freaking. But if you're just lower and lower mid class,
no, the middle class should worry about who the president or what party the president comes from. They should. It's the lower class that shouldn't, because your taxes are never going to go up. The simple fact that a candidate hasn't come out and said, like, hey, if you make under $50,000 a year in our household, I ain't gonna tax you. The fact that they haven't, because they're not making any money from that anyways. Like, in the grand scheme of things, how much of our tax income comes from the bottom, 5%? Like a very, very small amount. It would cost them nothing, and it would gain them everything.
I think what you just said is a bit of a misnomer. When you say bottom 5%, are you talking about the bottom 5% of income?
No, just like households that make under 50 a year.
Okay, because that's way more than 5% of the population.
Yeah, that's I misspoke.
No, I know. I just wanted to be clear because there's a distinction.
Holy shit.
Let's see.
Trump is taking Tarrant County, man. God damn.
What is one thing you guys want to see in like the next 4 years? Something.
Does it have to be for the country or personal?
I'd like to see.
Wait. Hold up.
Public education system.
Wait, is it personal or is it like community? Country.
Like abortions, marijuana, schools.
Well, but that is that personally, or do you want to like what I'm saying? Like, do you? How about we do both? What do you want to see for yourself, and what do you want to see for the country? Does that sound good?
That's
all right. Let's start off with Rad. Rad's been quiet as fuck. Rad.
Okay, he's AFK.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Sean.
I'd like to see public education get revamped.
That's personal, or that's the community one. Like, what do you want to see for your fellow brethren and sistren, and what do you want to see for yourself?
Oh, me personally, when it
something
comes
for
to
you,
the presidency,
something for you. Got to put something for you, dude.
When it comes to the presidency,
I guess
controversial topic. Or
controversial topic.
Good controversial topic.
It can be anything. If you want to see freaking, I don't know, more jobs.
I think the ATF needs to be abolished.
Ooh.
I'm all about that life.
So the whole thing, or just maybe one portion of it? So maybe we only regulate tobacco. Maybe we only regulate alcohol, or maybe we.
It fucking regulates itself.
Yeah.
What do they have to fucking do? All right. Oh, some guys on the corner fucking selling cigarettes, loose cigarettes. Who gives a fuck?
They do that shit in bodegas in New York and don't enforce the law. See, the fact that laws aren't enforced tells me that the agencies that are there to enforce them are a fucking joke. So the agency can just fucking disappear.
Yeah. All right. Does the ATF do the background checks when you go to buy a firearm? No, the fucking FBI does. Right?
That's
what
weird.
does the ATF fucking do?
They shoot your fucking dog. That's what they fucking do.
They don't fucking do a goddamn thing. Their mission is like they have not achieved their mission. Like if somebody has illegal automatic firearms, like ATF will show up, but do you trust them to fucking show up to raid the house? Because I sure fucking don't. Like.
You got permits for those plates level 4? Yeah, that's what I thought.
So you did say education though. So hit us up with Hit us
don't
up with
know,
the
man.
education
Like,
part.
I'm not an education czar. I just feel like our public education system fails 18-year-olds.
Feels
It
what?
does fails 18-year-olds. It like if you're supposed to, if 18 is the age in which you gain franchise ability to vote, the education system fails them.
They need to teach them about life and
Reading. I'm not saying you don't teach them, soft skills when it comes to what will be expected of them, but you don't beat them to death with that kind of shit. Teach them how to be good students. Teach them how to study. Teach them how to take notes. Teach them how to use critical thinking. Teach them how to solve problems.
Me and Jake had a conversation about a week ago or something, because I told him about there was something I thought. I was like, I kind of want them to stop teaching slavery at an early age.
What, from history?
Yeah. Because as a, as a how a kid thinks, and me seeing it personally, it's kind of putting kids' minds in a wrong direction, because from what I seen and what I had experienced was like, you're not teaching, these kids really aren't thinking that they're learning about slavery. They're learning about a time where white folks was way above black men. So they kind of get that process in their head, and they're not really mature enough to do that. And I think as a racial problem, that could fix it, because you don't need to learn about slavery in elementary school. We taught that every year from elementary, like 3rd grade, all the way up till I graduated from high school. I was like, maybe later in middle school or in high school.
Yeah. Well, that would fall into what I think. Honestly, if you spend the first 4 to 5, 6 years even teaching kids to be good students, teaching kids to critically think, it doesn't involve teaching them any of that other shit. And then then once they have that tool set, once they have that skill set, then when you teach them something about history or about arithmetic or about science, they're able to apply a very effective skill set to learning about it. Our education system is modeled after an industrialized society. We're not an industrialized society. Past that, people aren't getting out of high school and accepting jobs in factories as machinists. Like, it's just not the way things are anymore. I'm not saying it should be that way or it'd be better if it was that way. I'm just saying that's not the way.
They need to teach kids how to economically budget, and how to pay their bills, how to do their taxes, or
how to register to vote, how to be a citizen, how to make sure they sign up for compulsory service until they don't do it or continue to do it, or who knows, how to be an adult.
Because
I had a government teacher in high school that was like, he spent a week talking about that, signing up for the registering for the draft, and and he talked about why we do it and this, that, and the other. He actually spent time actually going in depth, and then we had another government teacher at the high school that for his class he never hit on that, so the males in that class had no, they probably graduated, and a lot of people don't fucking realize it until they go to apply for college. It says you must be registered to draft in order to get fucking federal funding, and they're like, okay, well, shit, let me go do that.
Hey, let me pause right now to welcome Brother Derry into the channel. Everybody.
What's up?
Derry, dude, I love the background. You got the camera set up.
Yep. Had to throw everything together last minute.
I guess you can jump right in. Tavion asked an interesting question. He said,
disband the ATF.
Oh, wow. Two people already said that.
I already got you, bro.
We already got
I heard.
It was these next 4 years. What do you want to see change? Something like a big political conversation that's usually going on, abortion. If you want to say you want abortion laws, or if you want I don't know.
You know what, Darian? You said that twice now, and that reminded me of a conversation I had in college class a few semesters ago in Texas government. We talked about abortion, and the way I felt about it was this: if you want to spend tax dollars on something like that, to me it was this idea of, instead of like making it an issue of whether or not we're funding abortion or not funding abortion, let's take any amount of money we want to will to that cause, and let's go into places where it's a fucking problem and spend it on education and uplifting people that are in dire need of awareness and education, so that you don't have to even have this fucking argument discussion. Because when the G-men go in and replace the father figure in a family with the government, and then you call abortion as a problem, like it's a problem that created itself. You know, I'm not saying that I want tax dollars spent on abortion or vice versa. And I'm not saying I have a right to fucking tell a woman what to do with her body, whether she wants to go out and have an abortion or not. And I get that that's a human life. I'm acknowledging all sides of this argument, but what I am saying, it is not a binary discussion. And if you really want to problem solve, you look at where the problem is and you find ways to fix the problem at the root. And it isn't by alienating people, and it isn't by having abortions, and it isn't by doing any of these other things. It's about doing something that hasn't been tried yet. It's about truly uplifting people
The thing
in
is,
environments where they're at risk.
They're not going to ever solve that problem. They don't want to. It is
Yeah, they don't
too
want to. That's
profitable.
exactly right.
It
Yeah.
is too profitable to them. Anytime the Republicans do anything, the Democrats scream, "Oh my God, they're going to take away your right to an abortion," and they raise a bazillion dollars.
It'll
Same thing with guns.
never get fixed because or not so much fixed. They want to keep it a talking point because it brings out the feelings of both sides to where like you can rally around it. You know, like Trump. The Republicans own the Supreme Court right now, right? If they wanted to, they could try to really repeal Roe versus Wade, right?
Even if they
But they
repealed
don't.
Roe versus Wade, it wouldn't be the end of the world like people are saying. It would kick it back to the states.
Kick it back to the
And
states.
the states would then have the decision to decide what they want to do for their states, which frankly is how it should have been done in the first place.
Concur.
But I think that this, abortion should be legal up to a certain point.
Right.
I don't like it. I don't think it's something we should celebrate. I don't think we should go out and say, "Hey, celebrate my 15th abortion" or whatever the fuck. But
there are people like that. There are, but that's not like a rampant thing.
And the people who are like that because it gets the goat of the people who are absolutely no abortions. Every sperm is sacred. No contraception.
I wouldn't say it's not rampant.
For every chick with a t-shirt and a body count, there's a fucking dude with a Bible and a cross right outside of women's health.
I wouldn't say that it's rampant though, because since Roe v.
fuck.
Wade, there's been I think 18 million abortions. So
No. I'm saying the person who is celebrating their abortions, that is not very like that exists, but it's
Be right
such
back.
a fucking tiny number.
The ones like that are typically the activists.
Now,
if you get rid of abortions, I mean, there's going to be so many people trying to just have a miscarriage on their own, doing drugs or whatever. But that's even worse.
So what the fuck is it?
They're not going to get rid of abortions.
No,
And to
no,
answer
they-
your
well-
question, what I'd like to see happen over the next few years is a complete revamp. If Biden wins tonight or in 2 months, whatever, whenever everything's counted and settled,
December 14th.
if Biden wins, and I don't think he will try to push those gun control laws because he knows, at least not until they've done something about the Supreme Court, because they've got an originalist now, and if they push those through, it's going to be shot down immediately. And they don't want to have a Supreme Court ruling saying no, fucking machine guns are the NFA is a violation of the Second Amendment, so get rid of the NFA. So they're not going to push that. It's just going to be another fundraising stunt for them all.
well, can I touch back on the abortion? Because I feel like what you said was like the job of the Supreme Court is to define constitutionality of something. And nowhere in the Constitution does it say that this is a good thing, is a bad thing, is allowed, isn't allowed. And that's something that should be decided at the state level. Like, something like that just is tying up too many resources at the federal level when we could be deciding other things. Like, that thing should be kicked back to the state. And as far as, like, tax funding goes, I could go either way. I really could. It's a contentious issue for people. Like, I don't think... I mean, personally, like, I don't believe in it. But if you want to do it, that's between you and whoever is in charge of the afterlife, okay? You know, but I don't think that is a federal issue. That thing the state of California should decide, the state of Texas, the state of Vermont. That should be something that's decided whether, you know, and then, you know, to a further extent, you know, life, when does it begin? When you know, when can you abort it? When can you not abort it? When is something considered, you know, a fetus, you know? And then more importantly, you know, if we're going to decide, you know, on the federal level that, well, you know, we're not going to give funding because your religious belief says, you know, homosexuality is wrong or whatever, we're not going to give funding to that cause. Well, then who's to say, you know, we're in this pickle where it is a federal jurisdiction on abortion, and once it gets kicked back down to the state, because I assume it would be. I mean, I don't see it within the next couple of years. I think there's going to be a lot going on with the election today, and obviously there's 2 more cases queued up. I think one of them's affordable health care, and then probably, you know, DACA. There's some other things in line as far as constitutionality, but I don't think that abortion is something that the federal government is. The federal government is terrible at a lot of things, and so the less things that we leave the terrible federal government to judge and take control of and decide, the better, you know. And quite frankly, the way I look at it is, you know, if for some reason Texas ends up some way I don't like, you know, at some point I'll fucking leave. I'll go move to Idaho, and I'll go fucking live in Idaho. And at least if I live in Idaho, you know, there's a lot more things there. But like when you put the federal government in charge of what's a constitutional marriage, what's a constitutional right to take away a life, you know, and to quote the great Dave Chappelle, you know, I'm all for abortion. You know, you could choose to keep it or get rid of it, and I can just choose to abandon it. So, you know, I know a lot of people say, well, it's a woman's body, it's a woman's right. You know, that's right. That's right. But if she chooses to keep it and I want nothing to do with it, then, you know, and I'm just opening up a can of worms for maybe later. But why should I pay child support for something I don't want, but she gets to choose? And then if I want to keep it and she wants to get rid of it, you know what I mean? So it's a sticky situation. But I'll get Rad in here. Rad's been very quiet. Rad,
yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Well, I still haven't answered the question from like 10 minutes ago now.
Oh, well, Rad's been AFK for forever. Go ahead,
What's
Darian.
the question?
Go ahead. We'll let Darian finish since he's the disenfranchised guy here.
Alright, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. Just one second.
What would I like to see is a return to a better monetary standard, departing from the Federal Reserve and the abolition of the ATF with all the unconstitutional gun laws and recent rulings and so on. So there's my answer. And while you talk to Red, I'm going to dip out and I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh, all right. Well, now he's taking a piss. What about you, Tavion? What's your take on abortion since you brought it up?
We had this conversation. I said, I don't think someone like, if you're 30 and you're middle class and stuff, you should not be allowed to get one. You can afford one. I think if you're like a teenage, like a high school person or middle school, whatever, I think you should be allowed to get one regardless, because in the long-term effect, it's going to hurt you and the child longer. It's going to hurt you and the child more than when you're just having a baby at like 24. I just think there should be a system that says, hey, you're able to get one based on age, based on how much money you make, based on living standards and stuff. That's just how I feel on abortion.
That's interesting. You know, medically at 30, pregnancy is considered high risk.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a lot of medical reasons that would go into governing a decision as to, you know, abandon a fetus over the life.
Now, I'm pretty sure you can. I think at this moment, I would say, yeah, you can get one if the doctor approves. Hey, like while you're going through this, you could die or something could happen. Yeah, but
so there's an issue with that, and I think when you're talking about like abortion, like rights and stuff, you also need to talk about women's right to choose in general. So I work in medicine, and while I don't see it firsthand, I know it exists. If I'm a 25-year-old woman and I don't want to have kids, a doctor has to sign off on me getting a hysterectomy, right? And you will be hard pressed to find a doctor who will sign off on that, right? They'll say, well, you're still young, you might want to change your mind later on in life, and that'll further complicate your if you end up getting pregnant, this, that, and the other. And so you're removing the woman's agency to make a choice. And when you start getting into the argument of if a doctor signs off on it, then a doctor has to sign off on a fucking abortion anyways, right? Hey, you go to a Planned Parenthood to get a abortion, there's an OBGYN in there who's performing it. It's not just like a you know, you got some fucking person who took an online class doing abortions. It is a
you could look it up on YouTube, by the way, on how to do an abortion.
Certified physician who's performing the abortion. So that already exists. Again, I think women's right to choose is much broader than just getting an abortion. Like I said, if I'm a 25-year-old woman and I want to get a hysterectomy, I should be able to get a hysterectomy. I shouldn't have to fucking shop docs to find one that'll approve it. You know what I mean? Just like if I wanted to get a fucking penile implant as a guy, you know, I'm never gonna. Hey, stop slamming your stuff.
It's a little different. I mean,
where did Darian go?
He's doing a simultaneous Zoom call with some fellow libertarians, so he'll be popping in and out through the night. But Rad, what's your take?
My take on what, abortion?
Yeah.
I feel like women should have the right to choose, but at the same time, I also feel like you shouldn't get an abortion after a certain amount of time. Obviously, like, I don't know what that time is, maybe 3 months. I don't know, like, what's the time frame or the term that the woman has to be in order for the baby to be like
20 weeks
alive. And 20 weeks.
Age of viability is 20 weeks. Age of viability outside of the womb is 20 weeks.
I do believe you shouldn't be able to get one.
Wait, what did you say, Corey? Hold on a second. What did you say?
Age of viability is 20 weeks.
So that's talking about living in a fucking chamber. Early delivered.
To be able to live outside of the womb.
Yeah.
No baby under the age of 20 weeks since conception has survived outside of the womb.
Now, once again, remember, like something
so when
like
they
that.
When they talk about age of viability, that's what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really give a shit about abortion, but I'm also a guy. I think it's kind of disingenuous for a bunch of guys to talk about how they feel a woman should govern her body.
That's not what.
No, because that's what it boils down to at the very end of it. Now you make points about like, well, if she's able to choose to not have one, or have one, then I should be able to choose whether or not to support it. No, you made your decision whenever you decided to stick your penis inside.
But it was here's the thing: is I'll have the discussion if we want to talk about rape and incest. I will entertain that discussion. But if two consensual adults, it is a small. So that's why I'm saying the other 98%, it is two consensual adults making a decision to have intercourse, knowing they can get an STD, an STI, or there can be a pregnancy. So essentially, you have two people knowing what the consequences are and participating in something that will result one, two, or none of those consequences. Now, in the case that you have a pregnancy, these people have a decision to make, which I'm all good for that. But you can't sit here and to me, I couldn't sit here and say, because I am all men and women are equal. So if we're going to treat men and women equally, I mean, if we are, you can't say that the women can choose to keep it or choose to get rid of it, and then the man can choose to take care of it or not to take care of it. That's not how it works. Like, if things are going to be equal, the man and the woman chose to have sex together 99% of the time. And the woman gets to choose both things? Like, that's not even fair. That's not fair. We're going more towards men and women have equal rights. So
but
if
you don't have to carry the baby for 9 months.
it doesn't, she knows that though. She can get rid of the baby if she wants. That's what I'm saying. So picture this, Corey. Picture somebody has a one-night stand. It happens. The woman gets pregnant, and she wants nothing to do with it. And maybe this guy, he wants the child, and he's total. Listen, he is totally like, she's carrying it for 9 months, but this guy will take custody, won't file for child support, and take care of this kid for 18 years. That doesn't.
Jake is saying everybody knows the consequences to your actions.
Yes, you do. Yeah, and I'm saying, if you want to talk about the rapes and the incests, I will side with you on that. But when you're talking about two consensual adults participating in sexual intercourse, whether contraceptives or no contraceptives, they know there is a risk for pregnancy and STIs. Always.
Right.
And I'm saying, like the great Dave Chappelle, he said, because he did it, he delivered it beautifully. He said, look, if she could choose to keep it, I could choose to abandon it. And that's how I look at it. That is exactly right. You can't sit here and say we're equal as everything and then give this one sex all the power just because she carries it for 9 months. Because you, even though she's carrying it for 9 months, you will be paying for it for 18 years. So why can't you choose to keep the kid and pay for it yourself for 18 years and she goes on about her life? Why can't she put it up for adoption? Why aren't these options on the table? That's all I'm asking. Like, I see what you're saying. 9 months is a long time. Okay?
It is.
I agree. But 18 years is also a long time. And depending on how much money you make, and here's the other thing, is if it's you, active duty, in the Navy, E6, E7, you're paying a lot more than you would, Joe Blow never joined the Navy because you're not making that much money. So you're paying more money because you make more money. Now, the last I checked, as long as you live in Tarrant County, wherever Tarrant County, as long as you live in Tarrant County, the cost of living of that child should be the same. Should eat the same food, dress the same way. And what I'm saying is, like I understand, Corey. Corey.
We're not talking about child support laws.
No. But I am talking about 18 years of being responsible for a child that you may or may not have wanted, and someone else solely got to choose it based on a consensual act.
If you want it or not.
It doesn't, right? So what you're saying is no man should ever have sex with a woman. Because even if you wear condoms, even if she's on birth control,
even if pay the consequence.
Well, now
she should be.
And now, because you're a guy and you choose to have sex with somebody consensually, you are now in a situation where you can't win. The laws are stacked against you. Where is the equality? Like that mentality of she has all the control is like neo-feminism. And I am not about neo-feminism.
All
right, go ahead.
What we're doing is muddying the waters. We're not talking about child support laws and family court and how fucking terrible that system is. We're talking about a political body that is largely made up of men thinking that they have the power to tell women how they should what they should do with their bodies, and that's where I think it's.
I did say I don't think abortion should be federal level, so it should be down at the state level. So
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about right now. Fucking Tavion said, I don't think women should get it after a certain time, and then Rad said the exact same thing.
Mhm.
And that's just an argument that's used so much. And what I'm saying is, all right, you feel that way, but that doesn't mean that should be it.
No.
That's an opinion, just like I gave my opinion, and now it's your job to give your
it
opinion.
Should be down to age, leaning toward like young people. Like young people should be allowed. Like young females should be allowed. If they wanted it, they can get it. No dips, no words, anything about it. But what I'm saying is, if you're a female that's 25 years old making $70K a year, you should not be allowed.
Why?
Because you're physically capable.
Yeah,
of
the
raising
government
that
the
child.
government shouldn't fucking decide for anybody. That's
You're
now.
muted. I'm putting it more as a privilege than like a law.
The government shouldn't allow what is privilege and what is franchise.
Yeah, privilege isn't determined by the government. The rights aren't even determined by the government.
Well, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. I mean, there's a lot of privilege that is determined by the government as affirmative action goes. But
trying to talk to us.
No, I think he's just stating his opinion. His opinion was, if she's 25. Are you talking about Darian?
Yeah, you're talking about Darian.
Darian's muted.
Darian, you're muted. If he's talking to us, but I don't think he's talking to us.
He
I
is.
think he's talking to somebody.
Oh, he might be in a Zoom call. Hey, up at north and south if you're trying to talk to us. East and west if you're not.
He probably can't even hear us.
Yeah, you can't even hear us. But
so
there we go.
Okay, go ahead, Darian.
What's that?
Oh, were you trying to talk?
Okay.
You were
We didn't know
you
if
were
you were
deaf and
talking.
dead mutant?
we were talking about the limits on abortion, as in, I do see the reason why people say, yeah, is her body her choice. But I'm saying is, if you are physically, if you have the money to take care of one, the age and everything else is right, you should be forced to have to keep it.
No.
Because that is the.
Well, that's his opinion. That's his opinion.
Yeah, that's the you freaking did it.
So
okay,
so
yeah,
so you
I get it. I get that.
No.
My opinion is
it's the action you took, and you should pay the consequence.
No, now when I say
open the fucking floodgates.
No, hold on. I need
many
clarification. So when you say forced to keep it, you mean the
so
government,
it's the
the government's not paying for it. Is that what you mean?
asked a question, and for my opinion, that you interjected. So I still want to hear what he's saying, and respond appropriately.
I'm saying that abortion should be a privilege. I'm saying that if you hold a certain if you hold a good wage and you are capable of raising a child, you should not be able to have one. That's what I'm saying.
I can see where you're coming from, but that would be, we end up with a situation where, okay, well, the poor can't take care of it, so abort all their kids, and then you've got the elite ruling class.
No, I'm not saying you abort all their kids. They can have the choice to keep it or abort it if you want.
Saying if you're a middle-aged woman or like a young woman who has a stable lifestyle and job.
Yeah, if you have a stable lifestyle and you are capable of raising a child,
you're not.
You should not have the privilege of being able to have an abortion.
Now, real quick, I just need to get this out of the way. So we're having more of an open discussion. We just saw you kind of talking, Trokar, and we were seeing if you were talking to us. We didn't know if you were
in Zoom.
If you just
I'm straddling two
Okay.
two calls.
So whenever we were just seeing if you didn't know if you were muted or not. The question wasn't so much directed directly at you. It was just like Tavion was just finishing his point, and so no one's interrupting you or no one's interjecting to like. So I don't know. It was just kind of came out of left field for me whenever you're like that, but
That's an interesting perspective that Tavion gave, though. And I do have to hear, like, so Rad's was, and like I said, so Tavion's was, if you have the means to raise the child, you should be forced to carry it, or the government shouldn't pay for it. I wasn't clear on that.
I say you should be forced to carry it.
You should be forced. Okay, interesting perspective. Rad said,
I don't think any woman should be forced to have a baby. I just feel like women should have the right to choose whether or not they want to keep the baby or not. But there's also a limit to how far in the pregnancy you can get an abortion.
So the simple fact is, most late-term abortions are done because of medical reasons. There is a small.
That's fine.
If there's a medical reason,
that's fine. We understand that.
You can have one. I'm not saying age or anything. If you have,
I think everybody agrees with that.
He's just talking to Rad, Tavion.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. There's a very small number of late-term abortions that are done not for medical reasons, and usually are done for socioeconomical reasons, like the father backs out, or they lose their job and they're unable to provide for the baby. Because don't get me wrong, if you say you're a pro-lifer, you are not a pro-lifer, you're a pro-birther. Because as soon as that baby is born, the majority of pro-lifers want nothing to fucking do with the baby. They want to get rid of SNAP, they want to get rid of fucking food stamps, they think these are all socialist programs that should not be funded, and they would rather watch a fucking baby starve in the United States of America that they say that needs to be born than do their, I think, is civic duty. I think we live in a country where no child should be suffering and starving. Right? The fact that it happens blows my mind, because we're the richest fucking country in the world.
Well, I just hold on. Let me let Rad finish, because Rad has not had a lot of airtime. I mean,
Rad's been gone the whole fucking time.
I know he's been gone.
Yeah,
I know.
I was gone for like 10 minutes, and you guys asked me a question while I was gone.
His woman's in the background, so he's got to kind of like, he's got some stuff going on. So you're looking at like a certain period of time, right, before it's off the table completely.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say off the table completely, does that mean she can still get it done at her own cost, or off the table completely it's illegal? Because that's very important.
Off the table completely, because it's illegal and just immoral to just take that life. Because after a certain time, it is a life that you're taking.
All right.
Corey, I got a question.
I think that point in time should be the viability. If it can exist outside the womb, then.
But that will change with technology, though. You do know that, right? As we progress to floating in the space like the Jetsons. That will change, though. Essentially, you could have in vitro fertilization, pull the baby, and just stick it in an artificial womb. Like I'm saying, we're not there, but you do realize, like, where we were 30 years ago to where we are now.
Okay,
that
if we want to argue hypotheticals, then we can also argue about.
No, I'm not arguing
babies.
Then bubble babies.
No.
All right, Corey. Let me ask you this.
Say
you have a married couple. Both of them together, they bring in about $150,000 a year.
Okay.
They're living very, very stable. Have a home, have paid off home in a good old city. And they have a baby. Mm-hmm. They have no health problems. They just end up having a baby. Their only problem is they're probably just not mentally ready. Do you think they should be allowed to have abortion? They're both 25.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this: if the woman wants to have an abortion, she can get a fucking abortion. Like, now, if the guy isn't okay with that, then that's something that they need to figure out. Okay, Right? That is a decision that my voice should have no fucking say in, because
What about the husband? What if the husband wants it and the wife doesn't?
That's what Corey's saying.
That's what
At
I'm
the end
saying.
of the
No,
day,
but they don't work it out. They don't work it out.
If they don't work it out, the state should not have agency over individual sovereignty.
No, I agree. But so I have a follow-up question like I've asked every single time. So if she goes and she gets it, who's paying for it? She or the taxpayer?
Why does that fucking matter? You keep driving that fucking stake in there. It doesn't fucking matter.
We have this argument all the fucking time, Jake, and I've told you, taxpayer dollars don't pay for fucking abortions.
They don't.
All right.
What do they pay for?
Every fucking earmarked dollar.
What does Planned Parenthood pay for?
Hold on. Your argument is like, well, if Planned Parenthood's going to put this money into fucking sexual education and birth control, then that means they can pull money that they would have otherwise put in there and put it into abortion.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. So I need you to calm down.
Every dollar that is earmarked and sent to Planned Parenthood, it does not go towards abortions.
I'm not saying every dollar. I'm not saying every dollar.
All taxation is fucking theft. They're taking my money under threat of force, under threat of violence. If I don't fucking pay it and give them the money for their stupid bullshit projects, like researching spotted newts in the fucking whatever vernal fields, then that's a bunch of hokey bullshit. So any of that money, the only thing tax money should go to is national defense and infrastructure. Period. If people want money to go to abortion clinics or to outreach programs for any of that crap, do it voluntarily. What they're doing with the tax money is basically saying that if you don't have a gun to your head, you're not going to help others. Some people that may be true.
Yeah.
Some people it's not. But voluntary assistance is the way to do it. And if the fucking abortion clinics or outreach programs, because as you say, tax money doesn't go to abortion specifically, then so be it.
I think we need to change the subject because we could be on this all day.
Oh, let's check in.
About abortions.
Right now it's 51:48.
One subject I wanted to bring up that we haven't talked about yet is COVID, and I wanted to ask you guys on how much of an issue you think it is, and if you think Trump has done a good job in handling the COVID situation.
Huge issue.
I think it's a huge issue, and I don't think he did a good enough job.
It's the biggest issue of our times, and it will continue to be the biggest issue of our times because
fucking flu.
No, it's not the flu.
It's more than the flu.
I'm just gonna assume you don't work in healthcare, Darian.
Let's be nice.
No, I'm just.
I don't. So no, you're right. I don't profit off inflated bullshit numbers.
Let's if we're gonna throw strokes, let's just be fair to everybody. Corey was very calm and collected.
Yeah, I'm just assuming you don't work in healthcare. If you did or had any sort of background in healthcare, you would understand it's not the fucking flu. So let's just.
So what is it? I know it's not the influenza, but it is a form of influenza. Does it show the same characteristics of any other flu that's ever? So it's not a flu. So
it's not flu. No. He didn't say it's a flu. He said the flu. It's not the flu.
A flu, not. Yeah.
Is it a virus?
It's got a same survival rate.
Is it a virus?
You're 99.9% going to survive.
Membrane and also uses RNA to replicate. Well, by God, yes, I guess it is just like all the other fucking.
Well, I mean, yes, it's a virus, but that's like, with that argument, you could say that like Ebola is a flu, which it's not even translated.
What I'm getting at is you're introducing a semantic discussion into something that
No. I'm asking Corey, is it a flu? Not the flu. I said, is it a flu?
A virus. Now, if you want to say all viruses are the flu, then yes, it's a flu. But not all viruses are flus. Just like you said. Otherwise, Ebola would be considered a flu.
So
if we're going to talk about like survival rates, fucking aggressive treatment of Ebola had a less than 1% fucking mortality rate. All right, but But if you got fucking Ebola and survived, you're going to be feeling the effects of it your entire fucking life.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
All right, Red. Continue.
Is it as bad as the media is making it out to be?
Depends.
In your opinion?
It depends. There's two sides to every coin, right? Do I think Trump could have done a better job? Absolutely. Everyone but that's not saying much. Anyone in his position would probably have failed at how it was handled in the beginning. It took him a long time to open up the national stockpile for healthcare workers. I used the same fucking N95 mask for a month before I was able to replace it. It is a big deal. The transmission, we still haven't hammered it down. Right? It's changed like every fucking month since February. From it's droplet to you have to touch surfaces and then touch your face versus all this stuff. And then the information that we're getting out, like so much of it has just been misconstrued. Like Dr. Fauci, whenever he at the very beginning he told everyone not to use masks. It's like sound bites, right? Everyone says, "Oh, he told us not to use masks, then he told us to use masks." It's like, no, he told you not to make a run on masks because we don't have enough for the healthcare workers, right? Because we were not prepared for this by any means, all right? It's not being taken serious now. Last night we had probably 60 patients in the ER and 40 of them tested positive for COVID. Now,
what type of testing are you guys doing?
PCR and
how many cycles?
I work in a fucking ER, dude. Once they leave, I don't give a shit.
That's the problem is with the testing, they're doing upwards of 40 cycles of testing, and when you do testing like that, you're going to detect the traces of it, and it'll come out as a positive case, and then the hospital gets their 13K.
I work for the VA. We don't bill, so we're not actually getting 13K. So that argument is null and void. We're not trying to fucking up our numbers because we're not going to get more funding for it or not. Because we don't participate in CMS. The 13K that you're talking about is so that hospitals continue to exist. All right, because if you look at the numbers of hospital visits, they plummeted. All my friends that work at other hospitals, doctors, PAs, nurse practitioners, nurses, most of them got let go from their job because the hospitals could not continue to pay them because they did not have the patient census to support keeping on all their employees that they had prior to COVID. All right, and this is just in Dallas. Dallas, which is luckier than most major metropolitan areas when it comes to numbers of hospitals and beds available to its population. If even one of those hospitals has to shutter, one of the big hospitals has to shutter, we're fucked. All right, with any sort of rebound. So while I do think that there probably was some abuse with the positive testing, I don't think it's nearly as rampant as people, as some people are trying to make it out to be. No one is out there, fudging the numbers. Because here's the thing: once it's all said and done, CMS is going to go back through, and they are going to audit the ever-living fuck out of every single fucking chart. Right? They're going to see whether or not hospitals were just trying to increase their numbers, to increase their funding, and when they do find out, they are going to find the ever-living shit out of them because CMS does that for everything. All right, they go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. CMS, for all their faults and how terrible government-run healthcare is done, that's one thing that they do right, and it's combating fraud.
Ooh. So my thing with COVID is it really something that you can just control and lock down people to let the disease die? Or I mean, in my opinion, it's inevitable that people get it.
No, of course. Look at every other fucking country in the world.
Yeah.
Look at South Korea. South Korea had every reason to have one of the worst outbreaks, but they contact traced. They told everyone, hey, stay at home. We're gonna ride this shit out, and they did. And South Korea was they're not COVID free, but they're essentially COVID free, and you know, they have some of the densest populated metropolitan areas in the world, and they had every fucking reason to fail, and they didn't.
You're talking about a country with 1/6 of the population of the United States stuffed into the state of
Indiana.
No. So, incredible population density. So, kind of a rampant environment, any sort of pandemic take hold.
But you also got to remember though, like I talked to Corey before, I was like, you're also looking at like the culture difference. So when you look at Korea versus like the U.S., you're looking at like an entire country of dissidents, like essentially. So telling people to wear a mask and yes.
While South Koreans are willing to make that sacrifice for the greater good of their country.
It's not that they're willing to, okay? Because I've been to Korea twice before there was a COVID, and people would just wear a mask to wear a fucking mask.
Because they would just that's a normal fucking thing in a lot of countries.
But I'm saying it is a normal thing in a lot of countries. That's what I'm saying. It's not normal here. So not only are you dealing with normalcy, you're dealing with dissidents. Okay? So that it's a little bit more than like it's not that I don't give a fuck about Trokar. Not that I give a fuck about Unsung. Not the fuck that I don't give about Doc Allen. It's just like, well, I'm gonna go to the gym, and if I don't have to wear a mask when I'm in the gym, I'm not going to because I want to breathe. Now, if you want to go to the gym, that is your decision, and if you want to wear a mask, that's your decision too. That's not on me. Now, if the gym tells me I have to wear a mask while I'm working out, okay. I like working out. I like going to the gym, so I will wear the mask. But like when you're talking about Koreans will already go to the gym and they will already wear a mask when there is no outbreak in viruses. That's a social thing that is thousands of years of whatever. I wouldn't say thousands, but hundreds of years. Like people have been doing that for a long time. So it's a little bit more than people just giving a shit about their neighbors. You know, I give a shit about Bob Joe down the street, but no, you know that's I'm not gonna, you know, if his house getting foreclosed on, I'm not gonna go throw him some money. You know, like we give a shit about each other as citizens, we do, but at the same time we do have free agency, and when you start telling people what their free agency is, that's the problem. When you start saying, well, you don't care about people, it's like, no, I care about people. I donate to CFC all the fucking time. Every year, I fucking go through the book and I give money to an agency I've never heard of. Every year, in fact, this year, I put together fucking little care packages and the 4 spots the fucking homeless people hang out. I roll my window down and I give them some food and I give them, I even gave a dude a pair of basketball shoes. I was like, yo, what size shoe you wear? I wear 11s. I was like, can you fit into some 10.5s? Here you go, dude. Here's some fucking Jordans. Have a nice day. But like, when you're talking about free agency and wear a mask or you don't, like you're telling me how to feel and care about people your way. I care about people a different way, okay? And if I'm going to go shopping at Walmart and Walmart says wear a mask, I have a decision to make. Shop at Walmart and wear a mask or go somewhere else. You know, like it's not the government's job to tell me what to do. It is personal accountability and it is the private businesses I deal with. You know, if, you know, the Army, different story. Army says, well, if you're in uniform, you always have to wear a mask. Dude, I work out in the desert. I could be outside in the desert 1,000 meters away from a unit I'm training, and I'd have to wear a mask in 90-degree weather. But that's because my boss tells me to, and that's a little different. But if I don't have to, I'm not going to. And as far as I will go is I will respect people, and if I go into a private business that says I have to wear it, and I will wear it. It's not like, fuck that guy. Because trust me, like I give a lot of money and a lot of free time to fucking my fellow American. And a lot of them I don't even fucking know. But like taking away the free agency from people, like Darian said, like forcing people to pay taxes on something versus letting somebody give away their money out of their own good free will and letting them execute free agency. I feel like that is a huge overstep of like local municipality, state government, and Trump didn't do anything, and maybe Biden will, who knows, but if it gets to that point, yes, like we're talking about people that have said fuck you Britain, we've said fuck you France, we've said fuck you Spain, being Texans, we said fuck you Mexico, we said fuck you to so many people. Like why would we not say fuck you to our own government when they say wear a mask? Like why wouldn't you do that? Why would you just get lockstep and like, yeah, all right, I'm cool with that. And I get it. You know, I know that you have a personal attachment to it, but my grandma just got diagnosed last week with it. And I still feel the same way. Even though I love my grandma, it's still my right. And if I choose to do business with a company and they say wear a mask, I will, because I want to do business with them. But if I'm walking outside, if I'm watering my lawn, if I'm fucking jogging, no, I won't do it unless a private business tells me that I choose to do business with to do it. You know, and if I have Thanksgiving dinner and I know there's some old people there, then yeah, I'll fucking do it. You know, if we're hanging out, I'll do it for them. But that other person, that other party, the person that's got diabetes, the person that's 80 years old, they're also making a decision too. So you can't necessarily place all of that on me as well. That's not fair. Because like I said, I do plenty for my fellow American. I think I do a lot more than, I don't know about you two, I don't know about anybody else in the channel, but I do a lot more. I think before I quit Facebook, I rolled it up. I had donated like $600 in like 2 years to random birthday causes. Hey, it's my birthday. Donate to Make-A-Wish. Okay, here you go. It's my birthday. Cystic fibrosis. Okay, here you go. And the funny thing is, nobody knows that. But I do. But I'm saying, like, for the government to say, you know, oh, here's curfew. Like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. I pay taxes for shit. I don't have kids. I pay $2,000 in fucking, you know, property tax to schools in which I have no kids that go to. Why can't I just enjoy being a grown-ass adult making my own decisions? Just like when I choose to drive cross-country on 4 hours of sleep. That's my decision. It's a risk assessment. So when I go out, it's a risk assessment every fucking time. Here's the risk. Here's the assessment. How do I drop the risks? How do I mitigate them? I don't care. But me personally, like, I do plenty for my fellow American. I don't see why it's the federal just as much of the federal government's business as who gets an abortion. In my opinion, who gets to, you know, do whatever. Like, no, that's the point. Koreans, different culture. So if I was Korean, I would feel totally different. If I was Chinese, I would feel totally different. But I'm not. I'm American. That's how I feel about things. And I'm not quick to at least not give up my rights, but more say, like, at least say something about it. Like, yo, you know what? Fuck this. Oh, shit. Texas in. Just about.
No. 57% reporting. Too close. It's going to be way too close to call. Biden's leading by about 40,000.
That's a lot of red on the map, I see.
Yeah, but what's important is the cities. San Antonio, Dallas, El Paso, Houston.
I was looking at 2016.
No, it's not the cities. The cities always vote blue.
Oh, wait. That's 2016. Raz right.
Yeah. Cities always vote blue. See, did you see all the little blue hot spots in and around Texas?
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is during the 2016 election, Tarrant County was like 38% Hillary, and then the rest Trump. Right now, it's split almost right down the middle. I mean, let's be real. If Biden flips Texas, he wins.
Interesting.
Yeah. He wins.
Get all the rest of the blue states.
Yeah. Like he flips Texas. Like,
he flips Texas. That's huge.
That's it.
That's it. No, that's a GP.
Has Texas always been red in like the past
40
years?
For a long time, yeah.
40 years. LBJ was the last blue president they voted for.
Shit, what did Biden do to get Texas?
Not a damn thing.
Like,
he just, you know what Biden did? He wasn't Trump. That's all he did.
Yeah.
Basically. I don't think he's gonna flip Texas.
I don't think so either. But if he does, I'm gonna be
too many rural counties that haven't reported yet. Even though most of those counties are only gonna be like 10, 15,000 votes.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. Clay County only had 4,700 people vote.
All I'm gonna say is we should have shut down earlier when we saw it coming. And people that call it the flu, call it flu. Imagine if this was something bigger than that. if the death rates were actually higher. And right now, with the spread rates of it spreading, we would be fucked.
Well,
if the death rate was...
So here's the thing. A 1% mortality rate is fucking high.
Yeah.
Right. So people saying like, oh, it only kills 2.2% of those infected. That's huge, and especially in the year 2020. All right, find me something that isn't like cancer or a chronic illness that kills at 2.2%.
What's it killing at right now?
Worldwide?
Isn't like point 0.2 something? Anyway, this still
it's
still a fucking plot.
It's gonna differ because and the thing I tried to like talk to Corey about, I don't think we had enough time. I don't know if he had to go to bed or I had to go to bed, was like the rate is it's not like we're we were a single entity and we all have the capability to treat everybody aggressively, or so obviously if you're in a third world country and you get something like this, it sucks to be you. Yeah. And if you're somewhere that has even socialized healthcare, kind of sucks to be you. And if you're somewhere where healthcare is a little bit more capitalistic, then obviously you're in a good place. But
you can say that, but if you still get it, say if you're not the lucky one, like you still have you lived, but you've been in the hospital for a couple days or you had to go overnight. Now you're hugely screwed on a bill. A lot of people is going to have trouble paying.
But that's another thing. You're talking about the death rate, right? And I'm just saying, I feel like death rate is kind of a weird statistic because it depends on where you live. And even in the U.S., even if you're in the U.S.,
look at deaths per.
No. That's not what I was saying. Obviously, if you got that shit and you lived in the city versus you got the shit and you live like in a suburb or somewhere where obviously the healthcare was better, it's totally different. And I'm saying, so like it's to me it seems like a statistic that's unfair when you say worldwide. Oh, by the way, can I pause?
I'm not even.
Did you see my new gun cleaning mouse pad that came in?
Does it teach you how to break down an AR-15?
No, it just calls the gun parts funny names to piss people off.
Laser sniper scope. Nice. You can barely see through the bag.
Yeah. Well, I got it for a friend. I already got one for my POA, my personal operating area at the office, so I got it for a buddy of mine. It's the Liberal's Guide to the Deadly AR-15. It's $6 on Amazon from TechNat by American.
Can you get one on about the ghost gun that shoots a 30-round caliber clip?
A magazine?
15,000 rounds a second?
Probably.
The ghost gun?
Probably.
All right. So real quick, your idea that so I'm not even talking about worldwide numbers. Worldwide numbers right now is like what, 1.2 million for the 47 million cases worldwide. So again, above 1% still. The U.S. is 232,000 with 9 million cases.
Active? Are they active?
Total cases. I don't care about active cases.
Oh, I didn't know what 9 million was.
9 million total cases.
Okay.
Active cases doesn't matter. We're talking about a whole body of work here. We're not talking about what's going on right now, because obviously we're doing a better job with it right now than we were in June and July. Treatments are being, it's still all empirical medicine. We're just throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. We don't know how to fucking treat it. We're trying to treat it as aggressively as we can, as possible, and hopefully it works.
How do you feel about the stuff? What's it called? We're getting in January? The vaccine.
I don't know if we're getting a vaccine in January.
Hold on, I want to hear the rest of what he was saying though. The resident medical expert.
So again, find me something in the United States that's killing at the same rate. That isn't a chronic illness. That isn't heart disease. That isn't. for as shitty as the medical healthcare system is in the United States, we still have some of the best. We still practice some of the best medicine in the world. All right, we have some of the best practices in place in terms of
Now I gotta ask you, why did you make sure to point out chronic versus something acute?
Because this is acute.
Right. So when you're talking about something chronic, it's something like diabetes, it's something like heart disease. So it's something we've been dealing with a long
but that
time.
doesn't have a spread.
Well, hold on. He did point that out, though. That's why I'm asking him. So I'm saying when you're talking about diabetes and heart disease, you're talking about something that we have we have decades of medical history on how to treat it.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about because pancreatic cancer kills at 90%, because heart disease kills at
okay,
15%.
I got you. No, I had to clear that up. I wanted to ask you why you made the distinction.
Because chronic illnesses are going to kill at a higher rate. So when I ask you, find me something that kills at the same rate, I have to preface that with something that isn't acutely going to kill you.
I got you.
Like the whole idea, like, oh, well, you have just as much a chance of dying from getting into your car. No, you don't. You don't.
I don't know.
I do not have a 2% chance to fucking die every time I get in my truck.
Dude, I don't know who said that. I don't know who said that.
Would have
no, because you're flipping a 100-side die every time you can't even say that I got in my truck 100 times. I should have died twice. That's not how it works. But
but the law of averages would say that I should have by now.
Oh, live update. 93% in on Florida.
Are they calling it?
Not yet. 93% in.
Like Trump.
41% Trump.
I mean, I don't think it matters. I think Biden won.
You think Biden won Florida or Biden won overall?
Biden won overall.
Biden
took. Dude, look at Pennsylvania.
I can't. I don't have the same. I'm going off of Sky News here.
So someone sent me a link to what
my processor is running on like
I'm on Fox
80% right now.
Gotcha. I need to look at this stuff because
this dude looks so drunk.
Okay.
That didn't even answer the question.
But anyways, back to my pretty fucking healthy. I get exposed to this shit on a daily basis when I go to work, and I've seen what it does to healthy individuals. All right, I've seen what it does to people who are in shape and have zero pre-existing conditions. The effects that they're feeling months after being recovering from it. All right, there's a nurse I work with where she is having cardiac issues. She's never had cardiac issues, and she's 25 years old. All right, she was symptomatic for 10 days, and it kicked her fucking ass, and she lost 20 pounds, and she's a small fucking girl. Like, saying, "Oh, it's not gonna affect me" is ignorant, completely fucking ignorant.
I agree with that statement. I will say I agree with that statement.
And it's the wrong way to go about it. To your point about like we're a country full of dissidents, sure, I will agree, and I'm dissident as fuck, but I also like to operate under this idea of some fucking logic. You feeling like you don't have to wear a mask because the government is mandating it.
It's not what I said.
What did you say?
What I said was, what I do between myself and a private business, like if Walmart tells, no. So what I said was, I don't.
I get that. I'm not speaking on that. I'm speaking on you specifically saying.
Because
the government shouldn't be the one telling me if I have to wear a mask or not.
Corey, let's imagine you live in your own house. You live all by yourself, right? No girl, no kids, no brothers, nothing. Just you. Would you still live the same way? Would you still live by the same values?
What do you mean?
would you still observe masking? Now, obviously, you work
Am I
at...
wearing a fucking mask right now?
Well, what I'm saying is, like, if the government told you that you had to wear a mask when you go outside your own house, right? Because I'm telling you,
They're
the
not
army...
telling you that.
No, I'm saying, because I just want to know.
No,
but I want to know.
I want to
mow
Corey. Your fucking lawn. You can mow
listen,
your fucking
I
lawn
just
without
wanted.
a mask on.
I just
If
want to
you
know.
water your
Corey,
rocks because you
Corey,
live in fucking El Paso.
Corey.
You can go water your fucking rocks
But
without
there-
a mask on.
hold on.
No one is telling you that you have to wear a mask. What they're saying is, hey, for the greater fucking good, all right. And so we don't have to fucking look back on this and say, oh look, we sacrificed 75,000 grandmas so that the economy didn't fucking plummet. Like that's such a fucking like shitty fucking way to look at it.
Corey.
So many fucking people. Hold on, because so many fucking people had this idea of like, well, it only affects old people. Okay, that should be a fucking enough.
But let me ask you this:
should be enough.
where? Stop. Where are? First of all, my first question: if the government turned around, if Joe Biden became president and he did say federal mask mandate, so if he said the minute you walk outside your own house, you got to wear a mask, how would you feel about that?
Suck my dick and come down to Texas.
So now you would give a shit if they said you walk outside your house. Fine.
No,
That's
no. That's fucking different, Jake.
No,
Because again, I preface this. I practice my life with some form of logic.
You do?
Right?
Do
And
you?
That
What I'm saying is like you do,
everything.
right?
So
You do.
If I walk outside my house and I want to take a piss off my back porch, and Joe Biden says, "Oh, you got to wear a mask," he can suck my fucking cock.
So when someone fucking calls on you and you get arrested or you get fined, then you live with that. Next question. Now, you want to talk about grandmas dying? That's fine. So you go out and you go to Walmart. Okay? Walmart says you got to wear a mask. Are you wearing a mask? First question.
100%.
Okay.
If Walmart says I don't have to wear a mask, I'm wearing a mask.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Whoa. Hold on. Stop. You're getting ahead of me. Now the grandma goes to Walmart, and Walmart says to wear a mask. Should the grandma have to wear a mask?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if Walmart does not have a mask mandate, should grandma have to wear a mask at Walmart? Can she make that decision?
Yes.
Can she also make the decision to shop online and buy stuff? Can she also make the decision to go to Target? Can she also make the decision to buy stuff off of Amazon? That is my point. It is a I want to stop. What I'm getting at is if you stop and you let me talk, I'll tell you where I'm getting. My point is that it just doesn't happen, okay? If you are an old person and you're locked up in your house, if you're susceptible, and you know you're susceptible, like you have to make a conscious decision to leave your house or let someone in your house, okay?
Nick, you guys are both on the same side.
So what I'm saying is, Corey is
on the very opposite side.
We are, but here's the difference. The difference is I'm saying, like he says, if there was a federal mask mandate where it was way over the top, which is where it may go. Who knows? But like if you go outside your house and you don't wear a mask and you get fined, are you cool with that? And remember, we talk about slippery slope. So once they see, well, as long as it's a public health issue, well, you know what, Corey? I don't think you need a 15-round, 20-round magazine for your M1. I really don't. That's a public health issue because, you should only need 2 rounds to put something down.
All right, so now you're gaslighting, using a straw man, and
here we go. What I'm saying is, why should this is what I'm saying. If I go to the gym and the gym says I need to wear a mask to come into the gym, and I choose
arguing that, bro. What I am arguing.
Oh, what are you arguing?
Please, you've said this so many fucking times.
So what are you
arguing? Is you have this idea of I'm a good person because I do all this other shit for people what I choose to do. So for the greater good, even though I know scientifically it is backed by fucking science that we can slow the spread of this if everyone wears a fucking mask.
But we tried that for how many months now? How many months? How many months have we been slowing the spread? 15 days to slow the spread.
Just shut up for a second. All right?
11th month of the year, and it started in the 2nd month of the year.
Scientifically proven. Jake, you also swear up and down that you had this shit in November. All right, it's scientifically proven
I didn't.
that if everyone wears a fucking mask, and I can fucking point at every fucking country that mandated this shit that should have had it 10 times worse than we did, right? And they don't. Do you remember when Italy was the #1 country in the fucking news because they were getting it hit so fucking bad? Do you remember
in regards to what statistic?
What do you mean, what statistic? They
What?
fucking,
No. So
you're
you're about to compare us to Italy. So I need to know what statistic you're about to compare us to Italy to.
Do you remember back in March, whenever Italy was getting fucking murdered, that they opened up their school gyms to be fucking not infirmaries, fucking hospice wards, because Italy has one of the highest fucking elderly rates of any of any developed country in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they were absolutely getting fucking murdered. Do you remember how, like, they were always talking about them in the news, and then what happened? Holy shit! They curbed the spread. They shut the fucking country down. If you went out, you had to wear a mask. And where's Italy now? They're essentially COVID free, aren't they? Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, trust me. Like if there's one thing I don't pay attention to, it's COVID statistics, because, quite frankly.
You're trying to make an educated.
I'm not making
paying attention to it. You're not paying attention to it.
No, I'm asking you a logical question, and I'm saying, how far are you going to let the government put their dick into your fucking life? That is my fucking question. At what point?
It's a.
Well, when I choose to walk outside my house and piss on my porch, that's when I'll tell the government they stepped too far. Because when they tell you 15 days to slow the spread, and 9 months later, here we are. Like, and I know Sean's rolling his eyes, but trust me, I've had 3 people in my family get COVID. No, it's not motherfuckers like me.
Motherfuckers like you, Greg. Yes, it is.
Stop.
100.
Like I said, I'm not swearing at you. I don't call you names, Corey. You need to
call you names all the time. Come on, man.
No. The last time we debate. Well, what I'm saying is like, you emphasize your point without saying motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Do that. Like, I can do that just fine. So what I'm telling you is, a motherfucker like me, I respect people, and I know if I'm going in a public area and the business requires it, I'll do it because the business requires it.
But only if the business requires it.
But the only one I go to is the gym. That doesn't require it when I'm actively working out. Now, I see people working out with their masks on. That's on them. But everybody else that's in there is giving themselves the same opportunity to get COVID as I am. And they are making a deliberate decision as an adult. Just like when you get behind a wheel, when you fucking drink something, when you take any drug, when you do anything in your life that has any type of risk. The thing is like, you don't actually, at this point in your life, you're over 30. So either you've gone through that process of the risk decision and you know how to get around it, or you just skip it. You go from step 1 to step 12. But everything you do, putting on your mask, putting on your gloves, putting on your biohazard suit, treating somebody, you're taking steps to draw down the fucking risk. Even though it could be potentially catastrophic. You could end up dead or maimed. But the point is,
wearing a mask?
No, for doing everything you do at work. But you take steps to curb and drop down the risk. That is the thing. That is with life in general. And all I'm saying is, for the government to tell, and we're supposed to be a capitalistic economy, to tell we need to shut down, no. How about we just fucking live like adults? Laissez-faire, excuse me. Like you want to talk about all those things,
you want to talk about capitalism. You want to talk about capitalism. Infect 300 million people with COVID. At a 2% mortality rate, and tell me what happens to the economy. If the economy is that fucking important to you, tell me what happens to the economy.
It's not the economy. Corey, I get paid whether I go to work or not. It doesn't affect me. So I'm speaking on behalf of people it does affect. Okay, there's some people that like.
All right. Again, infect 300 million people in the United States with COVID at a 2% death rate, and tell me what happens to the economy. If we just operated as business as usual, right, and 2%, because here's the thing, at that rate, because you keep bringing up the 15 days, slow the spread.
Well, that's what they said. That's what they said in February, and look where we are. Well, what did they say?
Just wait. Let me finish the fucking point. All right, you bring up this 15 days, slow the spread, flatten the curve. All right. You're a smart guy. You understood what that applied to, right? You don't you know what a run on the banks is, right?
It was a 15-day to basically quarantine, was it not?
You know what a run on the banks is, right?
So we're comparing a run on the
No,
banks.
I'm asking you if you know what the fuck a run on the banks is.
Corey,
That's all I'm asking.
no, Corey, I don't know what a
you
run
get-
on the banks is.
No,
Please,
okay.
please pontificate more.
Jake, don't be fucking. You know what a run on the banks is. Now imagine a run on the hospitals, all right, where we don't have FICA ensuring that we're gonna have fucking extra beds available. You know, imagine a run on the hospitals. Imagine now that grandma who doesn't have COVID but has COPD and is having a COPD exacerbation and needs a ventilator. But oh shit, we don't have ventilators because, you know, fucking everyone wanted to just go out and about and we didn't really give a rat's ass about slowing the spread whatsoever. And we don't know how to combat this still, right? Like especially in March, April, May, June of this year, we didn't know. Again, it was all empirical medicine. It still is. That's what that was geared towards. All right.
So why now? If we needed 15 days,
we needed to stockpile. We needed to stockpile.
And then we go here. The goalposts go here, and then now it's like wait till a vaccine, and then now, hey, we may have a vaccine, and now it's like, well, I don't trust the vaccine. You see what I'm saying? Like the goalposts keep moving on this virus.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. It's been moving for you because you're not paying attention. The goalpost has always been a vaccine. All right.
Is it?
It has always, yes. To every educated medical professional, it has always been a vaccine.
I'm sure it has.
We
But
are-
what I'm
we
saying
are-
is
we
like
are-
you
we are
openly have
fighting-
politicians that
we are-
say
we are-
if there's a vaccine, we aren't taking the vaccine.
Okay,
And-
and they can fuck right
and-
off.
and we're-
and here's the thing. Like, who cares? As long as 90% of the country takes it, we're good. Now, here's where I will agree with you. Am I going to be the first one in line getting the vaccine? No, I'm not.
What do you mean you agree with me? Like I will be the first one in line taking a vaccine.
Oh,
I mean, well, first of all, I don't have a choice. First of all, I don't have a choice. Second of all, let's see. You have Pfizer, you have SmithKline, you have Johnson & Johnson. You have a lot of companies that have a lot of things to lose if this thing doesn't work. In a capitalistic society, they do. They do. They can be sued. They
You're
can
not
be.
paying attention.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
They have nothing to lose because the research, the R&D, everything, even the manufacturing has been backed by the federal government already. All right, that is one thing Trump has done absolutely correct, and no one is giving him credit for. He went to all U.S. Drug manufacturers and said, "Here is the check. Make the vaccine. All right, make it work. Figure it out. All right," and they are. And they're fucking streamlining the shit out of this. He's had the FDA fucking remove a lot of the fucking, like, it's not important trials, like, but they have a purpose, but they're not like super important in terms of what those trials will probably mean is they're going to develop a vaccine that you have to get every year versus like one that might have, you know, a longer efficacy in your body. Which I'm okay with that. I get the fucking flu shot every year.
As do I.
You're mandated to get that.
I would still get it. You know I have asthma, right? So I'm high risk. And I got heart disease and diabetes in my family, and I'm high risk. And I got cancer in there, a lot of cancer, pancreatic cancer, you know, like, so I am there, dude. But at this point, like, I just want to live my fucking life. And if I go to a business, that says wear a mask, I'll do it. But, you know,
I think disconnect is I'm of the mind where you are free to do whatever the fuck you want in this country, so long as you are not potentially or explicitly violating somebody else's rights.
And I agree with that, but it is not someone's right to fucking go to Walmart. So if someone that's high risk goes to Walmart, that's on them, not on me. If someone's risk is high and they choose to go to the gym, that's on them, not on me.
Right to travel freely.
It is not their. They don't have to go to that gym. They can go to Planet Fitness. They can go to fucking Gold's. That's my point. Like, you do not have to go to that gym. You do not have to go. You can buy groceries at Walmart, have them shipped to your house, pick them in the parking lot. These are things that can happen. So if you are high risk, you make that risk. What's up?
Hey, Van, is your grandma?
What's up? So my grandma broke her hip. My grandma broke her hip 2 weeks ago. Had surgery like 2 weeks minus 10 days ago. And then the nursing home in which they put her in, she got COVID. So you already know a 90-year-old with a broken hip. How's that look? Not a her mortality. Yes.
2 years now.
So she broke her hip, had surgery, was successful, has COVID now. And you know what?
Yeah.
It's dude. Am I mad at the president? No. Am I mad at the government of North Dakota? No, I'm not. Because I understand things happen. And I understand that before we were as technologically advanced as we were, we fucking dealt with shit. And yes, 2% out of 300 million, that's a lot of fucking people. But how did we fucking deal with it, dude? Like at some point, you've got to fucking nut up. And maybe that's the military mentality, is like you have to nut up. And I understand for some of us, it's more personal than the rest of us. But it's my life. I have asthma. I have cancer. I have diabetes history. I have all this shit in my family. But I refuse to fucking be like a shill. I refuse to live in fear. I refuse to not live my life because I could get something that could kill me. Dude, I get it. And I'm not going out and coughing on people. I'm not going to people's houses. I'm going to public areas and doing what the capitalistic business tells me to do because I choose to have transactions with them. But if the government gets to the point where it's like, yo, well, you know what? We're going to, if I was a guy that had to work a job and go in every day and get paid hourly, and the government was telling me, you're staying at home, businesses are closed, I would be fucking upset as fuck, my dude. Because essential business is my ass. My rent is essential. My groceries are essential. Like, everything in my life is essential. How dare you fucking tell me that someone can go stock shelves, but I can't fucking go, I don't know, dude, do whatever people that work hourly wages do. Open a fucking bodega. That is essential because that is how I live. And we have not had a Trump check since the first Trump check. And tell me that $1,200 was even enough for a month. So how dare the government tell me how to live my life? Let me choose. That is the point of being an American. Let me choose. If I have fucking COVID, people make, if the minute I have COVID, I am not out there fucking typhoid marrying. But until then, everywhere I go and interact with people, they take the same risk as I do. And I get it.
Here's the issue, Jake. If it was left up to companies and corporations, the almighty dollar rules, right? Like, they don't give a rat's fucking ass, for the most part. They don't give a rat's ass if their employees catch COVID and are out and die. They don't care. If the government doesn't say, like, hey, you don't have to go to work, and these companies, especially like the companies that pay salary, they still got to pay their employees, right?
Or they lay them off.
Or they lay them off, and then they get fucking
unemployment.
Unemployment, all right? Because they got to live, like you just said. If the government doesn't mandate that, people are still having to go to work, and they're still having to be in essentially fucking petri dishes for COVID. Because
that's a different discussion, and I agree with you on that. That I do agree with. I won't argue with you on that, but I will say
so the shutdown was in some way in your head. You might not correlate it to that, but in some way in your head was necessary. All right.
But I will say that if I was a business, right, if you ran a grocery store and I ran one, and there's a pandemic going on, and you don't have a mask mandate, and I'm like, I sanitize my store every hour, and we have a mask mandate, and I know that people don't want to get sick. Nobody wants to be fucking sick. Nobody wants to die. Like, no normal person wants... some people do, but normal people don't want to die. They want to live, and they'll see that your business doesn't do cleaning on the hour and doesn't mandate masks, and they'll come to my store, and I'll make more business. That's what should normally happen. That's all I'm saying.
So, here. God damn it, I lost my train of thought. All right.
Well, you were talking about the businesses that make people come to work, and...
Yeah, okay. Because I'm going to tell you right now, from when did the shutdown happen? Like late March, early April?
It depends. Depends on the state.
So Texas, I think, shut down like late March, and then our peak was supposed to be April 26th, I think, at that point in time. and we peaked a couple days beforehand. But we so I work in the ER, and that was the easiest it has been, right, during the shutdown for us, because we on average we might have seen like maybe 5 or 6 COVID patients a night, on average, maybe, and most of them were like younger people that we would give them like azithromycin, a Z-Pack essentially, and tell them to hydrate and monitor their temp at home, and if there's symptoms worsen, then go to their nearest ER. Since the shutdown has ended, it has been exponentially worse. Right? Like last night, we had maybe 60 patients in the ER for my 12-hour shift, and 40 of them tested positive. That's a huge fucking percentage of ER patients testing positive.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them, like the old man, he actually died this morning. He was a fall. He was 94 years old. I'm not saying COVID killed him, but he fell, hit his head, and when I got home, my doctor texted me and said, "Hey, that patient that we cleaned up on his head last night, yeah, he died. He coded and died this morning. He was a DNR." Mm-hmm. Now, COVID didn't kill him. Will we list COVID as a cause of death? Probably, because no one's going to do a fucking autopsy on a 94-year-old, right?
Unless I don't know. I watch a lot of Dr. G, so
no one's going to do an autopsy on a 94-year-old.
If the family asks, though, yeah,
the family can pay. No one's going to do an autopsy on a 94-year-old. Anyways, like he was there for a fall. He didn't have any symptoms, but he had COVID. He's still a vector.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what makes this dangerous. All right. So many people who are like, I'm healthy, I don't have a cough. We're seeing more and more that you're symptomatic 24 hours before your first symptom, or not symptomatic, you're infectious 24 hours before your first symptom even appears.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And people are flying now. People are going to fucking Halloween parties. People are doing all this shit. Mm-hmm. And like, we're gonna see an explosion in a week.
But may I ask, didn't Rad ask if it is inevitable? Is it inevitable?
For what?
Like how long? I mean, I'm not gonna say expert opinion, but like, in your best case, how long do you just tell everybody to stay home and then it just goes away? It doesn't. It's not residing.
If we're able to, like, let's say we were able to mandate that everyone stay home, rent is canceled, utilities are canceled, bills are canceled.
No, don't worry about that. I'm saying how long.
No. Just listen. In like a perfect scenario, where the government says, everyone go get food for 21 days, right, and stay and shelter in place. We would need 21 days, and we would eradicate it from our shores. Then we would have to close the borders. We would have to stop all incoming. We could eradicate it.
So essentially, because I mean, could this thing be because I mean, you can't shut down. You shut down everybody for 3 weeks. Okay, now you're talking about shutting down the borders for longer than that. But you also have
no one's allowed. No one's allowed in the country, and if you leave the country, you're not allowed to come back. I'm talking about, like, if you want to do the far most extreme.
But here's the worst part. This is the worst part: is not everybody governs the same way you do. So what you're saying is essentially you would shut down the country for all of eternity.
No,
because
I'm not saying that at all.
How long would you keep the country shut down? That's what I'm asking. You said shut down internally 3 weeks. So we shut down the borders. Everybody stays at home for 3 weeks, and then after 3 weeks, everybody else that's an American citizen in the U.S. can go as they please. No. How long before the borders open up?
They don't.
They don't.
Not until a vaccine.
So.
Because what you're doing is you're not immunizing. People aren't suddenly becoming immune because they haven't gone out in 3 weeks. You're just eradicating the virus. You're just eradicating the virus from spreading, right? Mm-hmm. And you're closing the gate on its incubation periods and people who already had it. Like the guy, I think I told you about him. He was in our ICU for 45 days. He just died early last month.
Okay.
And he was intubated. He had been COVID free. He was like 48 years old. He had been COVID free for 14 days. Right? But the pneumonia and everything that he got just that's what killed him because he never recovered.
So now
So to that, I'll tell people it's not the fucking flu.
No. Okay, no. I was looking up while you guys were talking. I was looking up what is an influenza. I guess there's really no consensus as to was just an upper respiratory infection caused by a virus. Generally, that's a consensus across 3 different things I looked. But what I'm saying is, 3 weeks till everybody else in the U.S. can move around, and the borders remain closed until there's a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
We do trade a lot, so in the essence of bringing,
then everything stays in quarantine for 3 weeks until, like if we're getting shipments of stuff, you gotta sit off the coast for 3 weeks. I'm talking about in a totalitarian environment where if I'm making the decision and my one goal is to eradicate COVID in my country, that's what I'm doing.
But see, here's the funny thing. First of all, that makes a lot of sense. Second of all, you're not even a doctor. And third of all, the nation's highest fucking doctor, you know, that Navy guy, and then you have the highest
general.
Yes, and then you have the Navy guy, the black dude. He's a black dude.
General.
Yeah.
He's also very fucking smart.
No, I'm not saying he is. That's what I'm saying is. So you have the Surgeon General and you have Fauci, and neither one of them said anything about that. Now I don't know if you're saying that because you know a lot more now, or if that was something you would have said. What's up?
Because we're not a totalitarian country and you can't do that.
And yes, therein lies the problem, right? Are you willing to trade your freedom for security at the end of the day?
No. Not in that aspect.
Well,
but
so
wearing
another
a mask, wearing a mask is not a fucking being ordered to stay in your home by
no
imprisonment.
It's not.
They're two very totally different things. And to sit there and say like, oh, this is just the start of them violating my rights and coming for my first it's the mask, then they're gonna come for my guns.
What's with the accent? What's with the accent, Kamala?
I'm making fun of you know exactly who I'm making fun of. Those types of people.
Well, he's still on the channel, okay? It's because he's not here.
Who?
We talking about Rad?
No.
Oh, I don't know who we're
talking about. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about like just that subset of people.
Oh,
like, not any one person in particular.
You know I'm an equal opportunity leader now.
I guess you're fucking sergeant first class in the army.
No, I had to go to class. Anyway, so the point is, anybody that's I think it was Franklin, right? Anybody willing to sacrifice their freedom for security deserves neither.
Thomas Jefferson.
Well, whoever said that is absolutely true.
Thomas Jefferson.
At the point you start sacrificing your freedom for security, you don't deserve either one of them. So at some point you got to choose. Do you want security? Do you want to be a totalitarian government, or do you want freedom? Do you want the ability to go throughout the states, free passage, go to businesses, free passage, to the gym, what do you want? And everybody else, yeah, you don't have a right to take away someone else's gun or censor their free speech or prevent them from voting or prevent them from drinking alcohol. Like, you don't have the right to supersede someone else's rights, especially the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But they don't have the right to do that to you. So I respect people's lives. I'll wear a mask where it's required, and where it's not, I'm not going to. But when it crosses the line, you know, if I were living in Michigan, nothing against Rad, but I'm not saying I'd kidnap the governor, but goddamn, dude, like, I'd be fucking pissed. I would be fucking livid.
Then move states.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
That's the whole purpose. You cannot be for states' rights and then bitch about whenever a state wants to operate the way they want to operate.
No. The best thing, like Rad and I said earlier, was you just vote her out. But we'll see if that happens. We'll
Probably
see.
Not.
Probably
not.
Not.
Governor.
Well,
She's not a terrible governor.
I'm not. I mean,
like in the grand scheme of other governors, scheme of other governors, like she's not a horrible governor.
I don't know if she is. I don't live in Michigan. I don't know what she's doing or not doing. I can't speak on that. But Sean's been biting his tongue for a long time. Let's give Sean like a solid 10-15 minutes. Just bust off.
Well, I was wanting to shift topics. So
okay, all right.
Is everyone unmuted except for Trokar? How about and this is something that I've actually kind of gained a lot of traction for me. Not for any particular reason. It just like sort of makes sense to me. felons once they pay their debt to society, being allowed to vote again.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. That makes sense.
Now,
right?
when you say I don't know what their debt to society is. What their I've never been a felon.
Like their
so,
prison time.
Prison
so,
time. Once
so
you,
they,
prison time.
So you go to prison for
probation.
10 years, and probation too.
Yeah,
what,
because that's still part of your debt to society.
I don't know. I'm asking. So
anything the judge gives you after when they sentence you, that's your debt to society.
Except monetary fines. I don't agree with the monetary fines.
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, because if your monetary fine is $100,000, you're going to be paying that off for the rest of your life. Especially as a felon.
Well, give me an example. Like, I mean, give me an example why you would have a fine. Don't give me a particular example. You went to jail for 5 years, and you were in prison, and you had a fine because you committed a crime.
I rob a bank.
Okay.
Right, and I get caught. Like, I don't actually steal any of the money. I go to jail for, like, let's say 4 years, and then 4 years of probation, and I also get a $40,000 fine.
Okay.
But
that's part of the sentence, though, right?
You realize a lot of sentences come with a fine.
Then that should be part of prison reform, not felons voting.
I'm talking about the idea, like, once you repay your debt to society, and I'm just saying you need to exclude the fines from being part of their debt to society, right? Their fines are their debt to the court, to pay court fees and all this, that, and the other, and all that happy horse shit. Because
you got to remember, you have the legislative branch, and they decide what the law is, and if you break the law, here's the consequence.
No.
So
this is not a legislative branch thing. This is a Supreme Court issue, because the Constitution mentions 5 times that you have a right to vote, not a privilege to vote.
No, I agree.
It is your right to vote. So this is a Supreme Court issue and not.
But what I'm saying is, I want to make it clear that I do agree with what you said. If you go to prison and there's no fine, and you serve your time, right? You serve your years in the cell, and then you do your probation time. Why can't you vote? Now you're talking about fines. I don't know why. I'm
saying prison with fines, not just fines.
No, I'm making sure we do agree on something. That's all I'm saying. We do agree on something. So as far as the fines go, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't make the laws. Like,
it's
I don't know.
A law thing. All I'm saying, Jake, I don't get it. All I'm saying is you exclude fines being part of the debt to society.
But why do you said you excluded?
Because they will be paying them for the rest of their fucking life, Jake.
Okay.
Then you achieve absolutely nothing by saying, "Oh my God, dude."
Whoa, calm down.
If I'm a felon, and I go to fucking prison, the only job I'm gonna be able to get is some fucking shitty minimum wage job, and you're gonna tell me I've got a fucking $50,000-$60,000 debt that I gotta pay off? Do you realize how fucking long it's gonna be for me to pay that shit off? It will be my entire life. Right?
So
that debt will follow me to the grave.
So what about this?
So you're achieving absolutely nothing if you're saying once you go to prison and pay your fines off and all that stuff, you're able to vote again. Like, okay, cool. Nothing's changed because I'm not able to vote because I'm never going to pay this fucking fine off.
Well, what I'm saying is the short amount of time before I worked a salary job, I didn't commit a felony, and I had opportunities to. I knew people that were doing stuff. I didn't do it because I didn't know there were fines involved, but I knew there was jail time involved, and I didn't do it. I found something else to do with my time. I found a different means to survive. And what I think is, I will agree with you that maybe a $40,000 fine for like a 5-year jail time is a bit much. It's like $8,000 a year. So you're already robbed of 5 years of your life because of something you did, and now you're robbed essentially of thousands of. So what if this? What if I will agree with you, but I think it's more along the sentencing than it is the paying the fine back.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about prison reform. We can talk about prison reform for fucking weeks.
But I do agree with you. I think
reform.
I'm
talking about just the constitutionality of.
What if you're on a payment plan? What if you're on a payment plan? So as long as you pay your payments on time, like a student loan, you can vote.
Thank you.
What about those? What do you think
People
about
won't
that?
be able to do that either.
No, you don't think so?
People won't be able to do their payment plans.
Yeah, dude. Like again, you're making $300 a week. Like,
Yeah.
You're
You're gonna after you pay everything off, you're still gonna be in debt.
Yeah, that
and you're
fine's
not even
gonna
gonna be
follow
able to
you
get to
until you
that.
die. It's 9
Yeah.
o'clock. We got the next set of states coming in.
Shit.
Hey, Ian.
Let's
What?
talk about some cool shit. All right.
All right.
Gun laws.
Marijuana laws.
Oh,
Should
legalize
be
it.
allowed to legalize it all.
I think everybody agrees in this channel legalize it, but regulate it like alcohol.
Fully legalized or just like
Don't smoke and
medically?
drink. No, legalize it all the way.
Legalize
So
everything.
legalize it like alcohol, pretty much.
Yes.
Legalize everything.
Hey,
No,
I wanted
legalize.
to be the center of attention for a minute.
God damn it, this fucking camera. Legalize everything. You want to know why? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, motherfuckers who don't use cocaine and meth and all this shit, they don't use it because it's not illegal. They don't use it because they're they don't use it because it's illegal. They don't use it because they're not fucking idiots. All right? Because you legalize marijuana, like the people still doing coke and meth and all that shit are still doing coke and meth and all that other shit. All right? All right? It doesn't change anything. It
You don't.
doesn't.
No, but let me ask you this: do you think that I'm just asking you, but like I'm not attacking you. What I'm saying is, do you think that if you legalized all drugs, do you think that some people would start trying those drugs because it's
What are you
legal?
talking about? Hard drugs?
Any drug,
Like,
anything that could.
So you're saying if
anything.
you legalize heroin,
Sure.
you don't.
If you legalize heroin,
people-
if you legalize
people would
cocaine,
start trying heroin.
if you
It
legalize
depends
crack.
on how easily somebody can get that drug. Like,
Well,
if it
when you
becomes
legalize it, once you
illegal,
legalize it, it'll be.
then is there going to be shops open
If
for
there was a
like,
heroin
cocaine and
shop,
meth?
there would be a line at the heroin shop.
But what I'm saying
wouldn't.
is like, well,
Another would.
that's where we
Another would.
disagree. That's where we disagree.
Another would. Another would.
You don't think people would
You
try
guys
heroin?
don't-
You don't think there's like a line there? You don't think that there's a legality line that keeps people from doing something?
Dude,
Because I
if you're
believe
gonna give it easy for people to freaking test it out for the first time, shit.
that's what
People
I'm
are
saying.
gonna end up testing it out for the first time.
No,
Or-
because here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. Like I don't smoke weed. I don't do anything. But I know someone I can call if I want to get some fucking heroin. Like
Sure.
right, like just the way it is, right?
Okay.
And I'm telling you right now, like all the people who do smoke weed, they
But-
also fucking know somebody they can call. to
but
get
you're
the
not a
fucking
smooth
cocaine.
brain, bro. You're not a smooth brain.
Okay,
There are some
so-
people, the only thing that deters them from doing something is the fact that it's a legality issue. Not everybody, but there are people there.
I don't have a whole lot of faith in humanity, but I have a little bit more faith in that than that.
All I'm saying is, like, if there was a cocaine shop or a freaking mushroom shop, I'd probably be like, you know what, let's have a fun night once and freaking go in there. And
So have you ever heard of microdosing on mushrooms? Have you heard about that? Has anyone ever read in that?
No.
Like the medical.
Oh, you're talking about taking just a little bit? and-
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it's the medical properties that mushrooms by themselves can fucking do. It's actually pretty insane.
Yeah, I thought about doing that. That's why I said mushrooms.
I know that marijuana is illegal in my state, but a certain somebody has given a certain somebody some edibles and has produced good results. So I feel like every drug has a positive effect. I just
Yeah.
feel, however,
Some have more negative.
I feel that the amount of dependency and the easeability of abuse can lead into bigger problems, and I feel like at least because the theory that like legalizing it isn't going to change anything, I don't agree with. I don't think there's enough statistics there for you to prove that point, because I know people that don't do shit because it's illegal, like me, you know. Like, even if the military made marijuana legal, I may not smoke it. And when I get out of the military, if I still live in the state of Texas and it's illegal, I probably won't smoke it. Because I may have, like, a wife, I may have a child, people that depend on me to not go to jail to pay for their living. But there are people, well, you know, if I had enough marijuana in my possession, I could go to jail. Depends, right? One is just,
Well,
you know, there's a court date and a fine, and the other one is, oh, you're distributing. So My point is, if it was legalized, I probably still wouldn't do it. But it's illegal, and depending on the situation I'm in, maybe I do it. If I'm single and I'm not in the military, maybe I don't have shit to lose. So I'm gonna do some marijuana. I'm gonna smoke. But what I'm saying is, I don't think you should legalize all the drugs. And because I think a lot of the drugs, and for a long time I felt the same way Corey did, based off of everybody should have their own agency over their own bodies, right? Like if you want to do steroids and kill your heart and your kidneys by the time you're 40, fucking do it. Get jacked as fuck and die in your 40s, like every fucking, every other wrestler on the scene. But at the same time, like, some of those drugs become so dependent and they control people's lives that they begin to infringe on other people's liberties. And that's the problem I have. Now, I'm not the arbiter of which. I'm
sorry. Pennsylvania just flipped back to Trump, along with Ohio.
Oh yeah, I did see that shit.
Now, I am saying that I'm not the arbiter of which drugs, cause people to infringe on other people's. But there is a point where you can't afford your coke addiction or your heroin addiction, and you turn to other means. And now you're creating. So instead of just sitting in your house and wasting away peacefully, it's not enough, and you need more. And now I'm breaking into fucking Sean's house because he lives in a mansion, and I'm doing that shit, and that becomes a problem. I don't know, man. I would say at a minimum, legalize weed, treat it like alcohol.
Yeah,
I don't see a problem with that.
Do you think it would, like, because you can still, in my opinion, you can still abuse weed. Do you think there would be a rise in people abusing it, or you just think, like, if you legalize it, like, the people that's already abusing it are already using it, and the people, if you legalize it, it's just going to be the people that, my back pain's hurting, or I just want to chill.
Yeah, who cares?
That is true. Who cares?
Who cares? Like, because people abuse alcohol, like, and
Right.
there's nothing done. And alcohol is 10 times fucking worse than what weed is if you're abusing it on your body, on the healthcare, the burden that it puts on the healthcare system, because now you have all these fucking health issues and stuff.
Yeah, but
abusing weed is not like like I think you regulate it just like you regulate fucking alcohol, in terms of, like, don't smoke and drive, because it does hinder your motor skills. All right, I don't care what anyone fucking says, it does. Maybe not as much as getting drunk, but it does. It clouds your judgment. Like you're not an effective human being when you're high.
I will say the only reason I would agree with you on alcohol, as far as the medical, is worse than weed, is because when you look at weed, it's just a snapshot, and alcohol is all the way back to prohibition. Like, alcohol has been around and abused longer than marijuana. We don't have enough medical evidence to show how many people got cancer from smoking weed, how many people got a DUI and wrecked a family high on weed, because it hasn't been legalized.
Cancer from smoke?
Yes, anything you smoke will at some point probably give you cancer. Like, because my brother had that argument. Well, why do you smoke cigarettes? Marijuana's safer. I'm like, how is it safer? Like, you barbecuing, breathing in smoke. Me burning shit in a fucking can in Iraq. Me hanging out at the burn pit. Like, that gives me cancer. Hanging around a generator.
No. What I meant, because I know wrapping up in tobacco paper, that's probably why you're getting cancer. But just
anything,
marijuana,
any pollutant in your lungs, doesn't matter if it's fucking cigarette smoke, marijuana smoke, doesn't matter if it's asbestos, doesn't matter if it's fiberglass, everything can fucking give you cancer, dude. Anything that
can give you cancer. I thought it was just a cancer killer.
You can always take edibles.
That is true.
Option.
That's the THC though. Yeah.
Well, that's what gets you high, and it has the analgesic properties. Like, that's all
wait,
that really fucking matters.
So CBD doesn't do anything? The cannabinoid shit? Is that a waste of money?
No, the THC.
Cannabinoids.
Okay, so
THC is what gets you high. CBD is what, like, helps with pain management, inflammation, and other shit like that. It's more beneficial if you have, like, issues with your body like that.
It can.
It can. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I have to preface that. Like, anytime anyone asks me about anything about CBD, I've never used it, but I always say try it. If it works for you, fucking awesome. If it doesn't, then you need to start revisiting. You need to start like trying to find
Better than
something else.
opioids.
Yeah,
It also depends on the dose.
Anything's better than fucking opioids, man. Like, it is. Fucking physical therapy and fucking like
diet and exercise better than
yeah,
opioids.
yeah, like opioids are fucking ruin your fucking life. Like I will fight tooth and nail to try to never have to use them. Now I know that someday it might fucking I think the only time I've ever taken opioids in my entire life was given Vicodin after I got all 4 of my wisdom teeth pulled out.
I can't stand that shit, dude. If I can't poop, I'm not happy. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, and they don't give you any like vitamin C supplement or something like that to help with your stools. They did.
You can't.
Fucking Vicodin and
they gave me Vicodin, stool softeners.
They didn't give me a stool softener, so I'm sitting there on the toilet like I just
can't poop if you're on Vicodin. I didn't know that.
On opioids.
Opioids in general.
Yeah.
So Tylenol 3s, Vicodin, you name it, dude.
Hydrocodones, morphine.
Hydrocodone, yeah. That's why, like, I'll take them for like 2 days and then I stop, and I'm done.
Let's talk about this election real quick, because
okay,
it's all right. I'm on Fox News, sorry. And right now they've got 129 to 109. But if you look at the 2016 breakdown and then compare it to 2020,
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
The only state thus far that isn't trending or voted in line with 2016 is North Carolina, right? That's 15 electoral. Oh, sorry, I guess Arizona, but Arizona just started reporting.
CNN is showing 89 to 72.
Yeah, but other places will call it's like they're just calling states because like they're historically voted that way. Like
so there's this they're just
like
Mississippi.
Like Mississippi for Fox has been called for Trump because it historically votes red. Which is weird because historically it votes Democrat in local elections. Same with like Louisiana and stuff. So like only 14% have reported in Mississippi, but like Fox is calling it for Biden versus or for Trump versus just not calling it.
So it's very likely that we won't know tonight, right?
Oh, we'll know tonight. We'll know tonight.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, it might be 11 o'clock, but we'll know tonight. Now it's not official until the electoral votes are cast, and that happens in December. But we'll know tonight because every state is almost every state is winner take all, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I guess we could talk a little bit about the Electoral College whenever everyone comes back. It's always an interesting fucking topic that incites anger in some people, and I think the Electoral College will always be a point of interest as long as the most recent as long as the most recent election didn't go in favor of their candidate in terms of the Electoral College.
I think it gets more heated based on whether or not the winner of the election won the popular vote.
Yeah, because people think that like last election that was the first time it's ever happened. Yeah.
That's why we don't vote by plebiscite.
No. I don't want to get too much into it while Tavion and Jake are away, but
yeah.
Ian, you got to kill him, man.
Very much so, but again,
You're trying to play Minecraft when you need to be playing fucking Chivalry or Mordhau. He's over here building stuff.
had very close margins. We know for, in particular, states like Florida are notoriously difficult to poll as well because of all these different enclaves. We're talking about the 65 plus voter versus the Cuban vote in Miami-Dade.
I'm just watching him.
It's of course, hindsight is always 20/20. We'll see where we end up by the end of the night or the end of a few days or a week. But you know, these are practices on certainty and probability. Polling are good
All right.
good uses of
But yeah,
data.
this is interesting. Trump's winning in the popular right now. We haven't seen the West Coast yet, but
We don't know if that's actually going to pan out.
Yeah, just wait for LA County to turn votes.
I mean he's still winning by a good 1.3 million. That's
There'll
pretty
be
good.
24 million votes cast in LA County. 20 million people there. We'll see.
I'm trying to figure it out without, using the what does Biden have to pull? Like he has to win Pennsylvania and Ohio. He has to.
She too was looking at these perceived
They're saying Trump's got New York.
busy in Arizona.
No.
Closing days of that campaign.
Nah, man, New York to Cali for sure. Or blue.
New Hampshire's a lot fucking closer than it usually is.
Was totally crumbling, and I think what we're seeing so far with Joe Biden is there are no easy guarantees, there are no big decisive wins, and to go back to those polls and what Ashley said, yes, the national polls are not.
So yeah, he flipped North Carolina back. It was trending Biden, and now with 90% in and all the rural counties reporting.
As well, both in the Rust Belt, but also in Arizona.
Yeah, these are some fucking voter turnouts in like rural America, man.
Yeah.
Fucking 60,000 people turning out to vote in Randolph County, North Carolina.
Yeah. Everyone stopped baling hay for a split second.
But it's becoming a lot more complicated, and I just want to give you a sense of the mood at the moment in the Trump camp, as I understand it right now.
Dusted off their government IDs and headed on down to the county courthouse.
Better than any of us, but that they're feeling like this is a repeat.
Ooh, Florida is close.
With what they're noticing in Florida.
Yeah, so he needs Pennsylvania, Ohio, and probably Florida, right?
Because he's closing that gap. There's a sense
And then the regular fucking blue states.
I miss anything?
No.
It's just capping the.
Yeah, we're talking
projection.
election.
Doc, I like your COVID talks, man. I learned some stuff today.
Thank you.
Just about spreading knowledge and critical thinking.
Yeah, man. Like the thing though, like the only thing I'm like about the COVID thing is like, I mean, we should not, as America, we should not be one of the top countries in like COVID rates. We shouldn't be up there.
So we're not in rates. We are in like total,
well, not COVID rate, but spread.
Yeah, but remember we are a country of 360 million people, and Jake is right that we, us more than any other country in the world is very, like we want to be fucking nationalistic and proud of our fucking country and have all this shit.
Yeah.
But when it comes time to like make a sacrifice for our country, by and large, that's not how we operate.
Right.
So. And I think that's where we're.
Damn it, you're about.
We lost it.
That's the ball right there.
Yeah, and so. Sorry, I thought my brother was going. So I do think that yeah, it's a pitiful excuse that we're as great of a country we are, and we are like don't get shit twisted. America, the United States is still a fucking powerhouse, in spite of our leader, and recent leaders and whatever you want to what have you. We should be leading the charge in this and not be straggling behind.
Right.
It just blows my mind. Because again, like we practice some of the best medicine in the world. Always have.
Right.
Not always have, but in recent memory we have. Like we've been the leaders in terms of medical ingenuity and innovativeness and things like that. Like people want to talk about, but it costs so much. It's like, yeah, like, it does. But at the same time, you can get everything you need done and never pay a fucking hospital bill.
Right.
Because the government has said you cannot while you're responsible for your medical debt, it cannot be like it's not put on your credit reports. They can't send it to fucking collections, and they can't put liens on your property and things like that. They can't come after you like other debts can, you know.
Yeah.
So like if I have a heart attack right now and I don't have fucking health insurance, I can still go to a hospital and get treated, and there are safety nets in place where they're not just allowed to kick me to the curb because I don't have fucking health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all those stories that you hear about, like, oh, they were discharged because they didn't have health insurance. No, they probably left AMA because they wanted to go smoke a cigarette, and the hospital said, no, you're not allowed to leave the campus with an IV. And well, I want to go smoke a cigarette. But okay, well then here, sign this form that says that we're not responsible for when you die, because it happens all the fucking time.
Right.
It's just I could tell my brother this, or told my brother this, and I told Jake.
People don't realize you're in their care, so they're
so when a story comes out regarding like a patient and patient care, the hospital isn't allowed to speak on that, like at all, because HIPAA, Privacy Act. So the patient can come out and say anything, you know, like, oh, they beat me and the police put me in handcuffs and threw me out the door, and I was having terrible back pain and yada yada yada. And the hospital can't. They can say, you know, yes, this patient was a patient here, he received care, and then left. Was discharged or whatever. They can't say what type of discharge it was. They can't say anything like that because they're not allowed to divulge patient information and patient care information to the public. So you're only ever going to hear one side of the story. It changes when it goes to court.
On the hospital's end.
Changes when it goes to court, because once it goes to court, and you know somebody like submits like a Freedom of Information Act request or something, you know, because court records become public record, then you're able to find out, you know, what actually happened and things like that. Because anytime you chart anything in a hospital, it becomes automatically becomes a legal document.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So charting in hospitals is like very important, but and it's for that reason. It's very regulated. So it's because of the microscope that we fall under.
Yeah.
I don't know. COVID is it's just it's a
my thing is
it's a shitty deal
I just
right
don't
now.
I just don't understand why people just wear a mask in public. That's it. Don't think of yourself, just think of others. Wearing a mask is not that hard.
Because it's an affront to their warrior spirit.
Right.
Right.
Like Jesus Christ. You don't want to smell your own breath for an hour. Okay, brush your teeth.
It makes them uncomfortable, man. I think that's what
Right.
it is. And not,
if you
not,
need
not,
air,
not,
just
not, no, not physically. Makes them emotionally uncomfortable. All right?
These are people that would have argued against seatbelts in the 80s and did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know that happened, right? I know you're young, Tavion. But I'm going to tell you right now, dog. I wasn't alive in the 80s as an adult. Back when, like in the 70s and 80s, when seatbelts became mandated, they're legally called secondary restraints. You know, or airbags are called secondary restraints rather, because seatbelts are primary restraint. Fucking seatbelts, bro.
Go.
People argued against seatbelts because it was a violation of their rights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like think
I
about
hate
that
when
for
people
a
say
second.
that, man.
Think about that for a second.
Now,
I hate when people say violating my rights or I'm an American.
Violated your conveniences is what it did, bro.
So I have an interesting take on that, because I think getting fined for not wearing a seatbelt is stupid.
People gotta learn, man.
So here's the thing. When was the last time anyone flew out of their car and killed somebody from not being restrained?
Oh no. So the problem though, if you think about the physics behind it, this is really almost a semantic argument, not to counter your point, but to describe the seatbelts is humans inside of a vehicle become a projectile inside of it. So the idea that people in the rear seats don't need seatbelts, no. Those people will fly in front and brain your ass in a fucking collision.
Which makes the most sense. But there are a lot of places in America, especially rural America, where the back seat isn't required to wear a seatbelt.
No, exactly. That's why I'm saying, like,
what about
there's not a lot of practical, critical thinking applied to the execution of this lawmaking. You know.
What about the fact, because you said hospitals can't go after you. What if it's just trying
What do you mean
to
hospitals can't go
slam?
after you? They can't go after you.
You said what?
Hospitals can't go after you. They
Yeah,
cannot.
they can't. Yeah, they can't.
Oh, I think they can. I'm sorry.
But like, boom, say a bunch of people get into a car crash and you get injured, you're laid up in a hospital, your bill's like freaking $250,000, and that stuff racks up and hospitals just go under, where you can just slim it down by just finding someone and people would just learn.
It's not how it works. It's not how it works.
I know.
So,
but like,
there's so much nuance to it, man. There's so much. All right. So the hospital bill that I get is basically an estimation of what the hospital would charge an insurance company. And when a hospital sends an insurance company a bill of $250,000, the insurance company is going to counter by saying, "Yeah, we'll give you $100,000, right?" And that's the actual cost. The hospital is hoping that they're going to lowball them to the actual cost, so they have to overcharge. All right. So when I get a bill for $250,000, and I tell that hospital, "Hey, what can I pay this cash?" Right? Like what, like, because every hospital has like a billing department, and they're like, "Yeah, sure, we'll charge you $80,000, and we'll charge you fucking $400 a month for however long." All right. Or the hospital will say, "No, we'll waive it," and they'll send the bill to CMS, Center of Medicaid Services. CMS will turn around and cut them a check because they participate in CMS, and then that's that. Now, if I'm a surgeon and I perform the surgery on you, right, and you're not funded, I'm not getting paid. Okay. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I'm a trauma surgeon and I fix you up and save your life, and you don't have insurance, I don't get paid for that. Now imagine how many trauma surgeons have to fucking do that every night. If they go to work, they work on people for free, and so they have to recoup that cost some way, right? That's where your inflation comes from. Your inflated your medical bills and stuff like that. Because remember, when you get a bill for $30,000 for your hospital visit, they're sending that to you in with the mindset of it's going to go to your insurance company.
Gotcha.
The problem isn't hospitals. I'm going to tell you that right now. The problem is not hospitals and healthcare providers. The insurance companies have done such a good fucking job of lobbying and spreading false information to make people hate doctors and healthcare workers, and
I already know.
Make them come off as the greedy people, when in actuality it's the United Healthcares that turned a $9 billion profit during a pandemic, and didn't lower premiums of any of their customers.
Tell them about the way, like, how that insurance is regulated in relationship to something like auto insurance.
So think about it. During this whole pandemic, what have people not been doing that they regularly do? Go to the fucking doctor. All right? They go to the doctor, go to the dentist, go get fucking eye exams. They haven't been doing that like they normally do, like they would have. They're not getting their physicals. They're not, So, or they're doing virtual visits, which is huge for modernization for medicine, and is great. And another thing that you have to give props to the Trump administration for, because they streamlined that. They came out and said, "Hey, we're going to deregulate virtual medicine because we need it right now," and virtual medicine has made strides that people, advocates of virtual medicine, have been trying to advocate for years, right? Why can't you just see your doctor on Skype, you know? Or why can't you FaceTime with your doctor when you need a med refill or something like that? Why do I have to go to a doctor's office and wait? You know, things like that.
Right.
So, no one's going to the doctor. No one's using their health insurance. People aren't going to hospitals as much, you know? Those types of things. But they're still paying their insurance premiums. And their insurance premiums are still high as fuck. Now, so like in Texas, I don't know how it works. I think it varies state to state. But in Texas, if there aren't any natural disasters, or there's a small amount of natural disasters, and not a whole lot of hail claims, and there aren't as many auto insurance claims that year, just in general, just auto insurance, Texas has mandated that auto insurance companies have to lower their premiums. They have to justify raising premiums. Health insurance doesn't have to justify raising their premiums, which is why it is uncontrolled and unchecked for years. You know, like I'm lucky. I work for the federal government. I pay $50 a paycheck for bitchin' ass health insurance that I don't even use because I'm a 29-year-old male that's perfectly healthy. But I have it just in case. You know, it's insurance. It's not a like I don't know. But for it to they allow it and continue like this is insane. And like I said, health insurance companies have managed to talk the general population into believing that they need to demonize the doctors and this guy makes $300,000 a year. He's the evil one. No, it's the fucking executive at United Cross Blue Shield that's turning tens of millions of dollars a year in stock options and all this other happy horse shit who's fucking evil.
Right.
He's the one who's denying your pre-existing claim, not the doctor who wants to treat you, whose calling is to help people. Right?
You know what's fucking crazy about people? They freaking bitch about something, bitch about doctors or whatever. But when they need them, they go to them. Like you can't say, "Oh, the doctors and stuff are robbing me" or whatever, even though they're not.
Dude,
But,
like a family practice doc. Just imagine this. Imagine you're a 18-year-old kid, and your entire life you've dreamed of being a doctor, and you have the smarts and the gumption to do it. You go and get a 4-year, a bachelor's in science, and then you get accepted into medical, and you go to medical school. You go there 4 years. You get accepted into a residency for internal medicine, a family practice, right? You do your internal medicine residency for 3 years, getting paid $50,000 a year ish. That's if you're lucky, right? Once you start your residency, you're already $200,000-$300,000 in debt, student loan debt, right? Because you don't. Most medical schools, a lot of medical schools, they don't offer schools like on site. You have to find your rotations. So like sometimes you got to go across the country for 6 weeks to do your ER rotation because they don't have spaces at the ER near you, or you got to go to Cleveland for 2 months for your OB rotations, those types of things. So you're flying all over the place. You're staying in weekly pay hotels and all this stuff, but you don't have any fucking money because you can't work during medical school. Well, you can, but it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, if you want to pass.
And then you go and become an internal medicine doc. You spend 3 years in residency, making $150,000 over the course of those 3 years, pre-tax, of course. So you're really only making like 105. And then you start making money, right? But your first job gives you $160,000 to $200,000 a year, which you think, holy shit, that's really good. Except now you got to buy a house or pay for something to live. Now you have to start paying back your student loan debt. You need to replace your car because it's 11 years old and beat to fucking hell. You have all these other obligations that you now need to start like paying attention to. So yeah, you're making good money, but
you don't. A lot of shit.
Yeah, you just went through a whole lot of hell to make okay money. Like no one gets into medicine. No one gets into medicine and succeeds for doing it for the money.
Yeah.
You don't, because here's the thing. You're gonna be working. You're gonna be working the worst fucking hours imaginable. You're gonna be because you're gonna be the FNG, the fucking new guy. You're gonna be working nights probably, on call all the fucking time. You'll have like every other weekend off, maybe, but then you're on call. On call means you're off. They'll call you, be like, "Hey, this guy's throwing up. We need medication." Or it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. So your life is miserable.
Right.
It's a calling. And so for them to be able to demonize, by and large, some of the best our society has to offer. Not all of them. There are bad. There are bad doctors.
On average.
But by and large, some of the best people our society has to offer, it's incredibly. All right, let's see. Nothing has changed. PA is still. Oh, fuck! Trump is killing it in Pennsylvania now. And Ohio. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I told Jake, I was like, bro, he's just gonna win Ohio. My parents like, oh, he has Ohio, he has Ohio.
He crushed her. Crushed Hillary. Crushed her last election. It was 52% to 43%.
Looks like Trump's gonna end up taking it home.
Yeah, and she was not supposed to lose Ohio.
Yeah.
It's a battleground.
Oh, dude, I live in Ohio, bro. You can, like Dave Chappelle said, all I had to do was drive around and see that he was going to take Ohio. Yeah, it was like, bro, taking Ohio.
Well, then everyone lied to us because all the pundits and everything said, oh, well, yeah, all of them thought that she had it in the bag.
Not when you live in Ohio. He was like,
he's from Cleveland, isn't he?
Who, me?
No, Dave Chappelle.
No, he's in Yellow Springs.
No, he's from Baltimore.
Is he?
Yeah, he's from Baltimore.
He's from Baltimore. Yup.
But he lives in Yellow Springs.
Yeah.
Which
and it's funny because he's not from poor Baltimore either. I remember him talking about it. He was from like nice side of Baltimore, but you know,
still
because
poor.
it was back then. He was like, he didn't realize he was poor until he started going over to his white friends' houses. It's like, you know, they got the heat on over there.
Dang, look at Wyoming. Oh, that's only 7%. Never mind. They said Trump had Wyoming at 73%, and it was like, oh, that's only 7% voted.
I don't imagine. I don't imagine that fractional change.
Dang, District of Columbia 92% with 55% in.
And it's almost like we're replaying the 2016 record so far. I mean, a long, long way.
No way. Trump claimed Utah? You don't say. Dan Smith, BYU.
It's funny looking at freaking
so
like the map.
Hold up, keep talking, dog. What's up? What's up?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I said it's funny looking at the map, like at the end of the freaking election, and it's like all red, and then you look at the score, like, how's this close? I was like, oh, he got these small ass little states over here, and then he got California, and then that's like the whole map.
Because you got to remember, it's a swing, right? If he takes Montana, which is only 3 electoral votes, that's 3 electoral votes that Biden doesn't get. So it's a 6-point swing. Right?
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so like the little states that no one ever fucking pays attention to are important because there's a bunch of them, you know.
I completely want to second what Amrosa was saying regarding shy Trumpers. There has been a lot of research actually about this, and survey researchers have actually
Holy fuck.
back into the shy Trumper theory. Anecdotally, there have been shy Biden voters that we.
You guys think any Democratic nominee would have beat Trump?
I firmly believe Tulsi Gabbard would beat him. Firmly.
Tulsi?
Firmly.
She probably would.
And in 16, Bernie had a better shot than Hillary.
Yeah, Bernie beats him in 16.
Yeah, Bernie would have won. I don't think Bernie would have been this year, but he would have been a lot better pick than
Am I
Biden.
drinking?
Alright, Ian. Come on, Tom.
Kokomo, you don't drink? Davion? Rad?
What?
Rad, you drinking, right?
Yeah, dude. I already finished off all my liquor. I'm on some
What?
Bud Light Seltzer.
What the fuck you finish off? What about you, Tavion? Did you say you had a library over there?
I said I was starting my library.
What about you? What about you, Kokomo? You don't drink?
Uh,
Corey.
What?
I asked you like 5 times. Do you drink?
No, you know I don't drink.
I didn't know that. You don't even drink beer?
Like, very, very rarely.
Oh.
Trying to
Well,
watch my girl here.
so I am doing an independent study. It's gonna drive you crazy, but I tell everybody that. Like, so there's been like 4 people at work that got COVID. 2 of them I was cool with, so I showed up with chicken noodle soup and a bottle of fucking bourbon. The other 2 I didn't care about, but I told them, I said, you know why you got COVID? They're like, why? I was like, because you're sanitizing externally, not internally. You got to do both. So,
Throat sanitizers.
Stop giving bad medical advice.
I mean, obviously they know I'm not a medic, but they laugh.
It's borderline injecting bleach into your veins, you know, or Lysol. What was it? What was it that they
Bleach.
said?
You know what's funny? When I was a kid and AIDS was a huge thing, I asked my mom, because my mom was a nurse, registered nurse, many years. I said, does bleach, does Lysol kill AIDS? And she was like, yeah, it does. I was like, why don't they put bleach in people? I legit said that as a kid. And she's like, well, honey, because it'll kill you. And I was just like, oh. And that was the end of that discussion. But so I went downstairs and I was talking to Household 6 and had some pizza. And she's watching the CNN downstairs in the bedroom. And they just keep saying, like, well, it's too early to call. It's too early to... I mean, I think Rad's got CNN over there, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, don't get discouraged. Stay tuned. And I agree. It's too early to call, but they just say it so many damn times. They said that this could go well into the next day. Even if the president says he won, that's not how elections work. I'm like, he wouldn't say that, but all right.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would. If at 11 o'clock tonight, our time, it shows Trump with 270 electoral votes, he's going to come out and make a victory speech immediately. And hopefully,
no, don't presidents normally wait for a concession before that? That's what Trump did with Hillary. Yeah, he waited for her to concede.
No, because Hillary didn't have a concession speech.
Well, she conceded. She called him and conceded. She didn't have a speech, but she called and conceded.
Yeah, she called him and conceded. I remember watching that.
Yeah, okay, but she didn't have a concession speech, which I
That's
thought was
fine. That's fine. You don't have to. Fucking bail on her fan base.
You guys ready for that speech tomorrow? If Biden wins popular?
Well, according to Hillary, he's not supposed to concede under any circumstances, which I don't know.
Yeah, no, I said I would be surprised if he concedes. If any state is like really close, they're gonna try and recount.
What? Oh, I was about to say what's the point of conceding, but kind of explained it.
Because they're gonna try and fight it tooth and nail.
It's like a gentleman thing. You know, gentlemen. Go ahead.
They're gonna try and facilitate civil discourse by saying, you know, fight the power. You know, like just.
Good old Florida. Remember those days? Nobody remembers Florida.
I do.
Gore Bush.
Yeah, Bush Gore.
Yeah.
500 people determined the presidency.
Wait, it was the ballot. That ballot was like everybody that voted, was it clear as to which person you were voting for? Like, at least this time around? I don't know.
No, when I went in, I had to give my credit card information for some reason. It was weird.
I think it's so.
Here's what I want to. Here's
$100
honest
out of
question.
everybody's
You had 2 states. Pennsylvania was one of them. I forgot what the other state was. Where the state Supreme Court said that they would count ballots. Postmark the day of the election, which I said that's bullshit. Not because I think it will favor Trump, but I said it's bullshit because it's not like you're an adult and you know you have like a fucking bill to pay and you're like, yeah, let me just go ahead and put this electric bill in the mail. Let me pay this water bill. They turn off your fucking utility. Like, so whatever. So they said, what's up?
Like, I thought it was the other way around. They tried to sue to say that as long as it went out the day of the election and it's postmarked that date, that it could be counted.
Right, but I'm saying
I read that the state courts ruled that no, it needs to be in by election day because
postmark. And well, some states, Pennsylvania was one of the one that said as long as it says November 3rd on the postmark, you're good.
Oh, I thought I read that otherwise.
Well, there was another state, I think it was Ohio, that. But my question is,
it's all right. I mean, there's that Republican group that's fighting is trying to fight the fucking drive-through voter thing in Houston. And
what's that?
They're doing some place in Houston is doing like a drive-through voting booth, essentially, so that you don't have to get out and it works. And they're trying to get it was an early voting site and everything.
I don't see a problem with that. Why would they vote against that? Why would they be?
It's just a PAC or a group of Republic because, voter suppression. I don't know.
Well, essentially, like I will say, it is your right to vote, is it not? So, I think it's more important that you get people to go out and execute their right than it is to. Which did you guys cover voter suppression? Was that a topic we covered? Did you guys talk about that at all? Because we kind of did with felons, but like
I think it's very prevalent, honestly.
Well, so honest question, everybody in the chat: should you be required to have like a driver's license or identification to vote? Should that be a prerequisite?
Of course.
Yeah, you should have
All right.
identity.
Yes.
All right.
God damn, Corey, keep us in suspense.
I wish there was a better way of doing this, though. All right, like some sort of database, okay, where instead of having to like register a month in advance to vote and all this, that, and the other, I wish there was a way to just like you have an ID or a passport, you fucking go to your nearest voting station and you just vote. Instead, they got to match you up with their fucking logs, and if something so. Voter suppression exists in this way. If something doesn't match up on the logs and your ID, you can't vote, or they're going to try and get it to where you can't vote, or you have to go through this very long fucking process of trying to vote.
Well,
I think voter suppression exists in that aspect, but for the most part, I don't think it would.
But that's not party-based either. That's like anybody that has a discrepancy.
Yeah.
You're suppressed.
What I'm saying is like though, if you live. If you don't move counties or whatever, like you don't have to re-register though. So once you register and you don't move, you're good. It's just that when you move, it's like, especially outside of a county, you know that you have to register, right? I mean, essentially you should re-register every time you move anyway, because you might have like an absentee ballot one day ending up at some place you haven't lived for 15 years and your name is Darian Drake. But
yeah, but it doesn't matter because if you vote on election day, that ballot trumps any other ballot.
I agree that there has to be I feel like, okay, with all the money that we frivolously spend on shit, what if we just issue everybody a fucking ID? Okay? Everybody in the state, like states will get federal funding to issue everybody an identification card. You will pay to have a driver's license because driving is not a right, it's a privilege. So you pay $25 for a driver's license. If you cannot get a driver's license, the state will issue an ID. You shouldn't have to pay $15 for an ID. Now, with that ID, you will need that ID in order to vote. Okay? Now, that being said, in order to get the ID, you have to be a legal resident of the state and of the country. So, I mean, I don't feel like undocumented, what do they call them? Undocumented immigrants, I guess is the term. I don't think they should have the right to vote. And I'll be honest, like, I see why people feel like they should be counted on the census because it gets your state more electoral seats. because your state more representatives, and it potentially gets your state more funding. But I think that's the wrong way to go about it, because then that like encourages states to have sanctuary cities and just hide hordes of like illegal immigrants in the city for the state of getting funding and getting seats. I mean, if they can't vote, then what is the purpose of them? You know what I mean? So I don't feel like I feel like everybody should get an ID free of the state, because it is required to have an ID, because we all agree you should have an ID to vote. And if we all agree that, then you should be issued an ID.
No.
Okay.
Because I don't need the government telling me that I'm now required to carry my ID on me at all times because it's provided for me.
Well, nobody said it was.
So no.
Well, that becomes.
You're just opening a floodgate, Jake.
Yeah.
All right.
Slippery slope.
Slippery slope, Jake. All right. Because
but how else do you prove?
Now I get stopped by a cop because I'm not wearing my mask, and he's like, "Where's your ID? Show me your papers."
Stop resisting.
It's a Gestapo. All right.
You know what I do? You know what I did when the police stopped me at 16 and I was walking from the slums to Sonic to go flip burgers for $5.15 an hour, and they asked me what's in my backpack. I said my work clothes. They said, "Let me see your backpack," and I could have made a decision. Tell them, fuck no. I could have ran, or I could have just handed them my backpack because I didn't have shit to hide. So I handed them my backpack. They looked through it, find nothing but a bunch of fucking red polo shirts and slacks that say Sonic on it, and I went about my way. But I mean, that's just me, a guy that's not breaking the law, has nothing to hide, and.
But here's the thing. Introducing a slippery slope. Okay?
Oh no!
Now, when they ask me for my papers, like the fucking Gestapo did, you know, in Nazi Germany, or the KGB did in Soviet Russia, I can't say I don't have it on me. They go, "Oh, it's required. We provided it for you. You have your papers on you at all times." You didn't. They locked me up. So.
Stole.
Well, so if we agree that people need to have identification, are you going to require people to pay for that identification? Like, how do you prove who you are to vote legally?
If you don't want to vote and you don't want to pay for an ID, then you don't have to vote and pay for an ID.
But then, at the last minute, you decide you want to vote.
This idea that
you should have got a freaking ID, and
it's just like you should have put your mail-in ballot like 2 months ahead of time, right?
This idea. Hold on.
What are we eating over there, Sean?
Almonds.
D's nuts. That's all he had to say.
This idea that's something that the Democrats seem to have like propagated about voter suppression, that it's racist and this and that. This idea that older black people don't have the fucking mental ability to go with their ID because they can't afford it, they can't do this, that, or the other. That in itself is fucking racist, right? Because you remember it was 2018. It was the midterms, and they're making a big fucking deal. I don't know if you know about this, Tavion, but in Texas they were making a big fucking deal about it. They were saying, "Oh, voter ID laws are racist." Like, why is it racist? Because not all black people have ID.
What?
What?
I know black felons got ID. Shit.
What? This is literally what was coming out, because Texas was kind of at the forefront during the last midterms about voter ID laws. They tried to pass them the midterms, and everyone like all these fucking civil rights groups and everything saying, no, it's inherently racist. Like, to me, the only thing racist is thinking that black people can't get fucking IDs.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty fucking racist to me.
Because
like you're physically incapable of doing the steps it requires to get some kind of identification based on your skin color.
Exactly, and like if you really want to talk about like getting people to the polls and those types of things, I think that one thing that I've always been a fucking proponent for is today should be a fucking national holiday.
I agree, 100%, dude.
The fact that
fucking percent.
That is not.
Sean addressed that quite well in the interview, by the way.
It's voter suppression. All right, it is, because
he gets up during that. God damn it!
Cannot take today off.
No, I agree, but there is early voting though. I think
There
that's how
is.
so early voting in Texas was the 13th. So guess what I did? I sat in EOL class until fucking 17:30, drove all the way to the early polling station and stood in line at 1800 and voted at 18:30 and got home at like 1900 just to vote. So, I mean, I would agree with you. I still think it should be a federal. There's so many other fucking countries where voting is the federal holiday. Why? Why can't we get a federal holiday every 4 years? Every 2 years?
So other countries don't know when we vote, and they don't mess up our elections.
Oh, dude. You know what's funny is like there are other countries watching this election, and tell me the last time you watched to see who the prime minister of fucking Greece was gonna be. Please tell me.
Dude, I don't know.
Please tell me you watched to see fucking Putin win his like 11th term. Did you watch? I didn't watch it. Fucking
Bro, wasn't it like they were running for president or whatever? When I don't know what it's called in Russia, but
Prime Minister.
and then like last second Putin was like, all right, this guy might win. You know what? I'm all right. I can do another term in our laws. Then he just won. It wasn't even like an election.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that said, it was, bad. I don't know, man. So we have the last set of polls in the contiguous U.S. closing in 10 minutes.
All right. So
West Coast is pretty much all Biden, minus maybe Nevada and maybe Idaho.
This is important because I just did the math.
So
if everything stays as is and Biden wins the entire fucking West Coast, it means California, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, which will probably win Washington, Oregon, California, and Nevada, I would assume. Idaho will go to Trump. If everything just stays as is, right? Even Montana and Minnesota and Iowa going over to Biden.
Can you send me a link to what you're looking at? Because I'm just watching this stream.
I'm just on Fox News.
Is it a website? Send me the website you're looking at.
Jake? Oh, go ahead.
Yo.
So if everything stays as, and the state here, let me just share my screen.
Do it.
All right. Can y'all see my mouse?
Your screen's not showing up yet. I thought I gave you permission. Oh, let me go back.
I need some of those. I need those Joe Biden sunglasses.
Those aviators.
Oh yeah.
Permissions, Doc Allen. You have all the permissions. It's not showing.
Here.
Well, here, let me turn my camera off. Is it showing now?
No.
No.
Hold on.
Does it show
So
how many?
Sean, Trokar, Skunks, Rad, and you have all full permissions. Okay.
Still not up.
I'm not seeing it. It says watch stream. Oh, hold on. You're streaming it. Okay, hold on. Okay. Watch stream.
I think you got to end your stream, Jake.
No. Just click on. Just move. If you got another monitor, just move over and click on watch stream. That's where I'm not seeing it. So he's got presidential election results.
All right. So Texas is pretty much Donald Trump's. Florida. So if all of these pink states vote, it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters.
So he could win all of the West. What are you saying?
So I just did the math. If
Trump, the pink states stay pink,
the pink states go red. Trump wins.
Regardless of, well, you're counting Idaho as red though.
I'm not.
Montana's blue, bro. Oh, does it matter?
It doesn't matter. If all of these pink states go red, Trump wins. Because right now he has 115 electoral votes, and that's not counting any of these pink states because these haven't been called. Texas, Wisconsin, that's 48, 62, 80, 100, 115, 131, and 150.
Here, can you post that? I'll post a link in there. Corey, if you can't see it, if you can't see the stream for some reason, I will post in the Discord so you can click on it. I'll post it in the general chat, and then I'll just delete it later. Oh,
But anyways,
shit. Sean posting memes in here, not telling anybody.
You were busy being Schrodinger's douchebag commentary.
Yeah,
Schrodinger, bro.
All these
I
pink
love
states-
cats.
If all these pink states go red, in Iowa, like Iowa doesn't matter. Iowa's a battleground state, but it doesn't matter if Trump takes Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Damn, I told Booze to lose those fucking ballots. Booze failed us. Are you counting Nebraska splitting their votes though? And
It's only one electoral vote.
Is
Remember,
it?
the goal is 270. So Trump.
No,
needs,
yeah.
Trump needs 155 more votes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm gonna hear from Jake for like the next 2 weeks?
Bro, the election's
What?
not over. What are you
I
talking
know.
about?
He's gonna be like, well, Skunks, maybe you would have voted. Maybe Biden would have taken Ohio.
No, it wouldn't have mattered. Look, Trump. How much is Trump up by in Ohio?
By a lot.
No,
By like 5%.
No, he's up. He's up by like 200,000.
7.5% with 89% reporting.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Dude, you could legit say it wouldn't have mattered. We'll give you that.
Yeah.
One. We'll give
so
you that.
I don't think it's going to be the landslide that was in.
No,
2016.
people were predicting a landslide.
No, I don't.
I
think
was predicting a landslide, but
Davion, you see my Dake meme?
But I think.
Which one? You just posted another one?
Popular vote, along with the electoral vote.
Talking about the means if Trump wins?
No, the one above it.
Oh yeah, I seen it, dude. I was
Dude,
like in
that
shock,
thing,
and I'm like,
that thing is like he's like a Marvel super. Like I would read that comic.
Oh, dude,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that dude on Twitter. The one you posted, that guy's got a fucking Twitter page. He posts a lot of good shit. My favorite one is when like the dude, like he voted for Trump and he turned white. Like he was like because he's like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. He was just like dude.
I care about hot sauce on me everywhere I go.
And the sad part is nobody fucking called. I would have been like, yeah, let me see your hot sauce. I totally would.
Yeah.
Nobody asked her for the
Whip
hot
it
sauce.
out.
Whip it out. Let me see it.
Then she unzips her pants. You're like, whoa, Hillary, whoa.
yeah, dude, they make it like,
Dude.
they make it like, I guess they think people are freaking dumb. Like, bro, like,
I don't want my kids going to a racial jungle.
Jesus Christ.
The sad
Who
part
said
is like
that?
I don't know if Sean or Corey said it, but like when you look at old clips of Trump's never said anything that you could even construe as racist,
Or political,
and that,
for that matter.
Yeah, and the one thing he said, I think he was like on the Phil Donahue show or the Oprah show, and he's
So
like,
he would run as a Republican because they're easier to sway.
something like
I had a
that,
huge
right? That was
problem
like the
with him
most
calling it the-
political. But if you go back, Joe Biden has said so many things and done so many things where he's like, who's the guy for the KKK that he was like buddies with? Until
Oh,
it
you
was,
mean the funeral he attended for the Grandmaster Dragon Splinter Axe dude? Yeah, that guy? Yeah. Trump hasn't condemned racists, but meanwhile, this is some good macaroni and cheese. Thank you, Phyllis.
But like,
fucking shot.
I
Bro.
did have a huge problem with him calling it the Chinese virus.
I mean,
The China flu, that's what he calls it. The China
I mean,
flu.
we all know what really happened, don't we?
Here, let me ask you this. So at what point, like when you call it, dengue and there's a couple other fucking diseases, like Ebola
Spanish
region,
flu, yada yada yada.
Spanish flu. Like at what point, like was it 2019 when it wasn't okay to like denigrate a potentially pandemic,
no
thing.
potential about it.
Well, some of them was Ebola a pandemic though?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Ebola.
No, I mean, was it an epidemic or was it a pandemic? There's a
Ebola was
difference.
an epidemic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying a potential pandemic, like when is it okay?
There
to
was
just say,
potential for pandemic. You're right.
Sure, there was.
Epidemic.
It was only an epidemic, but when is it okay to just call it virus number HQ1 Charlie 0? Like
I mean,
when
that's
is
kind of what it is. The novel coronavirus is which one? It's COVID-19.
But everything prior to that had like a region or something tied to it. You know what I mean? So I'm saying
No, but
is
all the other viruses also have a chemical name too.
They do. You're absolutely right. They're categorized in a Dewey Decimal System of WHO.
So depending on what type of virus it is, like there are multiple coronaviruses. It's not this is the only coronavirus.
Right.
No, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm just saying, when did we decide we're not going to call it the China virus and we're only going to call it the
well, people don't call it the China virus no more.
Yeah, no. People say that ironic. If they do it for the meme.
It's basically the American virus now. I mean, for really fucking honest.
for anyone that has it,
it's only American because we're fucking honest about it. Like, if we weren't honest about it, it would be the Chinese virus.
No,
like,
we all know what really happened, dude. Everyone here's got Amazon Prime, am I right? And we all know where this virus came from.
Yeah. It came from Europe.
From Kazakhstan.
Oh, wait. Which one are you watching? There's quite a few on there.
I'm watching Borat, dude.
Oh, I didn't watch that one. I didn't.
Why did you watch that shit, bro?
Wow. He's like, why didn't you watch it? Gets up and leaves.
Yo.
Corey, are you wearing the fucking gray? Oh no, you're wearing a do-rag. Look at this guy. Cultural appropriation.
Wait.
Cultural appropriation violation.
Wait, Corey, are you changing the math? I mean the map to do the math, or did that just happen?
What do you mean?
The California and Oregon.
Well, it's projected.
No, yeah,
it's projected.
I thought California's never going to vote Republican. Oregon's never going to vote Republican. Washington's never going to vote Republican.
Yeah, those three states are just they're forever blue. In fact, you could have a swath of like the whole state burned down. The whole state would burn down because Bernie Sanders was lighting a fire to everybody's house, and they still wouldn't vote the other way.
I mean, California is definitely going blue because they don't have rakes to rake their forests.
This dude. All right.
I mean, like sometimes when I hear Trump, I'm just like,
go to the memes
same.
channel of the Discord and click on what Corey dropped. It was the Fox elections, and just go off of that.
Wait, where did you got that?
No. It's in the memes channel of this Discord.
Yeah.
Oh. So go off of that one, because that one's going to be a little bit more. I'm just posting Sky because Sky's not going to shut down the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so here.
So Montana just flipped red. Montana just flipped red.
No, Montana doesn't matter. Here's the easiest way to do this right now. Arizona is 11, New Mexico's 5, Iowa's 6, Minnesota's 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 16, 22,
16,
32.
21, 32, and then let's say 6 for Nevada, and that's 38.
38.
And 38 and 207 is 245.
245. Exactly.
And then add 6 for Iowa, that's 251.
No, we already had.
Oh, we did. You're right.
So Biden can take everything that's blue right now and still not win.
Mm-hmm.
All that has to happen is Trump has to stand pat.
Here's what I want to know: where the fuck is Joe Jorgensen? I want to know how much of the popular vote Joe Jorgensen got, because Trokar was betting on that. Darian was betting on that.
Less than
he said it. We're Kanye. Hold up.
Less than 1%. Kanye got 1,000 votes in Iowa.
Well, no, in In Minnesota, he had like 5% early.
No,
like
he didn't.
Before he did before he did as of like before today. Before today,
has 3,700 votes in Minnesota right now.
Damn, dude.
Joe Jorgensen has almost 50,000 votes in North Carolina.
Good for you, girl. Go on, get it.
Yeah, so Pennsylvania, I think Pennsylvania is at 45% reporting. Trump is at what?
Florida just called.
Ooh.
Dominoes are about to fall, and we are going to have 4 more years of Trump, everybody.
You know what?
There it is.
I kind of, dude, like, seriously, I'll be honest. So, obviously, you saw me come in wearing the Trump hat, and it's too early to call. But, no, hear me, dude, it is always too early to call. But what I'm saying is, first of all, when I retire, I want his signature on my fucking certificate. 1. 2, as someone that could potentially have a family of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds, you know, I don't want to go fight in a war and die. I really don't. So the fact that this guy has like been like, yo, here's my dick, shut up, and everybody shut up, and Abraham Accord and everything's fine. I appreciate that too. So I want a signature and what's up?
Did you forget about January of this year? December of last year?
What? Like where he killed a couple people with precision strikes? What about it?
And then our air base in Iraq got fucking Iranian tomahawked.
Okay, there's a difference. Look, dude, I could have been there. Yes, but here I am and I've been in TRADOC for the past like 4 fucking years. Once I leave here, I am going ForceCom all the way. And in those next, if I make E8, that's another 3 fucking years. So if I make E8 this go around, I'm stuck another 3 years. And in those 3 years, I would just like, if anything, I'd like to go to Qatar and chill out in the sand. And that's about fucking it. You know, I've already paid my dues to society. I paid my dues to the people of the United States. I mean, you know what? I could end up having a gym named after me, but that's not what I want. That's really, I don't think you would want that. I don't think Sean would want that. I don't think anybody that has ever served is like, you know what? I died for my country and my kids will grow up without a father and at least they named a fitness facility after me. Like, I don't want that. And I'm saying after the first 4 years, it's looking pretty good compared to drone strikes in fucking Syria, compared to pulling out and ISIS developing. I'm just me personally. Because at the end of the day, everybody's going to vote what's better for them, you know? Rad may vote because, you know, Biden promises job reforms in Michigan. I don't know. Sean may vote for, you know, Joe Jorgensen because she promises that she'll keep the fracking out of Dallas. I don't know. People vote what's convenient for them. I don't like, hey, Corey, what's your view on COVID? Okay, I'm voting for Biden. Lock down the country. Like, I vote for me. And me, I like the fact that we're not in wars. Like, in 4 years, you know, just like, yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it. Me personally. Brad.
All right. Well, I had a question when we was doing what everybody wanted to see, and it turned into like a 2-3 hour debate.
Oh shit! Oh
shit! Would anybody like to see like the amount of prisoners that we have in the country just like drop dramatically?
I mean, yeah. I'd like to see the 13th Amendment rewritten in a way that doesn't fucking lend itself to indentured servitude.
Man.
I'd like to see the privatization of prisons be completely removed, and I'd like to see victimless crimes fucking, you know.
Right.
Like, straight up. Like, it's people don't understand. Like, the reason why Reconstruction was such a missed opportunity was because we brought these dickbags back into the fold after the Civil War instead of stringing them the fuck up. We brought them back in. The only way to get the 13th Amendment ratified was to make that fucking language say what it said. Yes, I understand what the spirit of the 13th Amendment is, but it set a precedent for every other amendment and every other fucking law that was ever fucking written to be poison at its core. And the 13th Amendment, while indicative and representative and sort of setting the trend of emancipation and the ending of slavery, ultimately made room for Jim Crow. All you gotta do to subjugate a people is create a law in which you can subjugate. So we traded slavery for indentured servitude.
Right. And I was telling Jake about a month back. I was like, bro, all of this stuff was not that long ago.
It really wasn't.
Jim Crow, slavery.
I remember this
all
talk.
that stuff was not that long ago.
What I like,
people say put in the past, it was not that long ago.
I like about Tavion, right, is sometimes, like, here's the cool thing about, like, being open-minded. Every now and then, if you shut the fuck up and you listen to what somebody says, you might learn something. And so when this motherfucker, and I say that as a term of endearment because, you know, but no, he was telling me, you know, like, you know, after the Civil War, everybody was promised, you know, some land and a horse. And I was just like,
40 acres and a mill.
Let me look this shit up, my dude. Yeah, dude, you right. You totally right, dog.
You grew up in a black family. You should know this.
No. The thing is, like, that is one thing I did. Like, every February. Here's the beautiful thing about my mom is every February, like, we would celebrate Black History. Like my mom, we would learn about George Washington Carver, or we would learn about MLK. We would learn about Jackie Robinson. We would, like for at least 6 years of me being grown up into adulthood. You know, because at some point my mom just started working a lot and it just kind of fell by the wayside, kind of a lot of things. But my mom made sure that we would fucking learn about some civil rights icon. And my dad was pretty good too, because my dad was a history major. So he would be like, hey, read this book. And back in the day, I'll be honest, before like school made me like read books, I used to love reading. So they'd be like, oh, a book on George Washington Carver. Yo, let me cop this shit. And I would fucking read. So, like, for, like, a solid 6 years of my life, I learned a lot about Black history, but more importantly, American history. Because even though these guys, you know, were black, they were Americans. And that's how I learned about them. You know, what were their contributions? Just like, you know, you have Eli Whitney. What was his contribution to society? He was a white dude, but he contributed something. You know, George Washington owned slaves, but he contributed something. Nobody's fucking perfect. In fact, let me give you a quick synopsis. So one day, I used to have a Facebook account, and it was MLK Day, and I think this was about 4 years ago. And I posted a long soliloquy on my fucking Facebook. It was more like a monologue, but it was a soliloquy in the sense of I was standing in the room by myself, talking to myself as if I had an audience, knowing I did. And there was this girl I had served with in Germany, and she basically was like, what he stood for was invalid because he was cheating on his wife. That was the nutshell of her argument, was his civil rights, you know, blah blah blah, but he was fucking around. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, everybody that has stood for something good has never been perfect unless you're Jesus Christ himself, if you're into the Bible. But, like, other than that, everybody has their faults. So I can't put any validity to the fact that, you know, MLK was sleeping around on his wife, but the guy did an insane amount of stuff for civil rights. How can you be so fucking bigoted? Oh, fine. George Washington was an asshole because he had slaves. Does that mean that, like, him fighting for a country for all these beliefs that they're God-given principles that every citizen should have? Does that mean that none of that was... So... At the end of the day, man.
Bill Cosby did a lot.
What's up?
I said Bill Cosby did a lot for us.
What did Bill Cosby do? Enlighten me.
What?
Well, no, what did he do?
Bill Cosby did a lot of stuff for our black community.
No, I don't know. I never really dug into Bill Cosby, so...
He was like the first, like, natural, like, black family on, like, television. Like every other, like, any other time, like, you go on TV and you see
Dr.
black family,
Huxtable.
it's either they're like super poor or they're like
they're caricaturized. Yeah, it's caricaturized. It's not. There's nothing nuclear about it. and it
Right.
furthers the psychological separation and dehumanization of Black America. You know,
all the I'm not saying this just to be funny or anything.
Tommy
But I'm
Tuberville.
just saying it because it goes with it. But all the people you sent to freaking college and stuff, all the other stuff, all the money he put back into Black communities.
Oh, he put money back into the community? I didn't know this. I don't
Oh,
know much
yeah.
about Homeboy.
Yeah, he was paying a whole bunch of people's college tuition.
Sean, you'll like this. Tommy Tuberville, the coach.
Tuberville, right?
Tommy
Yeah.
Tuberville.
Yeah,
is now the junior senator from Alabama.
That's funny.
And he defeated the incumbent in a landslide.
Good for him.
I guess
Well,
that's what
that-
happens whenever you. I guess that's what happens when you coach at fucking Auburn.
Well, that and that was the seat that Homeboy left to go be one of Trump's cabinet guys, and then got fucking fired, right? I forget his name.
No, this was an actual seat up for election. That one was filled during a special election. Roy Jones, or the fucking judge or whatever.
No,
the
but
racist dude.
No. The guy from that seat, right? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you did already. But didn't that guy? No, who was the guy?
Not this seat. That was
Oh,
that
my
was
God.
the senior seat.
No. I'm looking. Just go.
That seat. Yes, you were. There was a vacancy in like 2017 for a seat in the Alabama Senate, or the Senate for the seat in Alabama, not the Alabama State Senate. This fucking big
The
Senate.
regular Senate. I got you.
Yes, that was filled in a special election.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
This is not that seat.
So what did Tommy Tuberville? I thought it was Tuberville.
Tommy Tuberville just beat the Democratic incumbent.
There's only one B there, but all right, I'll trust you.
Jake,
what?
You
What?
don't-
Okay.
You don't watch college football, do you?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Trump
then-
endorsed him. I remember Trump saying,
Tommy
you know,
Tuberville could have run as a fucking communist. All right.
Well,
Okay,
it is
and then-
Alabama, but yes.
Well, then
Who is the guy that? Here's what I'm saying. Who is the guy that fucking left his seat to go be a Trump cabinet appointee, and then
something
he fucking
Roy. Yes, I'm telling you that. Yes, he left, but that's not this fucking seat, Jake.
That's not okay.
No, there's two fucking senators in each state. The Doug Jones was the incumbent. The other one was filled during a special election, or it was appointed by the governor. The fucking Republican governor of Alabama is not going to appoint a fucking Democrat to be a senator.
Okay. Calm down.
I'm telling you, and you're like, oh no, it's this guy, this thing. I'm like, no, it's not.
Sean.
It's something else.
What?
Sean.
What?
How old is you?
33.
How old is he?
29.
All right. Okay, I got 8 years on him. I got odds that I outlive him.
Oh shit, they're doing a runoff for the second seat in Georgia. It was a special election, so Doug Collins, I don't know who the fuck that is, but he's a Republican. He took 750,000 votes, and Kelly Loeffler is the second place Republican, and she took 930,000 votes. The guy who would have won had 1 million votes, so they're going to do a runoff.
Hey, gentlemen, if you get the opportunity, stop by and drop a like on the video. I know you may not like it. Maybe you may dislike me. Maybe you may dislike Darian. Maybe you might dislike us both. But as you know,
Looks like John Cornyn won.
John Cornyn. You know, dude.
Which video are you talking about?
Texas.
No, I'm talking about the video.
Oh yeah, go ahead and like the stream if you can. Thank you.
YouTube.
Thank you for that next like. Appreciate it, Sean. What I'm saying is, I was
dude,
not.
I didn't even know.
Comment.
Yeah, we live on YouTube, my dude. I told you we was live on the tube.
Oh no, I was talking about. I just opened up YouTube and I see that Joe Rogan is streaming live. JRE End of the World #2.
Wait, Rogan's on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he's live.
He's not doing his podcast, is it?
His pod,
Yeah.
it'll go,
He's-
it'll go on there. It'll go on the iHeart.
He was supposed to have Alex Jones on, but he's not on right now.
No, he had
He's got,
Alex Jones on.
Yeah, he did. I watched that, but Alex Jones was supposed to come back for election night. He was supposed to be doing shots and shit. But maybe he's in the bathroom. I don't know.
Maybe.
But he's got Tim Dillon there, and I don't know this other dude.
What's the name of the channel, Jake?
It's in if you go to the Discord channel and you go to affiliate streamers, right under welcome, it's right there.
Oh, they just ended the stream.
Jake Drake.
They just what?
They just ended the stream.
Oh, JRE.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
I wonder if it's like, say for someone that has like a I don't want to say a community, like someone like Joe Rogan who has a huge following, or like The Rock, to win like a senator or a freaking like governor position.
I mean,
I'd say it's possible if they actually ran.
One is president.
Yeah.
So they're saying 40 or 54% of the total vote is currently in right now, and we have almost 100 million people voting. Like
well, they said like before the polls closed, they said almost 100 million people early voted, absentee ballot, mail-in ballot. Yeah.
So if 200 million people vote in this election and Trump still wins, then
I don't think anybody has a shoulder to cry on.
Yeah.
Because I think what was it? How many people voted last election?
It's 63 million to like 50 or 60 million.
It was it was about 100
million.
Okay, so about 120 million people voted, and Trump won electoral. And if Trump wins
Hillary won the popular by 3 million, I think.
I'm gonna turn this guy up.
Yeah, it looks like who? Nate Silver, smart dude.
He is. That's why I turned him up.
New Hampshire went for Biden, and Arizona looks okay for Biden. Would give Democrats quite a bit of hope, I would think. But if they lose Pennsylvania, then we probably have a second term for Trump. So it's going to take a long time to know what happens in Pennsylvania, what happens in Wisconsin, what happens in Michigan. We'll know more about Arizona probably by 2 or 3 in the morning tonight. But it's going to be a while here.
Well, and we should just emphasize that we said.
No, I don't know. Arizona's at 73%.
But right now, we have.
I don't think there's a while when you're up by 8% with 73% reporting.
Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, it is looking increasingly.
Michigan's only 47% reporting.
47%, and Trump is up double digits.
Georgia, right now, 67% of
Yeah, he's up by 300,000.
Donald Trump appears to have a fairly healthy lead right now.
Yeah, we're talking about 340,000 votes, and I want to show you one data point right now because this is interesting. Donald Trump actually winning in the early vote in the state of Georgia. So we talked about the spread, almost 400,000 votes. Donald Trump's holding what he needs to hold. The swing counties he took.
So what does it mean if these states are shaded?
Places like Peach County.
Like
Look at Peach County because, as you can imagine,
Sean?
they got peaches there. But it also has a good breakdown in the state.
Explain to him the shaded votes on the states on the Fox News page.
Like Nebraska.
They're leaning red or leaning blue.
No, he's talking about Nebraska and Maine.
Oh, they're splitting the electorate.
300,000 votes in this area. That's what's going to need to happen because in the
So some states play winner take all, like a majority of the states play winner take all, and the rest of them play, well, the rest of them that don't play winner take all play splitting votes.
There's only 24% of the vote in, and Joe Biden, he's doing better, but the question is
DeKalb County.
to drive
Fulton
out all
County.
those numbers and
That's
drive
Atlanta,
up in a
buddy.
big way. I don't know if 3 or 4 percentage points is going to do that. He's going to have to come up much higher.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. We should also say we now know that in the Senate race, one of the Senate races,
George
in Georgia,
Stephanopoulos, everybody.
Reverend Raphael Warnock, the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, will be in a runoff with the Senator Kelly Loeffler right now, Republican Senator Yvette Simpson. That could be quite a barn burner on January 5th.
We are ready to go to battle for that seat, and we're super excited about the fact that Raphael, who is a newcomer, has been able
Sean,
to
did I
do
tell you
so
about my new
well
gym
against
shirt?
two pretty well-known Republicans in the state, and so we predicted that this would go.
Nah, bro.
off. Our folks are ready.
So it's got like Donald Trump doing like a bicep pose, like boom, and it's got not Joe Biden, Mike Pence doing a pose here, and it says Donald Pump and Mike Bench, make America swole again, bro.
The Senate is going a lot better than I thought it would for the Republicans. I honestly thought they'd fucking clean house and get past the filibuster in the Senate. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't even think they'll get 51.
I don't understand, dude. All right, that's a good point. Why? This is what I don't understand. I'm gonna turn this down.
Joe Biden won at Arizona. They're calling it.
Yeah. Why would anybody get rid of a filibuster? Like that applies to that is like the minorities' one last stronghold.
What do you mean? They're not getting rid of it. They're getting the 60 votes needed so that they can override the president's veto.
No. Not that. That's not what I'm saying.
They're getting rid of the Republicans' ability to filibuster.
Well, no. What I'm saying is the Democrats have filibustered as well, but what they were saying was I think it was about 2 years ago, don't quote me, but 2 or 4 years ago, somewhere in that time frame, they voted to get rid of a supermajority to pass a lot of things. So in the Senate, it used to be a supermajority. Now it's just a majority. And so with a majority, and then that's why the Senate's pretty important. So now you only need 51 votes, and once the Democratic Party gets the 51 vote majority in the Senate, one of the first things they were going to do was get rid of the filibuster. They were going to abolish the filibuster. And what I want to know is, like, do they not ever think that, even if they won the Senate and they did whatever they needed to do, did they not think that Republicans would ever come back into a power and would essentially, just say, okay, well, there's no filibuster, so either we'll put the filibuster back in or we'll just fucking overrun you with your filibuster ban.
So it was never a supermajority that was required to ever pass a law. All you needed was the House to pass it, the Senate to pass it, and the President to sign it. All you needed was a simple majority in all three cases.
Well, it depends though. Like, if you draft,
the only time you need a supermajority is if the President vetoes it, and then you manage to push it through with a supermajority in the Senate, then you override the President's veto.
Right, and we're talking 2/3 versus 3/4. I got you.
60 votes.
So why get rid of the filibuster? That's what I'm saying. Why?
I don't remember anyone ever talking about getting rid of the filibuster. The filibuster is there, and plus I don't think they can legislate getting rid of the filibuster.
Well, the filibuster isn't a law. It's a Senate rule.
It's getting the 60 votes needed, so you can't filibuster, dude.
It has nothing to do with getting rid of the filibuster. Filibustering is just all right. We have 50 votes. There's no way that they force, like, the Democrats have the Senate, but we got 50 votes that are Republicans. The President vetoes it. We are filibustering their law because there's no way they're going to be able to push it through past the President's veto. That's what a filibuster is. You can never get rid of the filibuster unless you have 60 senators on your side. All right. The filibuster isn't something like, I am filibustering this. It's not like you filibuster something and it's like a statement or something. You're just not voting for it. So it's filibustered. Right, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like you have to. It's not like something gets explicitly filibustered.
No,
it's a process.
No, that's not what I was.
Well, there's nothing to get rid of. What you would like, you can't get rid of it. The only way to get rid of it is by getting 60 seats in the Senate, or the supermajority in the House. Which, when was the last time anyone had a supermajority in the House? Fucking the 70s.
It's not necessarily. It's the filibuster. The point of the filibuster was to delay bills coming across the Senate floor. That was it.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, it was to delay or to break a bill coming across the Senate floor. Yes, that's what it was.
No, it's not. That's filibustering. That's going and taking up all the time you can to try and get to the Senate to a recess.
Right.
Do that. They do that whenever they're trying to, like, whenever somebody has like a majority, and the presidency.
Yes.
At the very end of the Obama presidency, the Senate, the Democrats had the Senate, right? No, they didn't.
No.
Sorry. So the Democrats did this before the last midterms, 2018.
Yes.
They were trying to pass stuff before the midterms because the Republicans weren't sure how many seats they would lose during the midterms. So the Democrats sat out there and they fucking talked for hours and hours until they had to recess. And then the next day they would talk for hours and hours and hours and hours. That is filibustering.
Correct.
But getting you can't. Yes, that is a Senate rule. That's being allotted time and being able to talk.
Correct.
If every that's every Democratic senator or every Republican senator getting together and saying, "Hey, I'm going to take all 5 hours that I have to talk about this."
Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, why would they want? Well, why would they want it? Before you get further, why would they want to get rid of that?
Because it's not really a super like common thing. It occurs occasionally.
It occurs occasionally, but what I'm saying is what I understand is their intent is, if they get the executive branch and they get the Senate and they keep the House, then they would abolish the filibuster. This is what their game plan was, and quite a few came out and said it. Nancy Pelosi was one of the few that didn't say it overtly. She didn't say it openly, but like, we're gonna get rid of the filibuster, and we're gonna use all the arrows in our quiver, which to that was in regards to stacking the Supreme Court, which is essentially bumping it up from 9 justices to 11 to 13. So by getting rid of the filibuster, essentially what they wanted to do,
packing the court.
Right, and what my point was is, like, why would they do that with maybe the country goes to shit so far in shit in one direction that maybe, just maybe, the Republican Party wins the majority in everything, because people are so sick and tired of the country being...
They don't give a shit about what's going to happen in 10, 15 years. They only care about because they won't be in power in 10, 15 years. Most of them will be fucking dead because they're all fucking old. So they don't care. They don't, because they don't give a shit about, like, the consequences down the road. That's all U.S. politics is. They don't fucking care. They're trying to line their pockets right now.
That's why we need a Green New Deal.
Bro.
I'll find you and shoot you.
Bro. Let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this real quick. Listen, young buck. So all these people that be talking about, and
Dude,
this
I don't even know what the Green New Deal is. So I don't even.
What? How are you gonna? All right.
Bro, am I? Look, man. Like I said,
you don't know what
this stuff don't pertain to me. Okay.
It does, dude. Here's the way I look at it. At some point, you will own something. You will own a car. Maybe you will own a savings account, motherfucker. You may own some stocks. You may own a house. And this stuff does pertain to you because the government will come after it. And as the old adage goes, the government you vote for is the government you deserve. And so it doesn't seem important or consequential right now. But, like, once you get in that bracket where you're almost 40 and you almost own a truck and you almost own your house and you have guns and, maybe you got a savings account, and then the government's like, yo, gimme. it's a little too late to start caring, because I think a lot of the people that are like crying about we need this, it's like they don't have anything. Because I remember when I was 16, from the time I was 16 until the time I was 28, I didn't own anything worth anything. I didn't have a fucking truck. I didn't have a house. I didn't have a savings account. I didn't have a good credit score. So that is from 16 to 28. That's 12 years of me being able to be legally employed for more than 40 hours a week. And from me being 16 to 20 making minimum wage federally, which was $5.15. Dude, like, I didn't own shit. I didn't have nothing. I didn't have anything. And then now I have things, and it's like, yo, why should I give this motherfucker any of the shit I fucking slaved my ass off for 12 years? He didn't help me get this credit score. He didn't help me get this truck. He didn't help me get this house. He ain't paying on any of my shit. Why should I pay for your student loans? Why should I pay? Look, I signed myself for, indentured servitude for a certain amount of time. So I get it. I understand why people think when they're younger, like, we need to share. But, like, dude, I came, like, anybody can join the military if you can fucking lift 50 pounds and you don't have a mental condition. Anybody can join the military. You want college money? Join the military. That's what I'm saying. Like, get yelled at for 3 years, get told what to do, and then get out, and you've got $60,000 to $80,000 at your disposal. And why people say we need free, it's like, no, you don't need free shit. You need reality. And reality is, unless you fucking put your own boots on every day, and sometimes some people need to be yelled at to put their fucking boots on every day, to show up to work, to fucking shave, to show up with the right mentality. I'm telling you, like, once you start owning things, and then the government starts saying, well, we're going to tax your income, and we're going to wealth tax you, or we're going to talk about it. It's like, yo, this wealth didn't fucking come from a tree, dude. Like, for 12 years, I didn't have wealth. Now I have wealth. I have climbed that ladder. Man, fuck all y'all motherfuckers that went and got a student loan. I don't give a fuck about y'all. Because y'all didn't give a fuck about yourselves. I don't know just how I feel. So, Fox has 223, 148 Biden.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just saying. So they're calling Arizona at 73%. They called New Mexico at 68%. They called Colorado at 80%. California at 50%. Oregon at 75%. Washington at 50%. Like, well, so Montana trumps up by 5.
Does not matter.
Jake, I'm gonna hit you up later.
Are you going to bed?
I gotta put my boots on for a little bit before I go to bed.
Oh, dude. You streaming Warzone or what you playing?
No, I ain't streaming. I gotta work on this video and I gotta learn some shit.
Wait. Are you using that Vegas or are you using that
I'm using Adobe
Premiere?
Yeah, hey, I got all of that stuff for free.
Hey, drop a link. Do you have access to the Discord? You should.
What?
Go in the affiliate streamers and self-promotion and drop a link to your YouTube channel in there so people can go follow you.
Jesus Christ. Who's this nut guy that can span this thing?
Canute, dude. He's a Norwegian bodybuilder, dude. Bro, subbed it. Go fucking follow him.
He's a partner as well.
Yeah, he's a partner. He's a Twitch partner. He quit his job as a construction worker and a hotel manager, and now he does his lift weights and fucking stream on. Dude, he's hilarious, though. He sounds like Wolfbang / Arnold.
He's alright. He's a meathead.
Yeah, he's a legit meathead. He's a legit meathead.
He's a fucking Chad, dude.
So we need 270 to win, right? Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa gives that to Trump. You can't tie, right?
No.
And no person, you can't have two people over 270.
No.
So the states that are trending for Trump right now will give it to him.
Dude, this is closer than Hillary, and I'm fucking surprised.
Hillary was a landslide, dude.
Hillary's a woman.
Fucking landslide.
No, I'm
But
just saying, like, when you look at Biden, that dude is like borderline brain dead, man. But whatever.
But it's full of never Trumpers, man. It's never Trumpers.
Yeah, it's never Trumpers.
That's all it is.
And then you added the people that were like, "Well, I'm not voting for Hillary because she was a woman."
No, people
No
didn't
one-
vote. Nobody said that. People didn't vote for her because she was corrupt as fuck and she was a Clinton.
Yeah.
No, that's your
Everybody
Twitch
does.
channel. Put your YouTube on there, dude.
I put both of them on there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Right
did.
under it.
All right, I'm gonna go follow. I already follow you on Twitch. Oh, dude, I got you for notifications, dude. You ain't posted shit and go learn, bro.
What do you mean go learn? Dude, yeah, dude, I gotta... Look, I couldn't be paying my freaking Adobe thing anymore, so I'm feel dumb because now I got it for free.
Yo, the way your
Saying,
bank
like-
account works.
Yeah, the way my bank account's set up.
I know. Kokomo, you still play League or no?
Trump ain't done shit for me.
Huh?
No.
This dude's actually pretty good at League. I mean, he's not the best.
I ain't gonna be putting no videos on, dude. Look, I don't think I have like rarely
like-
any League videos on there. Everything's just tutorials, and that's where I got all my views at.
I was like plat 3 in like season fucking 4. That was it.
Jesus, yeah, better than me, dude. Best I could do was gold. But
I
I
haven't
kept
really
changing my roles.
I play it like occasionally, like with friends, and that's about it. We just play ARAM.
I raged too hard. That game was about to give me a heart attack.
Do you ask
And I
people how
just-
much they bench?
It's not fun anymore.
Then you don't
Yeah,
rage
it's
hard
fine.
enough. All right, man. Hey, dude, get out of here. Thanks for stopping by, asking some questions, providing some insight. I really like your insight to like. I don't say I agree with it, but it was a very interesting perspective, like on abortion, how you looked at that. I've never seen anybody.
Yeah.
That is like the first I've ever heard of that. Like to be
Yeah,
be
like-
honest, like that is a like we need you like more in. In fact, how about like at least a month from now we get you on the fucking channel. We do like an interview, about an hour and a half. And to be honest, like I just ask questions. Darian, who's not here right now, he normally like he grills people, but I just ask questions. That's all I do when we bring people on.
Just know. I mean, I'm not gonna say it like I don't research stuff. I don't research everything y'all talk about.
Well-
Well, I look at something and I'll be like, okay, something's really messed up right here. Why don't
That's
they do
cool.
this?
No, that's cool, dude. Like I totally have you on, man. I'm if anybody wants to be on, I'll have them on. If Rad wanted to be on, I'd have him on too. I would just make sure I would pick a topic. The focal point would be something it is the most knowledgeable thing you're on. So if the most knowledgeable thing you're on is fucking like
Big booty bitches.
I don't know. That's pretty stereotypical of you, but all right, Corey.
Growing a Twitch or YouTube channel or systemic racism if you're...
Dude,
just do political.
No, we don't. We haven't done political. Like the only reason we done political is because there's an election coming up. So
We do some gay shit every once in a while.
So I mean, I would love to talk about marijuana, but I don't know anybody that knows enough about marijuana to fucking talk about it. I really don't.
The girl I'm talking to, or dating, she is a security risk assessor for a cannabis security firm.
Well, I mean, get her on your computer and we'll ask her. And we'll borrow her for about an hour and a half.
All right, someday.
Giggity.
All right, I'm out. I gotta go learn how to use Adobe and crap.
Later, homie.
All right, later.
Good talking to you, man. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, man.
Later, man.
All right, Corey, I'll be right back.
So it looks like Trump's going to lose the popular vote again.
Not surprised.
California is, yeah, they're turning out. Turning up.
We're supposed to hear from them again at about midnight to give us an update. That's the next kind of ballot drop number that we're expecting to hear from them. But Here's the thing. It's just going to take a long time. I've heard you say this tonight repeatedly, George. People are just going to have to be patient. This is a slow process. Here in Pennsylvania, I mean, there's like 2.5 million mail-in ballots that came in. This is a state that's never done early voting for all voters that wanted to take advantage of it. This is a first-time process.
Yeah, so it's a fucking it was a landslide in 2016, and right now the only way it looks is the only thing that they managed to flip is Arizona.
Doing the best that they can. People are working around the clock as here in Philadelphia, but it is going to
It's no bueno for the Democrats.
He didn't flip New Mexico, or that was blue in 2016.
New Mexico was blue in 2016.
Project 2 more states right now. The state of New Mexico is going to go to.
Now they have flipped a couple Senate seats, so that's good for them, I guess. But
by 8 points in 2016, Joe Biden will win it tonight. And the state of Idaho, it's 4 electoral votes. No surprise there. Going to go to Donald Trump. He won the state by 32 points in 2016. I want to go to the table right now. And Sarah Fager, let me start with you. We're coming up on midnight now.
Yeah.
On the East Coast. Is the night going as you expected? What's the surprise? What should we be looking for ahead?
I think the night's going better than I expected.
For Republicans?
For Republicans, yeah. I mean, I was in the camp where I thought Joe Biden was going to win this, and it is far from clear that he's going to win this election. And the president seems to be doing much better in the upper Midwest. Now, again, we don't know exactly what vote is in. It may be heavily election day vote, but, clearly in some of those counties, the president is overperforming, and even overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think this is going to be a nail-biter.
Rob?
I think the way I look at it is every state to date has performed like they did, not changing. There wasn't really a move in the sense that some people thought there was this tailwind coming, except for Arizona. And the only state that's flipped so far is Arizona.
It hasn't flipped yet.
It hasn't flipped yet, but
it's going to tighten considerably.
It's going to tighten, but I'm going to go out on a limb then, given it's midnight, it's way past my bedtime, and say that those are numbers that are hard at this point for the president to break. That said, we have big numbers in Atlanta and Metro Atlanta, big numbers in the metro areas of the upper Midwest that are out. It's going to come down to those 4 states to make the determination, and we are going to be here every night Friday, so I look forward to seeing you.
I need to take a piss. Be right back.
We're going to be here right through, and I'm going to sit next to you, so we're going to be there. But it's going to be a while here, and I think what the problem is, what was your baseline is going to determine your mood. And it says if you thought this was going to be a big tailwind, you go, oh boy, that was disappointing. As Nate said, the truth is, it hasn't been. It's actually, the states are doing exactly what they had did.
It's also looking very good for Republicans to control the Senate. Joni Ernst is ahead. Tom Tillis is ahead. It's not done in North Carolina. The Georgia senators are ahead. If you go to a runoff, especially, if Biden does pull this off, you're likely to keep control of the United States Senate. People like a split power, and we will see at least one runoff in Georgia.
You don't want split power.
No, we don't. We want to take the whole darn thing, of course. I think a couple of big picture things I'm seeing is that the strategy to flip Republicans to Democrat didn't pan out. And so now we're all hoping that enough Democrats came out, particularly in urban centers and some suburban areas, to really carry the day. And I think that was the big surprise aha, I think, for a lot of us who were expecting, particularly with what happened at the convention and Lincoln Project, that all these Republicans were going to flip. But we're seeing Donald Trump win in big margins where he won before. So are there enough Democrats, particularly in these areas where we're seeing Joe Biden actually overperform Hillary Clinton in 2016? Will that be enough to carry the day?
Donald Trump's overperforming Donald Trump. And that's part of the problem for Democrats right now. And for Rob to say the evening's gone about as expected, it's not what I was hearing about 6 hours ago. Okay, so what we're seeing is that the president is enormously competitive in Wisconsin, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. He's competitive in Michigan, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. And he's winning in Florida and winning in North Carolina. And so, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. At the end of the day, I think if the president wins Pennsylvania, he's going to be reelected. And if he doesn't, he won't.
Matt Dowd.
Well, I'm going to go along with Ram on this one, because look at every single state and look at the polls. Really, if you fundamentally look at the polls, they've basically been in alignment, give or take a point or two, been in alignment with what we saw We will soon find out a divergence from that. And my guess is the first divergence from this is Arizona. And once Arizona diverges, I've looked at the data, it's almost impossible for Donald Trump to come back from where he's behind with what's left in there. And the other thing to look at is Michigan. Michigan is not as close as it looks right now. If you look at all of the numbers, all of those numbers that are in are almost all election day numbers. It's almost no absentee, which the Democrats were supposed to overperform in. And I still think North Carolina, there's a lot left to count, and there's a lot of mail left to count in North Carolina. So that race I don't think is over yet. But the first state that we see that switches is likely to be from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. And that's the most significant thing we're waiting on.
Heidi Heidkamp.
I totally agree with Ram and with Matt, but I think the story that we haven't talked about tonight, which is the popular vote. How much is Biden going to win the popular vote and still see this enormous challenge in the Electoral College? And that's going to reignite all of that dialogue again. If this is a 5-point win in the popular vote, I think that there's going to be a lot of challenges in this country holding the country together.
7 out of the 8 last elections won by Democrats in the popular vote. John Carr, you get the last word here.
Well, I think there are dangers out there for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania by looking in Ohio. I want Tom, if you can pick up 2 counties that border Pennsylvania in Ohio, Trumbull and Mahoning. In both these counties, Donald Trump seriously outperformed what he did 4 years ago. Now, that's in Ohio. Ohio's one state, but right on the other side, key counties in Pennsylvania.
We are going to be watching it all day, all night, perhaps all week long. We'll be right back.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live. Neighborhoods are underwater. 24/7 streaming news source, ABC News. Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine instant, incredible access to the most compelling live video. That's a grenade. Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
Go there now.
Put this fire out right
with ABC News Live. Think of it as your live streaming adrenaline rush.
Just look at all of the smoke here.
Real, raw, live. No matter where the next step takes us, we're taking it.
It's frightening.
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free. Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
It is coming up on midnight here in the East Coast. Let's take a look at the map right now. Right now, Joe Biden leading in the popular vote. He's got 50%, about 56 million votes, 56 million plus to Donald Trump's 48%. In the Electoral College, he's won 15 states, 192 electoral votes, 18 states for Donald Trump, 118 electoral votes. I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, right now, because Rick, we've been saying it, but now let's put some meat on the bones on this. This is going to be a long night. We are not going to know who the next president is tonight. It might be well into tomorrow or beyond before we do. Tell me everything you know from the key states that are still out there. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, about where the vote is, how long it's going to take.
Yeah, George, it's overwhelmingly likely that we're well into overtime in those states, particularly Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We know that there's a lot of outstanding vote. In Georgia, it's primarily the urban counties. We've had some counting issues there, and we know that at some point they're going to basically have to resume tomorrow. And in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, election officials have been telling us for weeks that they're not going to be ready to have a complete vote count. In Wisconsin, we're expecting more information overnight. In Pennsylvania, though, it's going to be several days. I think it is now fair to assume that we're into an overtime scenario with several states on the line. I think North Carolina may be a little bit different, but the other four, they're all big states, George, are now very likely to head into tomorrow or beyond.
And we should also explain it generally takes more time, not always, but it generally takes more time to check, verify, count a mail ballot than it does one made at the ballot box.
Exactly. You have to go one by one, and it's one of the ironies of this surge in early voting that it may actually force election officials to take a lot longer on the back end. They've been preparing for this for weeks. They have been warning about this possibility, and it is now a probability, or even more than that we're talking about having to wait a while to get this complete and accurate count. We know that at least on the Democratic side, they're starting to talk about lawyers. They're setting up an infrastructure to fight in the courts if necessary. But for now, we're going to wait for quite a while on the vote count. And keep in mind that in those three states, those upper Midwestern states, we're still looking at primarily day of vote, election day vote, which we know from all of the polling and all the indications that heavily favors Donald Trump. So the Biden campaign is hoping to close that.
And again, you can't say this enough. I mean, we're also looking deep into where the vote is coming from, but both campaigns always expected the day of vote in those three states to favor Donald Trump.
Precisely. We knew that Joe Biden built up a lead in just about every state with any kind of early vote. Going into Election Day, the question was, can Donald Trump overcome that? And he has overperformed his margins in a bunch of states, and he has just about hit the expectations. There's a range of states, George, where it's almost uncanny, where talking to Democrats and Republicans both, they knew there were numbers that Donald Trump had to hit to be competitive, and he's there almost to a 1/10 of a percentage point.
Dan Abrams, thank you, Rick. Dan Abrams, we talked about this moments ago. You guys are getting more relevant by the minute. Just walk people through what to expect in the coming hours and days.
Well, look, I don't think anything in the coming hours apart from preparation, right? I think that what you're going to see in the next few hours is the legal teams gathering and sort of playing it out as to all the various possibilities that could occur. What happens if there's a fight in Pennsylvania? What happens if there's a fight in Michigan? What are the laws in Wisconsin? What are the recount laws? I mean, that's the first place we got to
Let him go
right now, which is
what is that?
automatic recounts. For example, in the state of Pennsylvania, if it's within half a point, there's an automatic recount that will take place in the state. Those are going to be the first round of sort of legal issues. Round two is going to be, okay, now there's been a recount. Let's get down to the very specifics of ballot by ballot. But we're not there yet. So there's no question the lawyers are on hold. The lawyers are preparing. The lawyers are learning the laws, particularly in those three states. I'm sure they already know them, but they're going to be brushing up on the laws in those three states as they prepare for what could be litigation, getting down to the point of ballot by ballot in some of these states.
That's the point I wanted to bring to Kate Shaw. Remember back in 2000, it was Justice Scalia on his own who actually stopped the counting in the state of Florida.
That's right, and obviously that's a nightmare scenario, that it all comes down to one state, and there's the possibility of the Supreme Court intervening in a state process, right? Remember, elections are typically run at the state and local level, right? That is the sort of design of our system. So it was, I mean, unusual doesn't even begin to capture it for the Supreme Court to essentially halt the state process in Bush versus Gore, and then ultimately, essentially, to hand the victory by, stopping continuing counting to George W. Bush. So I don't think anyone, I think probably most John Roberts, the Chief Justice, wants to see a replay of that this time.
Kate Shaw, thanks very much. We're going to take another break. Some stations are going to leave us now for late local news. For the rest of the country, our coverage continues.
Stand down. I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results, the morning after this historic election, with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Oh, look at this clear sky. Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise Network premieres Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door.
We're fine.
There's a predicament.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
It is midnight here in the East, and we are here at ABC News election headquarters in a very tight race for president right now. Let's take a look at the map. Joe Biden has won 15 states, 192 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 18 states, 118 electoral votes so far tonight. Every state that Joe Biden won was won by Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Every state that Donald Trump is winning tonight, he won in 2016 as well. Let's take a look at the state of Virginia right now. Let's pull that up. Hillary Clinton won it 4 years ago. Right now, with 75% of the vote, of the expected vote in, Joe Biden is leading, is behind Donald Trump there. Actually, you skipped ahead to Texas. Let's stay on Virginia for a second. 75% of the expected vote is in, 52 to 46. Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Tom Yamas.
Yeah, okay, so George, right now, Virginia, we take a look at the map, and it looks a lot like 2016 looked like, right? Joe Biden, the Democrat, on top. What finally happened here? Because at the beginning of the night, remember, I was telling you about the suburbs around D.C. where a quarter of the vote's going to come in. Well, the vote is now in, and you can see Joe Biden is up with big numbers, 76.7, overperforming in counties like Fairfax. Let's take a look at Alexandria, Prince William County, 63%. So he's winning where he needs to be. That vote has come in, and also other areas that were kind of tight. Virginia Beach. Donald Trump on top there right now, which is a good sign for the president because it was razor thin just before that. We look at Chesapeake. This was a swing county before. Now it's swung back to Democrats. Look, Virginia wasn't a big story. People thought it was going to go for the Democrats. The votes come in outside of D.C. It's going for Joe Biden.
Right now it is. Let's pull up Texas now. Let's pull up the state of Texas. Stay up at the board right now. Let's see how much of the vote is coming in. 88% of the expected vote is in right now, and Donald Trump's starting to pull away.
Yeah, he is, George. And something really interesting about Texas. John Carl and I were just talking about this. If you look at some of the big counties like Harris County, Houston, so Joe Biden in Houston, the biggest city, he's basically doing what Democrats did 4 years ago. I'm going to give it back over to you.
You got to do that because we are now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio tonight. It's 18 electoral votes, excuse me, go to Donald Trump. He won it 4 years ago. He will win it again tonight. Chris Christie, I guess that's not a surprise, but still an important win.
Really important because there was no way for the president to win without Ohio. And as we know, no Republican president has ever been elected without Ohio. So, you know, when you talk about a must-win state, when you got that much history behind it, it's a must-win state. So he pulled it off. It took a little longer than we all thought, but he pulled that one off, and it allows him to continue in the game.
The question of that Simpson now is, what is that going to tell us about what happens in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania?
Well, you just don't know. Let's remember that Ohio was the one state in that area that didn't flip in 18. So I don't want to cast aspersions on what might happen. So Ohio was red for Trump. It was red again. We lost statewide in Ohio for a lot of reasons. We didn't win any of the congressional races that we were fighting in 18. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they all flipped presumably in the midterm. So I still hold out hope for those other three states, even though, unfortunately, my home state of Ohio did not come through today.
Rahm Emanuel, Donald Trump is getting out his vote.
Yeah, I mean, so we can start to extrapolate certain information, and that is that Donald Trump is, in the case of Donald Trump's beating 2016 Donald Trump. And while the numbers keep showing how Biden is beating Hillary, but the total vote is not showing up at right now in areas that Democrats need. So when DeKalb County is still out in Georgia and other areas, what is your expectation for that vote? And so far, while he may be winning 65, 35, et cetera, the totality of the vote is not matching the totality of Trump's vote in Trump's area in areas, except for, I do want to keep coming back to, we have had a state flip. Only one state is flipped, and it's flipped towards Biden. And so we got to keep that in mind at this area.
You keep saying that. I have to keep reminding our viewers that we have not yet projected Arizona going.
That is true. We have not projected it, but if you look at the math, it's hard to see how it does it. That is fair, but that is the only state that is so far, and it's up by 9.5 points.
What are you learning from Ohio?
From Ohio, I mean, obviously the president won by the same margin tonight as he did in 2016. And when you look, to a point John Carl made, which is you look at Western Ohio. Now, that is a good sign for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. I'm hearing on the ground in Pennsylvania, African-American turnout down in Philadelphia, and that fracking issue did, in fact, hurt Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, that you see big turnout in those areas for Donald Trump.
And what are you seeing, David, in the exit polls from Ohio?
A lot of really interesting things coming in on Ohio. First, let's take a look at the suburban vote in Ohio. 52% of it went to Donald Trump, and then you do the breakdown, which really illustrates the gender gap, but it's huge. With women, Joe Biden won with women in the suburbs of Ohio, 53 to 47. But look at men. The gap is huge. 59% with Donald Trump to 39% in the exit polls for Joe Biden. On handling the economy, 56% with Donald Trump, well over 42% for Joe Biden. Job performance, 54% approve of the job performance from President Trump. Contain COVID, rebuild the economy, almost evenly split. But look at this. The opinion of Donald Trump, 51% unfavorable, but even higher for Joe Biden, 52%. This was really interesting, George. First-time voters, Donald Trump wins them, 54% to Joe Biden. It's what you said earlier, George. Donald Trump is getting out his voters. And on independents, Joe Biden with an edge, but certainly not enough to make up the room for those.
Here's that trine right there. That means that we have another state to project, and it is the state of Virginia. It is going to Joe Biden. It's 13 electoral votes. Again, not a surprise, but now it's been officially projected by ABC News. Joe Biden will win the state of Virginia. The blue states are filling in blue. The red states are filling in red right now. Let's go to the state of Wisconsin. Take a look at that. This is one of the states that Joe Biden will have to flip if he wants to be the next president of the United States. 64% of the expected vote is in right now. Donald Trump is in the lead, Tom.
Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge the gentleman from New Jersey on this one. About half an hour ago, you said the Trump campaign was feeling good about Wisconsin, and and they should be. We still only have 64% of the vote in. But, George, there were 23 counties that swung for President Trump 4 years ago. I did some quick math. I was counting them. He's up in almost 20 of those pivot counties. So let's look at Milwaukee, because this is where most of the votes are going to come from right now. Only 36% in. Look at Joe Biden's numbers, though. Underperforming from 4 years ago. He's got to get that number up. And let me bring this up over here, because we're talking about the WOW counties. These are the suburb counties around Milwaukee. And they're called WOW because of their initials. First, Ozaki here. Donald Trump at 53%. We look at what he did 4 years ago. He's slightly under. Let's go over here to Waukesha, 61%. He's holding steady. And over here, Racine. This is a really interesting county. This is a county that went twice for President Bush, twice for Barack Obama. President Trump barely won it 4 years ago. He's on top in a big way. And we have to talk about Kenosha, because it's interesting what's happening here. Half the vote is in, right? But Donald Trump barely won this 4 years ago. There was huge protest because of the shooting of Jacob Blake, social unrest in the streets. It got national attention. Donald Trump right now is up here in a major way. This is not good for Democrats. Like I said, those swing counties aren't going for Democrats right now. One more county I want to talk about, Sauk County. Obama had this. It swung for President Trump 4 years ago. It was very tight. He's up there as well. We also like Sauk County because it's the home of the International Clown Hall of Fame.
Carl?
I have a very important point to make about Wisconsin, and that is this notion of the early vote. What we are told so far in Wisconsin, there's 64% of the vote in statewide. The percentage of early vote that is in Wisconsin right now, we estimate to be 0. They have not begun counting the early vote in Wisconsin. So yes, it's looking good for Donald Trump right now, but that will change dramatically as they open those envelopes, they do the work, the slow counting of counting the mail-in ballots.
I want to bring Terry Moran in for more on that. You have more information on this, Terry?
That's right. So Wisconsin has one of the most decentralized systems for counting mail-in ballots in the country, but we are told, ABC News has been told repeatedly by officials throughout the state that they expect those big counties to be counted in full by early tomorrow morning, 4 or 5 in the morning Central Time. And so we should have a better picture of those votes that John Carl is talking about by early tomorrow morning.
Forgive me, I might have missed you say the percentage. How many of those by 4:35 tomorrow morning?
100%, according to what officials are in Wisconsin are telling ABC News. They should have Milwaukee County, they're telling us, by 5 a.m. Central Time. Brown County, which is Green Bay, sometime around the same time, before dawn tomorrow morning. So Wisconsin should be known, at least as far as the count is concerned, by tomorrow morning.
That could be one of the first of those blue wall states to come in. Deborah Roberts, what more are you hearing on that from Wisconsin?
Well, you know, George, very much what Terry was just saying. The one thing that still has to be done here is that those absentee and those mail-in ballots still have to be counted. And all the elections officials around the state are saying that they just have not gotten to them yet. We're hearing, as Terry said, 5 a.m. for Milwaukee, 4 a.m. There's a state law that these officials cannot go home until those absentee and mail-in ballots are counted. So they fully expect to have them counted. They say they're deliberately working on these overnight, could very well be into the wee hours of the morning. And to John Carl's point, 2 million of those ballots around the state. So they could make a significant impact on the numbers that you're seeing right now. And again, Wisconsin is always very, very tight. But it is interesting that President Trump won Kenosha by just 200 plus votes last time. And at this point, he seems to be doing very, very well here, the site of those protests and so forth. Apparently, his message of strength, he was here a lot in Wisconsin. Apparently, that message seems to be resonating. But those absentee and mail-in ballots, I think, are going to tell us a lot. And we won't know that until the wee hours of the morning, if not maybe late tomorrow.
Sarah Fagan.
Well, you know, we know the absentee and early vote in Wisconsin is about 57% of the vote. And there is a lot out. But looking at model data, it looks like Trump would lose that vote as it's on its own by only 5 points. That is going to make, I mean, that to me means Wisconsin's going to either be very close or it's going to move to Trump.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign on that?
Well, George, they continue to stress, as they have in the days leading up to this, that they believe that the early vote has gone overwhelmingly to Biden. And that means that they still are optimistic, still are confident. In fact, a Biden campaign official just tweeted that we are going to win. They still are confident, even though, of course, we are at this waiting period, this intense waiting period, constantly urging everyone to be patient here. But we have to remember that the early vote we still don't have a good sense on in so many of these critical states. That blue wall, yes. Would they have liked to win Ohio? Yes, but they still said that what they saw there were glimmers of encouraging news, especially when you look at the margin by which Biden was doing in suburban women. They see that as a good sign for Joe Biden, especially when it comes to Michigan, Wisconsin, potentially Pennsylvania. They are urging us to be patient as all of these other states come in. I can tell you the supporters behind me here are still holding out hope, very enthusiastic. There's just a lot of cheering and applause and honking because that is how we hold an election night rally in this pandemic. The Biden team here, when they called Virginia, they are now blasting out results here on the screens behind me. But the Biden team, cautious, but still feeling very confident, George.
Bruce, thanks very much. Nate Silver, I want to bring you in right now. Just give us a sense, as you're poring over all the data coming in right now, of what you're looking at, what you're thinking, what possibilities are most present in your mind.
I mean, the easiest way for Biden to win is to hold Pennsylvania. We won't know that for a while, and also flip back Wisconsin and Michigan when you have more early votes counted, more mail vote counted. But there are other states in play. The New York Times is a model that has Georgia being very competitive once all votes are counted there. Arizona looks pretty good for Biden. I think it would be premature to call it at this point. But, you know, it's not a map where you necessarily have, or a night when you have a neat narrative. It's not quite 2016. It might wind up being 2016. It's not quite 2018 yet. We're somewhere in between.
Can you tell yet whether the popular vote is going to come in fairly close to where most of the national polling averages was? I think you had it, what, between 8 and 9% at the end?
Our best guess is that Biden's going to underperform by somewhere on the order of 2 or 3 points, but he might win by 5 or 6. It's a very early guess, but it's regionally correlated, right? So in Florida, Biden has a bigger disadvantage of that. He's going to lose Florida by several points, we think, in the end. In Arizona, he might hit his numbers or beat his polls potentially. In New Hampshire, he's very close to his polls. So it's very regionally driven, and the question is what happens in Pennsylvania, where he was ahead by about 5 points. If you had a Florida magnitude polling error there, then that would be a photo finish going to the court, frankly.
Nate Silver, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
Just after 12:15 here on the East Coast, that's where the map stands right now. Joe Biden has won 16 states, 205 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 19 states, 136 electoral votes. You see that familiar red and blue. Every red state was won by Donald Trump in 2016. Every blue state was won by Hillary Clinton in 2016. So far, a repeat. The big battleground still out there right now. We're going to talk to the former governor from perhaps the most critical state in the country right now, the state of Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell. Thank you for joining us right now. And Governor Rendell, can you just give us a sense of where you think things stand in your home state right now?
Well, I still think Joe Biden's going to carry Pennsylvania, George. The vote in the five-county area, which is about 40% of the vote in the state, is astounding. In Philadelphia, this is just the same-day voting. It's 254 to 36. In Delaware County, 46,000 to 7,000. In Montgomery County, 110 to 36. And the mail vote, if the mail vote splits, Democrats have voted 1.6 million. Republicans have voted only 550,000. I think Donald Trump will be down in the mail vote about 900,000 votes. So I don't think he can carry Pennsylvania, although he's doing better than most of the polls reflected.
What's your sense of how long it's going to take in your state?
Well, they're going to start counting the mail vote right after midnight there. I guess they just started. And they're going to go for a few hours, then they're going to pick up in the morning. My guess is it could be done by Thursday night, but it could carry on into Friday morning.
Right. You took some time during the primaries. It took an awful long time for Pennsylvania to finish counting.
Well, that was our first experience with mail voting. We've only had absentee voting, and you had to either be disabled or out of the county to vote absentee. So this was our first experience with mail voting. We weren't well prepared. We're better prepared this time, but it's just too many, 2.4 million votes can't be counted because in Pennsylvania, the law is, unlike Florida and North Carolina, the law is that you can only count absentee votes starting at 7 o'clock on the day of the election.
We've heard some reports from the Republican side that Democrats are underperforming in Philadelphia and that they believe at least that the president is overperforming, doing quite well in western Pennsylvania in part because of that fracking issue. You seeing any danger spots for your side in Pennsylvania?
No, the Republicans made a mistake. They said that by 3 o'clock there weren't very many people voting. Well, that's because the early voting was so great in Philadelphia, and there were lines around the block twice at 7 in the morning.
Okay, so you're still confident. You believe Joe Biden will win, and you think we'll know by Friday or before?
Probably either late Thursday night or early Friday morning. And I think he'll win by about 3.5 points.
Ed Rendell, thanks very much. Tara Moran, you have some more information on this as well?
I do. So the count in Pennsylvania, as Governor Rendell just said, goes county by county, and they do anticipate not wrapping up tonight, but it could take a couple of days. On the issue of fracking, George, I spent some time in western Pennsylvania, both the last election and this one, around Beaver County, just outside of Pittsburgh, where Shell is building a gigantic plant because fracking has just transformed that whole part of the state. As you know, as anybody who's been there, those towns which were really beaten down after the disappearance of the steel industry have lifted up. It was hard for us to broadcast from there because the trucks were rumbling by so much. You can feel the economic activity that fracking has brought to that part of Pennsylvania, and in talking to people, how much it means to them. And they were genuinely concerned about what a Joe Biden administration
So they
would
didn't
mean.
buy his denial that he would ban fracking?
They did not. I don't think they like the sense that he dipped his toe in the water at all, because it has lifted up communities that have been ground down almost into despair, and now it's a boom land right now.
Okay, John Carl, what else are you picking up right now?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia. I mean, Georgia, I think, we're still showing a lead for Donald Trump, but looking at where the vote is still yet to come in, all those areas around Atlanta, DeKalb County, not much of the vote in at all. So I think that Georgia could get a lot more interesting.
So Georgia could take some more time. North Carolina could take some more time as well. Matthew Dowd?
I think we're headed to a map that I agreed with Nate that looks a lot like a marriage between 2016 and 2018. And the early part of the evening went to the Republicans in 2018, and the latter part of the evening went to the Democrats. And one of the things, I know we keep coming back to this, is Arizona. Remember, late in 2018, it took days till we found out there was a United States senator from a Democratic senator from Arizona. So I think we're in that. I think I'd also caution people to examine counties that are only half reported as if it matters to what it was before.
That's a great point, but I just want to put one more question to you. You say basically emerging, and Nate said the same thing, of 2016 and 2018. Since 2018, we've had an impeachment, a pandemic, 20 million Americans unemployed, the president getting COVID, a second surge, and nothing changes?
That's what, I mean, George, that's exactly what it looks like. And you take a look at Donald Trump's job approval number over that entire expanse of his presidency, it's been at the same almost exact number for 4 years.
Matt Dowd, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break. As you've just heard, it's going to be a long night, a long week. Stay with us.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+. to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your vaccine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, starring new interviews.
He ends
Nice.
up revealing the biggest.
It's an aftermarket post.
Happen next,
Church-
the new 2020 event,
What?
Friday night on ABC.
Admit it.
Just like
These days, what you need to know
Market TradерCon.
About every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it?
Feel smarter.
feel better.
You knew that.
Happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12
I guess I'm
Central
kind
and
of
Pacific. on
start right
ABC.
there somewhere.
It's all about you.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after the election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog
Nice.
is judging
Got a
you
pretty
right now.
insert.
And your best friend just
Color
drove
is
you
green.
crazy.
Green.
We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin. Just give it to me straight. Straightforward news. Straight to the heart of the story. ABC News. Straightforward.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Election Night 2020 on ABC continues. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
12:30 here in the East, and let's take a look at that map. 16 states won by Joe Biden, 205 electoral votes, 19 for Donald Trump, 136 electoral votes. We're calling it election night.
What do you watch?
Honest with you in the coming hours.
Is that train wreck?
Election week, as you've heard in the last several hours, we're going to take some time now to count Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We don't know how long that's going to take. A lot of early mail vote is out there yet to be counted. That's what it looks like right now in those three states. Only 53% of the expected vote in Michigan, 70% in Wisconsin, 61% in Pennsylvania. But there's a lot of counting left that we expect coming in at varying times, starting in the next several hours, but could spread out over the next several days. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye on those three states. But right now, we want to take a look also at the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona right now, you've got about 76% now of the expected vote, and it's creeping up slowly. Right now, Joe Biden is leading 54 to 45. So, Tom Yamas, not a lot of new information coming in just yet, but a bit.
No, but a big
Ripped it off.
here. George, 4 years ago, President Trump wins Arizona
Probably.
by 100,000 votes. Tonight, right now, with
Then you have to get a factory site.
he's behind
Cost.
by 200,000. The big story is Maricopa
Still
County.
bad.
This has the city of Phoenix, city of Scottsdale,
How much that-
54 to 44. He's up by 10 points, overperforming from Hillary Clinton here. The biggest county. You know, Democrats thought Arizona was in play for several reasons. One of them being President Trump underperformed from Mitt Romney, but also the changing demographics. You have a lot of Californians coming in, also a
Springfield?
growing Latino population as well.
Is that from Springfield?
County, if we see where the race stands right now, President Trump doing pretty well there. They have large agricultural families that are more conservative, so he's overperforming in that area. But when you go to Tucson, Pima County, this is the Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden exactly where he needs to be, overperforming and driving up the vote.
Yeah, I'd probably just keep Trijik honest.
About the importance of Arizona.
Well,
The reason Arizona is so important, if Joe Biden is able to
a lot of effort.
the state of
Bucks.
Arizona, it's not
But
enough.
that's a lot of effort.
Trump to win the
Bucks.
state of Pennsylvania or win the state of Michigan, he's got to find something else.
He needs Pennsylvania or Michigan plus. He could win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He could win Michigan and Wisconsin, but it's not going to be
still
enough.
hanging out there in some way.
Nevada, they count so slowly. We just have no idea what's happening in Nevada, but possibly. But really, what they were going to need is Nevada plus New Hampshire. They were targeting, and New Hampshire we've called for Joe Biden. So really, what it would mean is that he's going to have to win. That Donald Trump would have to win 2 of those 3 blue wall states.
Rahm Emanuel, the Joe Biden campaign, did they think it would be coming down? And it's not down to it yet because we still have had so much vote out there in the blue wall.
Talking about Arizona.
No,
What?
I mean, they
Feel like
went
so
there
far?
and they thought they had a shot there because of the trend lines you could see.
I just
when you
do
had a
think
lot
that
of
it would
people
be
from California,
poetic.
from Illinois,
Yes.
other states that have moved in there. I will say one other thing. This is if this flips,
Is Arizona?
you've cautioned me to be more careful.
Sweet.
This is the final revenge of John McCain. This is the guy that he wanted to flip
Yes.
the ACA. He said he was not going to do it. And
Yeah.
you have
Very
Steve
well.
McCain also
In Arizona, yeah.
the former senator. So
Kind of everybody on both sides of the aisle liked him. He was a bipartisan senator.
100,000 right now.
Everyone.
I know we're not allowed to call
He
it.
wants
But
slides.
those trend lines do not look good from him. And Arizona, to be honest, was
I think the way
kind of trending polling wise where North Carolina and Georgia were, and this has gone better than expected. The spread is now 10 points.
You think he's going to win Nevada?
Chris Christie, when you talk to your sources in the White House, your allies in the White House, what
There's a bunch of people talking about absentee ballot, not yet.
if they lose it?
Well, they're still fighting on Arizona, and they still believe they have a chance
See-
in Arizona when
see,
all the
just-
votes are counted.
Texas.
But they're very optimistic about Wisconsin.
Post-
And I've also spoken to
That's why we-
Wisconsin Republican leadership who are saying, given the vote that is out in Wisconsin and the results as they stand now, they feel very confident about Wisconsin. So the approach is going to be Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin. They're also not giving up on Michigan yet. And I think one of the things we're missing tonight, I know a few people have said this around the table a bit tonight, but I want to really emphasize it. The Biden people thought they were going to beat 2016 Donald Trump. And what they're now realizing tonight is he has grown his base. He has
Earlier,
voters that didn't vote in 2016 that are now voting for him in 2020. And I will tell you, the last rally that he had in North Carolina, the campaign told me that 20% of the people at that rally did not vote in 2016 at all. And if you go to a rally and stand 5 or 6 hours and wait to see the president, you're voting for him. So I think that's the thing the Biden campaign, if it
Where the fuck is Philly County?
they have grown their numbers above where Hillary was, but they haven't, maybe if they lose, they haven't grown them enough to beat the 2020 Donald Trump.
Earlier.
For Democrats, Yvette?
You know, I want to reflect really quickly on what the governor said about
There's enough people.
2016. I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I'm curious about whether the issue of race is the reason why Donald Trump is actually picking up new folks and holding folks. I would love to see any exit polling.
It's not.
Certain areas where there's been a lot of racial resentment, where the law and order message.
If it continues to trend where it is, it's only 400,000 votes. Biden, Philly County.
We lost ways, doesn't it? Well, I mean, it depends. Was our message?
No, I'm saying if they showed up.
Or was his message
Oh.
or better? Are his folks now more motivated? We've actually seen his
If they all voted.
way more animated, way more out there when we think about what we expect.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if it trends the way it does, it's less than half a
Oh, yeah,
million.
no. That's why I said I think.
Stand back and stand by. I'm curious about the role that race is playing and the fact that we're not seeing the type of change that we expected to see, particularly
Probably gonna call it.
Trump hours.
One of the things we've seen
Or-
is the Republicans were touting before Election Day.
So that's 46.
Places where they had seen increases in registration.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, look, campaigns matter.
Right.
And one of the
Right.
things that we
Totally.
might find after this is all said and done is Donald Trump never
Police-
shut his
yeah.
campaign down. They registered, 100,000 net more.
Oh, look, Biden finally took over the pot.
40,000 net more in Pennsylvania, 40,000
The
net
popular
more in
vote.
North Carolina. In these close races, that is going to make a very big difference.
To pick up on what Yvette says, and this is going to require more data, so I don't want to jump. But if you went up and pulled up Kenosha, Wisconsin today, and just pulled it up versus
Why?
Right.
and obviously if the
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to tell the cameraman.
Because then LA, New York, and Chicago leads.
versus 47,
Again,
47.
before we don't know if they've counted the early vote yet.
Yeah, I said there's a.
We're told they have not counted the mail-in vote yet.
Okay, so we don't know right now, but there's going to be a place that there's a lot of currents in this water. There's not a single current.
Well, and I want to bring Lindsay
That's not just COVID. There's economy. There's race. There's crime. There's a lot of things we're going to have to unpack here.
I want to bring Lindsay Davis in on that because that was a big part of the dialogue in the summer, from the killing of George Floyd on Memorial Day through the summer. It seemed to fade as we got into September and as COVID was surging, but perhaps it had some stickiness.
You know, I think that there's a lot. I think there was a conversation that happened during the break that I think that is worthy of discussion, in that if it does bear out that black voters haven't really turned out, I don't think we can conflate the two and say that that means that black voters are voting for Donald Trump, because I don't know many people who were really bowled over by his platinum plan. I mean, President Trump had said in that now infamous speech in Michigan in August of 2016, when he talked to black voters, he was targeting them and said, well, what else do you have to lose, you know, in order to vote for him? And he promised, he said, look, if I win, this was 2016, he said, if I win in 2016 and if I, you know, in 2020, I'm going to get 95% of the black vote. I promise you. You know, at the time in 2016, I believe that he got about 8% of the black vote. Now it seems that he's polling at about 10%. You know, I think that there's a lot of data. I would agree with Ram and Yvette that still needs to bear out, but if it ends up being that race is on the ballot, I think that it also could, as you said, it could cut both ways, that you have a black woman, woman of color, running for vice president, when black women are considered to be one of the most marginalized group in society.
We will see if there is an enthusiasm gap when all the votes are counted. I have to take another quick break. Vice President Biden is going to speak, we're told, in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
all new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to Disney
Plus. Sponsored by Chinese.
Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on. Dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them. You'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march.
You will not
Nazis, skinheads. It's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Listen in.
We're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
I know, I hear him.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer, as I've said all along.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Oh, shit. What's going on? What is going on, my brothers?
We're still on YouTube?
Yes. Pineapple said hi.
Word.
I don't know how long ago she said it. I was, Where's Darian? Did he pop in and pop back out? Pineapple, what is up, man? So, what I couldn't understand for the life of me is I'm watching, I've got Corey's little bleep as little Fox News thing. And Fox News is calling states. And I'm looking at the percentage reporting. And the percentage he's up. You know, Trump is up in that state. And for the longest time, CNN has Trump at like 115. And I'm like, so Fox is calling it. Google hasn't called it. ABC hasn't called it. MSNBC doesn't have an electoral college poll, at least on the phone. And CNN hasn't called it. When are they going to break the news to the rest of the U.S.? I was trying to find what the representative and Senate elections look like in Texas, Corey. Nothing much, just sitting here watching the votes come in. Did you vote? Did you vote, homegirl? Like, I was looking at Pennsylvania, dude, and he is up by so much. But I guess we gotta wait for all those other polls to come in. Yeah, dude. Pineapple, you want to jump in the channel and chat it up a bit? We'd love a woman's perspective. We don't have any womans. You want to... Are you in the Discord server or no? Let's see. 1 second. I'll toss you an invite. You can jump in here. I don't have views or want to step on toes. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Everybody's toes already been stepped on, man. If you had toes, they're gone, or you got toes of steel. Hmm.
I can't hear you.
I have my mic muted for the last 20 minutes.
Like, I hear you talking, so I didn't say anything, and then I realized you weren't broadcasting. I was like, hey, Corey, no one can hear you.
I was going to say, the only sensitive person here is Jake.
You see, that was a... I'm not sensitive.
See, you're already taking a fucking offense, dude. Like, it's all right, you're sensy. You're sensy, it's okay.
I am so not sensitive that I could actually make a logical or emotional statement without swearing at somebody or calling them names. That's
Shut
what
the fuck up.
Exactly.
Shut
my
the fuck
point.
up, Jimmy.
Shut the fuck up,
I use words.
Oh, Jake.
What's up?
Bro.
Did
have you
Darian
ever
come
watched
back?
Yellowstone?
Okay, no, I didn't.
Have you ever watched Yellowstone?
I'm looking it up now.
I don't think he has. I don't think he'd like it, honestly.
Is it on Hulu?
No, it's on. I got it on Amazon, or it's on Paramount Network, which I don't know how the fuck you get that. Maybe if you have like a fucking
Kevin
cable
Costner drama series, patriarch, powerful, complicated family of ranchers. So it's like it's in fucking Wyoming somewhere, right? That's what it already sounds
Montana.
like. Wyoming, Montana. All right, what about it?
Pretty close. You weren't far off, bud.
I wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, you heard Yellowstone, so it's either those two. It's really good. I don't know why Sean says I don't think you would like it. I think
Because he knows.
Appreciation for
No,
good shows.
he just knows what I generally tend to watch.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's not a whole lot of gay porn in it, but yeah, there is some livestock. So, yeah, almost there, right?
Jake is basically a rancher.
Yeah.
I want 0 people on my farm.
Yeah.
So what is
you
it?
might like it.
Is it
good.
is it like that? Wait. What is that game that is it Bethesda? It's that open world game that they not Far Cry. Is it like Far Cry 5? Is it like that kind of thing? Is it like if Far Cry 5 was a TV series?
No.
It's Ubisoft.
Yeah. Ubisoft, thank you.
No, it's hold on, I gotta fucking mute this.
It's like a Western.
Yeah, it's like a current day Western. Kevin Costner's like the patriarch of the family. He's the owner of this giant ranch in Wyoming or Montana, sorry. And it's kind of like an anthology of their family's, businesses and stuff during this time period. And it's
Cattle of Thrones.
Yeah, Cattle of Thrones.
Game of Cows.
Or Game of Cows. Game of Ponies.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Yeah, you
fuck up, Jimmy. Stop looking at the fucking fish, Jimmy.
So here's the problem. 1, I don't have Paramount. That's probably, and 2, a lot of the times when I sit down and I watch something, I don't really watch I don't watch something and if I do watch something, it's usually influenced. So it's like maybe I want to watch maybe I watch not Game of Thrones. What's the other TV show? This is what I don't get. Like Breaking Bad or Sons of Anarchy and it's
Do you like Sons of Anarchy?
Well,
Do you like Sons of Anarchy?
No, I loved it. But here's the problem: is like I start watching and it's like, oh, are you watching this? And it's like, yeah. It's like, oh, it's kind of gory. And it's like, no, it's not. Just watch it.
It's not very gory.
That's what I'm saying. And then it's like
if you like Sons of Anarchy, so I love Sons of Anarchy from like a storytelling aspect. I thought it was like stupid and fake as fuck because everyone got shot like 52 times throughout the entire series.
I'm not a biker, but all right.
No, they got shot like Jax got shot like who knows how many fucking times, and then like later on in the episode he's like, I'm good, I'm fucking in a bar fight, yeah, even though I just got my shoulder blown off by a fucking shotgun, I don't, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like he got shot like every other fucking episode, And that dude could not walk through a metal detector without fucking setting it off.
So besides this,
if you like the
how are you
storytelling
doing?
aspect of it, I think you might like Yellowstone. I went and just bought it on Amazon. It was like $40
Miss
for all 3
Butts.
seasons.
Darian bowed out early.
I think you're muted.
No, I muted.
Oh.
I was coughing. I was trying not to give you COVID. That's why I muted.
Yeah. That's how that works. It is just
it just no. It blocks the transmission electronically. Oh, they finally gave him Iowa. Dude, did you get any of my Discord messages, by the way?
Yeah.
I was it was just stupid how like Fox was calling it
but Jake, bro, just because they call it doesn't mean that's actually it. Like that's just the people at their desk saying, hey, I think the math checks out.
Correct.
Probably okay.
Correct.
It has nothing. It doesn't actually influence anything. Now,
what I'm saying is everybody has the same slide rule. Everybody knows how many ballots are out. It's all been fucking recorded, and they know what percentage of. Well, it's by the state. Everybody's getting their same information from the state. The percentage reporting and the percentage of ballots that are still,
Yeah, but just because they don't want to call it it doesn't really influence anything, dude.
So they have Biden at 205, Trump at 171 on ABC.
I wish they wouldn't track it throughout the night. I wish everything would be held and done in the morning, and then they release it all at 9 o'clock the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it was done like that.
Hold on. Pineapple says Darian is not happy right now. Well, what do you know about Darian that we don't? Are you talking? Are you in a channel with Darian? Are you in a Zoom call with Darian right now? Don't you fucking lie to us.
Why is he not happy?
He's probably not happy because either one, I'm not saying it, and two, Joe Jorgensen hasn't gotten 5% of the popular vote.
I could have told him that.
Well, that was his win for the night. I mean, give a man a wish. Yeah.
I mean,
she's messaging him on Discord. Hey, if you can, Pineapple, I know you really don't give a fuck, but go ahead and hit that like button. Just give it a thumbs up. Or hit a dislike and leave a comment, when the video is no longer live. Be like, worst people ever. Oh, Chris Christie up in the house. Yo. So I know Trump wasn't gonna win Minnesota, but wouldn't that be funny if he did?
No, there's no way.
If he did, in a universe where there's fucking unicorns, bro. If he would have won Minnesota, that would have been funny.
I'm slightly worried about Pennsylvania.
Well, Trump is up in Pennsylvania by 18.6 with 64% in. What is Nevada looking like? Nevada's looking like Trump at 3.
Nevada's Trump. They flipped, pretty sure.
It's at 3% though, bro. Anyway, what do you worry about Pennsylvania for? We go to our correspondent, Corey Ellen for more.
Well, Jim, the big cities have yet to report in Pennsylvania and are doing so very slowly. I feel like this election in Pennsylvania will be handled in the courts in the coming months. Right back to you.
Dude, I really wish CNN had a live stream on YouTube right now, because the guy, didn't you guys have CNN access? I really wish, hold on. I type in CNN live and I get Yahoo.
I'm watching it on Fox because they got a hot chick on there.
Okay. That's.
I don't know what her name is.
I mean, how is Chris Christie? Is Chris Christie? Did he flip on Trump? I thought he was a Trump for life. I thought he got a tattoo on his right ass cheek.
Who knows? Who cares? Dude's a fucking fat.
Remember, Bobby, but Mama doesn't.
Your mama doesn't what?
Remember, Bobby doesn't.
You broke up. You're breaking up now.
Something
Hello?
about mama.
No, you're talking. There you go.
Remember, Bobby, the mama doesn't know. Can't hurt her. Waterboy.
Oh yeah. Try to find the hot chick that you're talking about, but
Yeah, it's just this guy talking right now. It's, he's showing all these like theoreticals.
What ifs?
Yeah.
I don't understand why people do that. I guess to like get the people to stay entertained while they get disappointed.
It's just a live version of 16 things you never knew about your iPhone. You'll never believe number 7.
Well, so
with the amazing fucking thumbnail with the red arrow pointing to something.
It's pretty important because it's showing you different avenues. So like, all Trump has to do at this point is stand pat and win Wisconsin and Minnesota, and he wins. Especially if he pulls Nevada.
Well, he doesn't need Nevada. We already established that. He just needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
He does.
Did you mean Wisconsin and Michigan?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said Nevada.
No. Okay, yeah, Wisconsin and Michigan. That's what I meant. Because you remember Joe Biden's Trump has a thing. Like, yes, Trump is winning right now, but that's like all the rural vote and everything. The big cities, Philadelphia County isn't fully reported. Allegheny County, Lackawanna. Well, Lackawanna. Where the fuck is Scranton?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, what county is Scranton? No, I know. What county is Scranton? That's what I want to know.
A little county. He said, I'm happy drinking with the libertarians. Alright, so I'm going to clown on this guy since he's not in the channel to defend himself. He was supposed to be drinking Sunday with me. Our discussion was supposed to be 2 Irish whiskeys, 2 Scottish whiskeys, and 2 American bourbons. And we were supposed to talk about the different flavors and everything. But apparently, like, you know, me being a non-commissioned officer and knowing implied tasks, if somebody would have sent that to me, I would have known exactly. So since I wasn't like crystal clear on exactly what was supposed to be happening, it didn't happen. Trokar, you know, we called it audible at the last second, but one of these days, in fact, you know what, Sean? I think you would be well, I guess you said you cut back on your drinking, but we'll get someone else that drinks and come on and we'll try some Irish whiskeys, some scotches, and some bourbons.
Dang, Trump just dumped on Montana. Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, 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 pew.
Nobody saw it coming.
So we go live now to our other correspondent, Sean Allen, play-by-play on the Dunkage.
It's raining sideways. Thanks, Ollie.
Oh fuck! God damn it! What was the guy's name from Parks and Rec? I'm Herb. I'm Pert Happy. I just realized I'm played by an actual newscaster.
So what is this? MSNBC, and they have Biden 205, Trump 171.
Sounds right.
You know what's funny is the popular vote is actually pretty fucking close. It's a lot closer.
Biden won the popular vote.
No, yeah, of course, but what is Hillary's? I won the popular vote by 3 million. What is it right now? It's 1.6 million, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, ish. Like I was just talking to Sean.
And the rest of the states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they're all going to go Trump.
Trump was winning, maybe. Trump was winning by fucking 3 million votes before the final polls closed on the West Coast. And as soon as they started reporting Joe Biden surged, I was just like, yeah, that's why we don't live on popular vote.
That's why we don't. But I mean, technically, I have to explain to people. Technically, it is a popular vote. Like, it's just a popular vote for each state, unless you're Nebraska or Maine. But
yeah, and that's why the electoral votes are assigned by your population. So, yeah, it works out. But like I said, if 90% of the country is voting for, so 90% of the states are leaning towards one candidate. Canada, fucking California starts to report, and there's 7 million to Trump's 3 million. Then, like, California gets to decide the fucking election.
California, New Jersey, New York, and what's the other one?
Just California, New York, and Illinois are the big ones.
Well, New Jersey's got a fat. Well, Illinois was another one. Yes. What's the population?
New Jersey only has 14 electoral votes.
No, what's the population of New Jersey though?
It doesn't matter. They only have 14 electoral votes.
New Jersey's got 8 million. I thought they had more than that.
They only have 14 million votes.
No. I'm saying if we went off of popular vote, though.
Sure, but like New Jersey wouldn't be of any consequence because some
I thought they had more than 8 million. I'm an ignorant American. Forgive me.
Yeah, electoral votes are based off of the population of the state. So like, and the reason why I don't loop Texas in there is because Texas is predominantly always voted. You know.
Now, somebody did point out the last time they were a blue state in the general election was that you, Sean, when they voted for, you said LBJ?
I'm pretty sure it was LBJ.
Or was that Corey? But we did have Ann Richards as our governor. I will throw that out there. Well, I mean, as far as the state went, it was a blue state. It was a blue republic. A glorious republic it is. A hypothetical. Sean, you are the governor of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And a whole bunch of radical shit just goes on. Some shit that whatever your core principles are, you just don't agree with. Are you seceding from the Union and flying a seventh, that seventh flag? Flying, I mean, what are you doing? Like, the country is just going to shit. Just complete shit, bro. It's hypothetical, man. These guys get to have hypothetical, well, it's too early to call Pennsylvania, so let's just fill our own hypotheticals in. You're the governor of Texas. What are you doing?
It would be very difficult for Texas to secede from the Union for a number of reasons.
All right, lay it on me, bro.
We don't have the power to do it anymore.
Yeah, we don't. Honestly, it's just one of those things where, it's that whole idea of Texas secession is romanticized.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's cool and all, but it's not. One of the unique powers Texas does have that is more realistic, and not that it would happen because Texas enjoys the amount of power it exercises federally, but because Texas is the only state in the Union that entered the Union via a treaty, because it was a country.
It was.
Texas has the ability to split into 5 separate states. Now, what that would do, obviously, is that would divvy up the electoral vote. But it would also introduce 8 new senators. But easily, 4 of those senators would be Democrats in the current climate. It's just,
Probably all of them, honestly, depending on how.
Depends on how it was gerrymandered. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And just looking at the natural boundaries of Texas,
it wouldn't really. I mean, geography might determine it, but ultimately, we're looking at urban versus suburban populations determining those seats. Like, just because Dallas and Tarrant County want to be blue doesn't mean that the entire rest of DFW is blue. because the entire rest of DFW is tax-paying homeowners. You know, it's just the way it is. So how exactly it would happen, you know, I mean, you'd probably have a couple of those new states where one senator is Republican and one senator is Democrat.
Yeah. What do you think about, like I said, like, the Democratic Party has said a lot of, I'm not going to say they're radical or they're crazy, but they've said a lot of, like, they've taken a lot of policies that were, I guess you consider, like, fringe or outlier policies, like, obviously stacking the Supreme Court, abolishing the filibuster, and one of the things, adding Puerto Rico as a state, and stacking the Supreme Court, packing, okay, sure, packing the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court is always stacked. Right?
All right, so stacking the Supreme Court, fine. Adding seats to the Supreme Court, abolishing the filibuster, adding D.C. and Puerto Rico as states, and they even talked about separating California into 2 states.
They're just doing the same thing the Republicans do. It's just, you know, it's in our consciousness more because the Fourth Estate is propping up the Democratic Party. So both parties are heavily invested in purchasing votes however they can, whether that's by policy or by giving away shit by spending tax dollars. I mean, it's the same fucking story for the last century, man.
Give me the last time the Republicans made a power grab like that, because I am not a history major like you.
Every time we are in power.
So when Bush was in power, did we talk about making some Republican territories states? But that's what I'm asking. I'm being honest.
I'm trying to fucking tell you.
Well, Sean sighed, so I don't know if he signed because he's like, I can't believe this guy doesn't know history. And I'm like, I'm going to believe you don't know. Go ahead.
Every time comes time to redistrict and the Republicans are in power for those states, they will always gerrymander.
But that's the state level. I'm talking federal. So
it affects the federal.
That's fine, but I'm talking when the federal government proposes a bill to annex Puerto Rico and to annex. Well, that's fine. But what I'm saying is the Republicans have never said that. So when Sean says the Republicans have tried to do it when they were in power, I don't remember Bush saying, let's do something in favor of Republicans to keep them in office for the years I'm not the president. So that's what I'm asking Sean to prove to me, educate me, because very rarely do we ever go outside my realm. I don't contemplate like physics-based knowledge or anything else. I actually I enjoy like you guys educating me. The minute you want to, the minute we get into a discussion about like physiology when it concerns physical dimensions and stuff of that nature, that's fine. But I'm asking you. So when we're talking about separating California into 2 states to create 2 more senators to give the Democrats a majority in the Senate, on top of adding Puerto Rico and D.C. and abolishing the filibuster, which since they are the majority, and then they plan on being the majority, and the filibuster going away and packing the Supreme Court, as in going from 9 seats to 11, 13, 15, what have you. What power plays have the the Republicans made on the federal level?
The people who want to split California is Northern California wants to be split from Southern California. All right? Because if go here, pull up the fucking map and fuck my mouse and click on
okay, what am I? Give me a website or something. Map of California. All right, map of Cali.
Dear God, Jake, the presidential election result map that has California, and you can break it down.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so click on the Fox News one. I got you.
Or I'll pick anyone.
Now I can't move it, but all right, where are we drawing the line?
I wouldn't draw a fucking line, but they would.
Where would they draw the line?
If
like north of Kern and San Luis?
talking to you. I'm done talking to you.
No, I your mic is breaking in and out. So
Bro.
it is hard.
Just look at the map. See how like Northern California is predominantly red?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see how Southern California is predominantly blue?
Hold on a second.
It's
yeah.
It's the Northern Californians who feel alienated that their feelings towards politics are not represented at all at the state or the federal level. They're the ones that want to break off. All right. Now, here's the thing: if you break off and you form your own state, they're still kind of lorded over because of population. Still kind of lorded over by Sacramento.
Yes.
Right. So the last time that I saw, whenever because they went to a vote in the California it was a
legislature. Yeah.
Yeah. And it passed the early stages. See all the little red counties on the north? They just wanted to break off.
Mm-hmm.
And form their own sort of state.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that those are technically Republicans, but mostly they're just disenfranchised voters who are tired of the LAs and Sacramentos and San Diegos being able to tell them how they have to live their life because they just so happen to be in California. They're farmers. They're fucking flyover state type people. You ever been to Northern California? Their country is fuck.
No, dude. I've only been to Anaheim 3 times.
They're like people you would see in Texas. You know, they drive trucks and they farm.
Okay.
If NorCal did split off, Sacramento would remain the capital of California, and like Red Bluff would become the capital of what would they call that state, Jefferson or whatever. Like when Oregon wanted to create the state of Jefferson.
Hold on, let me look at Oregon real quick. Jesus Christ.
You could also make an argument that they would annex part of like Oregon into it and form their own little state.
Yeah, I see that. The south end of Oregon is pretty red, at least from preliminary results.
Yeah, it'll be red. Like you can just go to 2016. Like it'll be red. And in California it'll be red. Now on to Puerto Rico. That's a constitutional thing, right?
Yeah.
Puerto Rico should be a state.
I agree. Now, I agree, despite the fact that I feel like it would go Democratic. When I've had several. I'm saying I've had several people, and the last guy that he was a captain. So it's 03, whatever the fuck 03 is in the Navy. Captain from Puerto Rico, lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this guy explained a lot to Puerto Rico about me, and no, he did. And even though he tries to hide his political feelings, but he's a Democrat, which is fine. Dude, he was a great captain. He was just field artillery, and he was in charge of the FSC. So he didn't really know too much about maintenance and supply and stuff like that. But he was a great captain. But the problem with Puerto Rico as it is like the way Puerto Rico is set up, because it's a territory. If you're a fucking Puerto Rican, and I don't mean that as like, if you're a Puerto Rican and you order something from outside the United States, that ship sails into Puerto Rico, or excuse me, it sails into Florida, and then it goes into Puerto Rico, and you pay tariffs on it. So a BMW, that you order off the website, and you get shipped to, some fucking port in Georgia or Florida, that costs you like 40-45 grand, is going to cost them about 15 to 20% more, because Puerto Ricans will pay a tariff on it. Now, at the same time, Puerto Ricans do enjoy the fact that they don't pay federal tax. Like when they get their paycheck, they don't pay the same shit. They don't pay 30% off the top like the rest of us do. They don't pay, Social Security, they don't pay FICA, they don't pay all that bullshit. But every time
the benefits of Social Security and
no, they do. And what I said, even though Puerto Rico is Democratic, I said, fuck it, make them a state, fucking bring them in, figure out how to put 51 stars on the fucking flag, and fucking send it. But the one I'm not down with DC, because the fathers that were founding, or the whatever you call them, they never intended District of Columbia to be a state.
I don't think DC will ever be a state.
Well, that was on the ballot too. Democrats wanted to make DC a state, and they weren't talking about Guam. They weren't talking about Virgin Islands. They were saying DC and Puerto Rico.
Was that just some fucking person saying?
No,
oh,
that was the squad, my dude. That was the squad. The squad. And the squad? That's Ilhan. That's AOC.
Okay, so junior congressman from fuck all,
but
that had no actual power.
Who
cares?
You say that, but a lot of these people are scared because they will get primaried. And as you and I know, everybody wants to sit in their seat and suck on the teat of the United States American Congress and suck off $200,000 of taxpayer money for 2 terms. Two years.
I don't mind the AOCs and the Ilhans and all those things. It's showing the Republican Party that they need to fucking change their fucking tune.
I agree completely.
Because young people now more than ever are voting. Like my fucking Facebook feed, like I've got everyone I know is usually like around the 30s and younger. You know, like everyone I know is voting. And like they need to stop like the Democrats fucked up. All they need to do is pick like a young, personable candidate. Instead, they picked a fucking career politician, and it's going to cost them another election. You know, if the Republicans can figure that shit out before the DNC does, then they're golden.
You know what I think the problem is with the Democrats and the Republicans? Is like no. We that's a given. What I'm saying is, like, the Democrats, the way they fight is it's like a street fight. Like if one guy was a Democrat and one guy was a Republican, the Democrat is going to gouge the guy's eyes out. He's going to kick him in the nuts. And the Republican's going to be like, all right, Joe, we're here for a strapping boxing match. No blows below the waist and in between here. No. And I feel like even though Trump has kind of turned Republicans to, I guess, fight dirty, or at least come to the level that because Democrats be like, yo, we're gonna take it to the streets, we're gonna burn some and I don't say that as a party as a whole, but they don't condone the shit. So when you look at Democrats generally speaking, they will go to whatever means. They will it's even exemplified by their supporters. So when you look at people that openly support Trump, the little pumps, the little Waynes, whoever supports Trump, they're not talking about beheading the president of the United States. They're not talking about, well, what would happen if we murdered the president? They're not Johnny Depp in it. They're not, they're not doing that shit. But the supporters of the Democratic Party are legit, like they could be essentially published, or punished. They could be arrested, for perpetrating threats towards, murdering the president. And Democrats just openly do it, and nothing happens to them. People say it on The View. Washed out comedians say it. Actors say it. People say it with impunity, but Republican supporters don't do that. And it's going to get to a point where eventually maybe the Republicans go to that level, and as Sean says, it's just shit show. Like he says it's a shit show, but it's not quite a shit show yet. And you might get to that point where there is essentially there is no means. There just whatever goes. Like, gouge the eyes out, kick them in the nuts, stomp them while they're down. I don't know, man. Like, I really don't. Like, I think a good buddy of mine, he's a libertarian, Joe Jorgensen supporter from Ohio. What he said, interesting perspective, is he said that he's waiting for the Democratic Party to splinter. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I think the Republican Party will splinter before.
Biden just got. They're calling Biden one vote in Nebraska. Biden's up 238-213. Still waiting on Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada.
In the last 20 minutes, North Carolina got close. Is getting close.
It is. Yes.
And 80,000 votes with 94%.
What is it? 1.4%. All right, Lester, tell us what's up.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, we just want to keep checking.
Oh, this is the Senate.
I'm curious how Nebraska and Maine work. Is it so they're not winner take all, of course. So how do they divvy up the like Trump? Is it just if you get a third of the votes, then you get one of the votes, or one of the electoral votes?
I think it's like a state within a state. But I think you're right. I think it's there's X amount of votes, and I guess they're split proportionally. 2 votes go to the overall state vote outcome, and 1 vote is allocated to each district. So
this difference, and really, the big area is going to be Milwaukee. That's going to be a huge dump, and we expect that vote between 4 and 7. But as you can see here, this is really narrow. We're down to 4 percentage points. So it doesn't look like Donald Trump has enough same-day vote to build the pad there. And of course, there's Georgia. Let's just see if we've gotten any new vote. A little bit, but not much. We're still waiting for most of that Atlanta vote. So there's your update right now. We're going to be crawling, maybe bundles of votes at a time here for a little bit.
And Andrew, and I'll ask you, Chuck, as well, if we're truly in a situation where we're waiting for Thursday for some of these results, tell me what it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what we're hearing from the candidates, what how people are processing.
Look, Joe Biden got out there tonight because he was trying to win the perception battle, because it is taking longer. You know that they wanted to get a vote out of Georgia. They wanted to bag Georgia and North Carolina. They didn't think they could get Florida, but they wanted a different path than waiting, because they knew they'd have to wait days for the early vote from the 3 Rust Belt states. And so they really wanted to get it in before Pennsylvania, because they knew what the president would do. And he went ahead and tweeted. Twitter flagged that tweet, said it was not accurate, to talk about a rigged or stolen election.
She brought up a good point. So we left on the ass end of a conversation I guess we could bring up again. Sean, are you there? Sean's gone?
Yeah.
Oh, he's there. I didn't know what he was doing. So last we talked, before I had to go fold laundry on Sunday, we were talking about the Section 230. You remember? Kokomo?
Oh. Yeah, the fucking Twitter behaving like a fucking news outlet or whatever.
Behaving like a publisher versus a free forum with 230 protections. Did you I guess did you at least say did you see what I was the point I was trying to make?
Yeah, I just don't care. Like it doesn't affect
No, I don't think it affects you, because I don't think you're a smooth brain.
Let me show you. So Trump posted a stupid fucking tweet earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And Twitter, everyone's saying, "Oh, he's censoring the president." All right, let's see. Oh, it's gonna be backwards. Whatever. So it says Donald J. Trump, and then under it has a little thing. It says some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. Click here to learn more.
Right.
The tweet is here. We are up big. They are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed! Exclamation mark. Okay. You can still see the tweet.
Right.
Nothing is censored.
Right.
It said was fucking dumb.
Correct. All of those are correct.
And
don't dispute
and
it.
It's just saying like, hey, by the way, all you fucking retards that follow this guy and believe every fucking thing that he's spewing out of his mouth, if you would like to know more, click here so that we can show you that what he's saying is fucking stupid.
No, I agree with that, but when a Twitter account with a check mark next to it says something like the Holocaust never happened, and that doesn't get flagged as something stupid or something that should require you to go do your own research, or even includes a link to something that shows, there was a lot of people that died in World War II. World War II happened for a reason, but it happens to the president over a tweet. Like, you know what I mean? So that's one thing. There's no parity. And the other thing is that my point was whenever you alter something, if you're not a publisher and it goes up, you let free speech roam. You don't change it. You don't put any, hey, this isn't, you just leave it as it is. You leave it up to basically you being the American person. You leave it up to the smooth brains and the wrinkle brains as to whether or not they believe what's said, whether or not they follow up on it. And that's what 230 is about. 230 is about debating whether or not, what is the role of a publisher. Because a publisher would censor, would edit, would do whatever. And a platform would leave it as it is.
They're not censoring anything. They are not, like, if there was something covering it and saying, click here to learn more and then we'll show you this tweet, then I would totally agree with you. But they're not censoring anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like just because I'm not saying you specifically, but just because you open up a tweet from your god emperor and something there is questioning it right in front of you, and it forces you to think like, oh, maybe he's saying some stupid fucking shit. Like, that's not censorship. Like,
so my question, I guess, would be not you, but Jack Dorsey. Why would you put something that Trump says as questionable? You wouldn't delete it, but the tweet would still be there. But why would you put something that this is misleading? But then when someone says something that the Holocaust never existed, with a white or a blue check mark next to it, why?
President of the United States, Jake.
Hold on, what'd you say? You broke up.
Because he's not that person saying the Holocaust didn't fucking happen. Isn't the president of the fucking United States?
Well, we're all citizens of the U.S. though. Like, we all have the same civil liberties.
Oh my god. Oh no, you don't, because you're able to fucking block whoever the fuck you want on Twitter. Donald Trump is not able to block anyone on Twitter. You want to know why? Because he uses it as a forum to post information that might be prevalent to American citizens. So he's actually not allowed to block people on Twitter. Did you know that?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Whoa. I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about Twitter. The president's not the one that runs Twitter. Jack Dorsey runs Twitter.
Sure. Jack Dorsey also isn't sitting in his fucking, $40 million mansion saying, oh, we need to censor that. He has somebody that he's hired who has hired somebody who has hired someone else.
You're
who's
absolutely
hired
right. But
to monitor shit.
He is the CEO of Twitter, so he does make policy decisions that affect the guy he hires, who hires the next guy, and the next guy, and the next guy.
Sure.
I guess what I'm saying is at the end of the day, why can't Twitter just be like, if Twitter wants to enjoy not being sued by Twitter, because Jack Dorsey's being sued. Jack Dorsey is actually being sued by Nicholas Sandmann, but Twitter is not. That's a little bit different. But if Jack Dorsey's company can be enjoyed to not suffer lawsuits against a Nicholas Sandman, then why can't they just let people just put whatever the fuck they want on Twitter? If Twitter's going to enjoy Section 230 privileges.
Probably has something to do with the 2016 election, and the bots and the disinformation that was spread on both sides, and the complaints that people feel that the presidency or the election was somehow influenced by by bad actors from the outside. Probably has something to do with that.
So, what do you think about, unrelated follow-up question, what do you think about the investigation? And I'd like Sean to chime in. I know he's been kind of silent. Maybe he wants to, stomp me. But what do you think about the... Oh, I see him. He turned his camera off, but I can see him. He's, leaning back, sipping on gin and juice.
Enjoying that chair I bought him.
You bought Sean a chair?
I bought him a gaming chair.
Why couldn't you buy me a gaming chair, Kokomo?
Computer. Do you see the computer? Do you see?
What? No, I saw his monitor a long time ago. What
His computer. I got him a computer.
I don't know.
3600 with a 5700 XT and 32 gigabytes of GDDR.
Last I talked to Sean, he was still using the 2700X with the 1080 Ti.
No, he was using an 1800X with a 1080 Ti. He is selling that, and he's using Courtney's old computer.
All right. That being said, the follow-up question is, since we kind of talked about
you can talk about Hunter Biden and
no, not even that. That I don't jump on when it was Trump and Russia, I didn't jump on it. When it was Trump and Ukraine, I didn't jump on it. But after all the dust is settled, because I like to tell people, yo, let's just fucking wait and let's see what happens. So when the FBI, finally came out and they said it was actually Hillary that was running the she was the one that pushed the collusion scandal to push the Russian shit onto Trump to make him look bad for the election. What did you think about that? I mean, first of all, I don't know. Did you vote for Hillary? Did you feel bad if you did vote for her? I don't even answer the question. What did you think about the report that came out showing that the FBI said that Hillary actually not only paid for this dossier, but Biden knew about it, Trump knew about it, everybody in the Democratic office at the time knew about it, and that it was their plan? Well, this is the FBI. This is the same FBI that was run by Comey, Clapper, McCabe. Okay, go ahead.
I don't give a shit.
Why don't you give a shit?
It doesn't affect me. It really doesn't. At the end of the day, it does not affect me. One iota. All right? Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Joe Biden, they're all career fucking politicians. They've been doing this shit for fucking decades. All right? It doesn't affect me. It doesn't. Hillary Clinton's not my president.
Mm-hmm.
All right? If it was substantiated and there was real fucking hardcore evidence, I have no doubt that Trump would be pushing the DOJ to be pushing for prosecution.
He actually has, but that, as you know, the honey badger is taking his time building a case. In fact, he's taking his time building a case on a lot of things.
I don't know who the fuck the honey badger is.
William Barr.
Oh, okay. Well then, cool. I don't think he is, because the election tonight was not won. Still isn't won. So if they were actually building a case, they would have done it in the last 4 years.
Well, it didn't come out until, I think the memos and the testimonies actually didn't come out until this year.
They
weren't public knowledge until this year.
Have to be public knowledge. They were privy to it.
No, I'm sure they were. But
DOJ was running the investigation. They knew what was happening before. That's why I don't think it's really that substantiated. Otherwise, they would have already gone after her.
Well, I'm not going to say it's substantiated, but like in one sense, you got to remember if you're if you're in one sense and you're a prosecutor, it's not about what happened; it's what you can prove. So a lot of people could rush to push a trial, push indictments, push a trial, and then other people would take their time and they would build a case to where it's insurmountable and it's beyond a reasonable doubt. So I do. For what I'm saying is, to me, from what I've heard, I mean, like I said, from what I've heard, just like when I was talking to our homeboy Creasy, and other people, super liberals like my father, well, if Trump was colluding with Russia, would you? I was like, no, I wouldn't want him to be my president. If it is proven that this was going on, then no, I don't want him as my president. Like, why would I want that guy as my president? But like until the facts come out, like I don't want to hear it. Like that's like every other fucking case that happens. What's that?
Georgia's getting really close.
Georgia?
Mm-hmm. It's within like 90,000 votes.
Let's see. Trump is up by
90,000 votes. In North Carolina, Trump is up by 78,000 votes.
It's almost the same margin. You have 50.7 Trump, 48.1 Biden in Georgia, and you have 93. No, I'm
too much stock in the percentages because it's not. You just got to look at the vote totals.
94% in North Carolina, and he's up by less than 100,000. So 8,
it's not
9.
It's not 94% of votes. It's 94% of polling stations.
Right.
All right. One polling station could have 300 fucking ballots cast at it. Another polling station could have had 100,000 ballots cast at it.
No, you're right.
So again, you can't pay attention to the percentages.
Mm-hmm.
You have to look at the total votes.
You're right. Still got Gwinnett and Fulton County. Well, we know Fulton County is going to go Biden.
Like
DeKalb County, we know is going to go. I already know that's Atlanta right there.
Yeah, I'm thinking Trump is going to pull Pennsylvania out just because of the numbers. So if you break down and look at Allegheny County, which I think is Pittsburgh, which Trump fucking got murdered in, I think, and yes, it was 360,000 to 259,000 in 2016. This year it's 219,000 to 157,000. And then Philadelphia County, which has Philadelphia in it, Trump got decimated in 2016. It was 600,000 to 100,000. Right now it's 289,000 to 100,000. So I'm thinking he's going to pull out Pennsylvania. He's also leading by 700,000 votes. But Pennsylvania, like, we won't know Pennsylvania until like the end of the week. We really won't.
Yeah.
Because they're
mail-in voting.
They're allowed to mail in today or yesterday. Michigan. No, but you just can't. You can't call it whenever there's so many mail-in votes like still in limbo. I don't think so. The thought process is Trump voters aren't scared to go to the polls and of the coronavirus and stuff like that. The Democrat or Biden voters are the ones that are like practicing more caution and mailing from home. So that's why I think it's a safe kind of assumption that if you were to tally up the I wouldn't be surprised if mail-in votes weren't skewed like 60-40 or 70-30 in favor of Biden.
There statistically, but what about in the previous?
Not nearly as many as this year. But at the same time, they said, I remember hearing something. They said, oh, there've already been like 80 million mail-in ballots cast. That's not right. That's yeah, a little sus. I remember reading something about that. Or they were expecting 80 million mail-in ballots to be cast. Oh, Nevada's shifting blue. Good thing it doesn't matter. Don't get me wrong. As much as I don't like Trump, I would rather have him as a president than Joe Biden.
I think any reasonable libertarian would say that. I think any libertarian that thinks they're a libertarian, I think they would rather vote for red team than blue team.
And I'm curious to see what he'll do in his second term.
Well,
that's when presidents really start making moves. You know, ain't got
Right.
nothing to lose.
Reckless abandon.
Except the kleptocracy.
Well, you kind of want to, like, I mean, if you're a man of, and here's the thing is, like, I think the problem with this election is, like Sean said, like 4 hours ago, is I think people are just voting too much based on like what the guy says on Twitter. Like if people took President Trump's phone and they flushed it down a toilet and they just looked at what the guy did, I don't even think there'd be a fucking question.
I've been saying this for fucking years. I said Donald Trump would be a half bad president if he would just stop fucking posting shit on Twitter.
I would argue more than half bad, but I also like arguing with you. But dude, like if people
I actually like the guy, but the dude says so much ignorant fucking stupid shit on Twitter that it's just hard to differentiate to see if he's a fucking troll or not. And I feel like the office of the presidency should not be inhabited by a fucking troll.
I don't feel like he's a troll though.
I think he's a troll.
What if
he's a very troll? And that's
well,
why you don't think he's.
I think sometimes he does some like 4D chess shit. I wish Sean would turn his microphone on. But I think sometimes he does play some 4D chess. I really do. But I think a majority of the time, I think he just, whatever the fuck is on his mind, he's just going to say it. Which I don't think, I mean, in some sense, it could be a bad thing. But isn't it kind of a good thing to know what, like, your leader thinks of shit? Nancy Pelosi's crazy.
No.
Oh, yeah. Maybe
He's such
she is.
It's the fact that he's such a fucking child about it, dude. Like, I don't have a problem with, like, Barack Obama was on Twitter, and he tweeted stuff. I don't have a problem with our fearless leader fucking posting stuff on Twitter. It says he's such a fucking little baby. Just like his tweet just now, like, they will not steal the election. Bro. Come on.
I mean, but at the end of the day, man, like, you know that meme, right? Here's Corey. Corey sees things on the internet. Corey doesn't let it bother him and goes on about his business.
Our republic is somehow corrupted, and he's also setting the stage for if he does lose, then they cheated, they stole the election by casting.
Well, like I said, this was never a referendum on Joe. This was a referendum on Trump. Either way. You know, so like if Biden wins, it wasn't because Trump was a terrible president. I don't think anybody that like was objective, anybody that could look at the foreign policy, could look at the economy before the pandemic, could look at anything the guy did, could say he was a terrible president. It was just that he was an asshole. He was a child, as you said.
So let me ask you this, because since I feel like you're in the camp that thinks that the pandemic is because I remember talking to you about this. You thought it was very political. After Trump wins,
or Biden,
you know, no, just after Trump wins, does the pandemic go away? Like, do we just stop?
No,
just stop
no,
sick?
no. You know what I think happens? First of all, I think they pass a bill, because I think let's look at the House race real quick. You got the House race up. So it's tied at the Senate. The Democrats gained a seat. So we'll see how that goes. You have 16 seats up for election, right? Or 15? No, 5. You have 5 seats up for grabs. 5 seats up to shift power in the Senate. We'll see how that goes. And for in the Senate?
It's 8.
Well, right now it says Democrats 46, Republicans 46. So what I mean is,
and they have. There's 100.
What I'm saying, the Dems already won 1. They already won 1.
Yeah, that's already in the number. Do your math, Jake. There's 100 Senate seats. If there's 46 on each side right now, there's 8 seats up for grabs.
You need 5 to take control of the Senate. That's where I'm going with it.
No, Republicans need 4 if they win the presidency.
They need 4, yes, if you're going to go with Pence. Sure, I got you. But essentially you need 5. You need 5.
Which, this is already a coup because the Republicans were planning on losing the Senate. They had every intention of going about the next couple of years not having the Senate. And so if they're able to just keep 50 seats, they're happy.
I think they would be happy to keep 50 seats too. Would they have like 52 or 53?
53.
53.
So lose 3 seats, they're happy.
They lose 3 seats, they're happy. That's fine. And the House,
because it was being played up that they were going to lose that the Democrats were going to get the supermajority.
Right. House.
And then if they own the supermajority, because that's hugely important. If they own the supermajority in the Senate and they own the majority in the House, then they get to dictate law in legislature. There's not a damn thing Trump can do, except try and flip a senator over so they're not able to get the supermajority vote in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they can do.
Right. So
but, half the people in the Senate are never Trumpers too. So they're going to do everything in their power to fucking piss in his Cheerios.
That being said, Trump wins. Do I think he goes buck wild? Nah, not really, because I think he's got a good thing going on in the Middle East, hands down.
He's going to do things though that I think hopefully he's going to do things that I think need to be done.
This is the one thing I did think he was holding off. I do think the most radical thing he will do in his second term is if he wins a second term. I don't think he would do too much to jeopardize the next guy. Maybe people have toyed with like Donald Jr. running, or maybe President Trump endorsing Senator Cruz or something of that nature. But the one thing I saw him going crazy, and this is just me, was all the rioting. I saw him mobilizing federal troops. I see him doing that.
Why?
Well, he didn't do it in this past, because it would look bad. It would be a bad optic for him. Everybody would be able to pitch on top of, coronavirus response or whatever, and the economy taking a tank, and they'd be able to say, see, he's a dictator. He's sending the federal troops, to quell the riots. So in this case, it's his last term, and he did not only did he run on Law and Order and got the endorsement of a lot of the extreme majority of police and law enforcement, but like that is the one thing I saw him do. I don't see him starting a war. I don't see him changing anything in the economy. Lower taxes.
As an American, the moment Trump mobilizes federal troops and sends them to and tries to invoke the Insurrection Act, I take issue with that.
Why?
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, be honest.
How does the boot taste?
Well, what I'm asking you is, like, how would you feel if there was a riot in your county and Governor Abbott just stood by while people kept putting a boot on all the stores and all the Walmarts, and then they showed up on your front lawn, and you only have one M1A1, my dude.
I would tell Governor Abbott that he needs to get his shit together.
But he doesn't.
And I would tell the mayors. I would tell the mayors and the police departments, the police chiefs, they need to get their.
But they're not doing. The mayors are standing down the police because remember the mayors appoint who? Who do the mayors appoint?
It depends.
Chief of police. The chief of police. And what did the chief of police do?
The Dallas City Council appoints the chief of police.
Well, that's in Texas, but imagine you're in Washington or you're in Oregon. You're in places where there's actually democratic governance. So I'm saying, like, if you live there because you were an idiot, it is their problem, yes, but put yourself in their shoes. What I'm saying is, you're saying if it happened in Texas, I understand. But if you live there and you're an actual Democrat and that happened to you and you don't own a gun and you, Corey.
Jake, you cannot sit there and fucking talk about how you are a political dissident when it comes to wearing a fucking mask, and then be okay, with federal troops being
I
mobilized.
can when it is the government's job to protect your rights, and it is. Yes, it is. It is. What is the sole purpose of the federal government?
It is not.
What is the sole? It is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, civil rights, and plenty more amendments after that.
You can quote the fucking first few lines of the Bill of Rights.
Corey, what is the job of the federal government?
It is not to.
No, it is not. No, not what it's not. What is the job of the federal government? Don't tell me what the federal government is not supposed to do. What is the job of
national defense and
okay.
infrastructure?
So if there is domestic terrorism going on, you just don't want the FBI like arresting Todd Kaczynski. Is that what you want, Ted Kaczynski? Right? Because that's not the federal government's job. The federal government's job is keeping Iraq out of.
The FBI is a federal law enforcement agency.
It is federal law enforcement agency arresting an American citizen. So what is wrong with deploying federal troops and arresting citizens committing? I'm not, dude.
Posse comitatus, bro.
Dude, first of all,
all right.
First of all, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Trump doesn't even fucking know what posse comitatus is, all right? Because he's never fucking served a goddamn day in his life. He doesn't fucking understand how this shit works. The U.S. troops are not to be a law enforcement agency in the United States, all right? Unless you invoke the Insurrection Act.
Correct.
Right now, there is not an insurrection.
No,
yes,
correct. You have not said anything false as of 2 minutes ago.
Rioting, right? It falls on the cities and the states.
So what happens if the cities and the states refuse to police the rioting? That's what I'm asking you. If the city stands by, Trump gets reelected, and they just burn Portland down, what are you supposed to do?
Sorry, Portland. All right, then you as a citizen of Portland, Oregon, all right, who just saw your elected officials that you've been keeping in office for decades because of your loyalty to fucking whatever. You vote them the fuck out. What you do not do, is fucking deploy federal troops and have a fucking Kent State or a goddamn, what was it, fucking Detroit during the fucking Vietnam War?
Tulsa or Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you don't do that. That's the worst fucking thing he can do. Because
Corey, it is the worst thing, and that's why I said I did not see him doing it at all. But if you want to talk about extreme, I don't see him starting a war with Syria or Iran or North Korea or China. What I do see him doing, if he did anything, was that. That was my point. So me arguing in between that was just saying, well, why not? Well, dude, I like to play devil's advocate. I'm not a reservist. Okay? So it doesn't affect me. Okay?
Schrodinger's douchebag.
Well, Corey does. Sean, Corey does that shit too. Corey plays devil's advocate all the time.
I not with shit like that. Like that's literally the worst fucking thing that Trump could do because then he alienates the.
Well, he would essentially fuck the Republicans in the next 4 years, 8 years maybe.
But to a different point, you were talking about future candidates. The one that I am looking forward to the most, and I hope to God she fucking stays in the political positive, is Nikki Haley. She is one.
Yeah, the one from South Carolina. That was the U.S. Embassy.
No, the UN.
UN ambassador.
Ambassador. What the fuck is it called? Yeah, she was our delegate to the UN. Whatever.
Yeah, and she's. I mean, is it sexist if I say she's pretty good looking?
No, she is. But
I think she was more Indian than Kamala, right? I think she has more Indian in her than Kamala. Like for what it's worth,
Kamala is half Indian, like half dot. She's half and half. She's not like half Indian, half white. She's half black, half Indian.
But they're both half then. Well, no. Nikki Haley's like more than half.
Fuck.
It doesn't matter, dude. I'm half black. Get out of here. And fucking, you saw Tavion. Tavion's full black. What does that matter?
She is. Her dad is Punjabi.
They're both Indian, dude. Any rate, I like her too. Now, Can we get a popular count on the goal party, please? Popular vote count on the goal party. See if Trokar is eating shit today.
I don't know how to fucking look at that.
Popular vote, Libertarian.
I mean, she got 69,000 votes in Florida. 20,000 in Iowa. It's going to be less than 1%. Oh, 50 in Michigan. That's pretty good. It's going to be less than 1%. 100%.
It's going to be less than what?
Less than 1%. She got 60 in Pennsylvania.
Damn.
I just hope she fucking steals. Oh, she got 121,000 in Texas. Look at that.
And it didn't matter.
Tax wrapping that set, y'all.
Did not matter. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's look at Texas.
If Texas was closer, it could have. That would have been huge, and I would have fucking loved it. It would have been a fucking coup.
El Paso County, 80%.
Bro,
what's up?
Trump's gonna lose Georgia.
Yeah?
Yeah, good luck. Do the math.
I can't.
Yeah, oh my god, DCAB is... Oh, but they're 98% reported.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I mean, unless there's a polling station with nothing but red fucking ballots in it.
Yeah, it's getting a lot closer. Trump loses Georgia, he has to win Pennsylvania. He has to. Yeah, otherwise he loses. He just loses.
Oh my god. I wanted the price of ammo to go down. God damn it.
Well, you can always buy a reloading kit, my dude.
No, I'll just go trade my ammo for more ammo.
North Carolina's a lot closer too.
Yeah, it did.
Holy shit. If Biden takes Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada, he wins.
Hold up. Trump expected to speak.
He wins.
What channel are we on?
I'm looking at Fox. This is some old fucker talking about nothing.
Yeah, look at that.
Would address the nation. Earlier we heard from Joe Biden, who talked to his supporters in
What
Wilmington,
was-
Delaware, saying he believes he is
Oh,
on
he
track
beat the shit out of Hillary in 16.
He did. In North Carolina?
In Georgia.
Oh, both of those states, yeah.
CBS News projects
I don't know,
President
man.
Trump has won Florida, Ohio, and Iowa.
Maybe Thomas
Arizona
County
is
in the
leaning
South will
toward
come in the
Biden,
clutch.
But we still cannot get a clear picture of these
God damn,
votes.
only
Thomas County.
51,000 people voted for Trump in Atlanta.
North Carolina,
Well, inside the perimeter.
substantial numbers
Yeah,
of
in
votes
DCAP.
are still
Yeah.
uncounted. Several million in Pennsylvania.
I mean, Fulton and Cobb and Gwinnett County are Atlanta as well.
Votes. President
You
Trump
know.
leads narrowly, 213
That's
to
oh, Gwinnett. Oh yeah, that's got Marietta and all that in it, right?
those
The north side, Gwinnett.
volunteers, those poll
I
workers
say he did a lot
who,
better
in
in
the midst of a
Gwinnett.
pandemic, not, more concerned about democracy than perhaps their own health, making sure that there's someone there
man.
to count these ballots and staying late into the night, so to make sure that everybody's vote counts. And that is the greatness of democracy, the great country that we live in, that people are willing to do that, and the patience that it takes to wait for that vote to be counted. Many of us lived through.
Why isn't North Carolina called right now? Are they waiting on mail-in ballots? Is that what it is?
I don't know. I was wondering. I'm looking at the counties.
We have a process now where this will
100% in, 100% in.
All the counties are declared.
That's interesting. Maybe they're validating. It's like when you run a check disk on your computer, and it sits at 100%.
I knew you were gonna say some dumb shit like that.
Whatever, dude. Suck my metaphorical black hard drive.
How we started the evening when we went on the air at 7 o'clock. That listen, we know that
Trump's doing a lot better in Detroit than you would assume.
Yeah.
That is exactly what happened.
Oakland County is 278,000 to 242, and
I thought Detroit was in Wayne. Yeah, I thought it was in Wayne County, but
Oakland County has
I really
got
do.
just as many people in
Because
it.
so many people are going on about their real lives.
And then
Despite
Biden's
all
got
of this, wearing
220
masks
and
when we're not
Wayne
on
and
the
Trump's
air
got
here.
156. So he's doing a lot better.
We're still in the middle of
I
a
think.
crisis.
Like, because in
They're
2016.
sitting, counting the votes to making sure that we.
Yeah, he got murdered in Wayne County.
It's very brave and very heroic, actually.
He could, like in 2016, 730,000 people voted in Wayne County, and right now, as it stands, only 370,000 have been reported.
And he won his nomination in the Democratic Party. The argument was he'll be the
Well,
candidate who
that's only what, 52%.
So that's now being put to
Yeah,
the
it could
test
very well
here,
shift Michigan.
in the final counting here.
Well, the smart part of Michigan is all red. Them's all them people with them nice lake houses and money.
And again, to set the stage, millions of votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
But that is interesting. Why haven't they declared North Carolina yet? Not even Fox has declared it yet.
And we are going into the night.
Probably because it's very, very close, dude. It's 80,000 vote margin.
Certainly in the state of Pennsylvania. Hundreds of thousands of votes in large counties in Georgia.
All right, so President's about to get up and give a... Did y'all see when Joe went up there and had something to say? There's a bunch of cars just sitting there honking.
And he's sponsored by Jeep, man.
Joe?
Yeah, you didn't see all the Jeep Gladiators?
No. No, I wasn't paying attention.
Trump's actually done pretty well in Nevada. He's got as many votes as he did in 2016 in Clark County.
What are they at?
16, there were 720,000 votes, and he had 320,000 of them in 2020. He's got 314,000 so far, with 64% reporting. Biden's winning.
Lander and Lincoln County, nothing.
Nevada is 29,000 vote difference.
There's how do these two counties, Lander and Lincoln, not have anything?
They haven't reported.
Yeah, I know. Every other
Eureka County had less than 1,000 people vote. Oh man, I would hate to fucking live in a state like that.
Nevada?
A state where you're ruled by by Reno and fucking Las Vegas.
But you got the Raiders. Hey! Let's not even talk about politics. What the fuck is up with the Cowboys, man?
Injuries.
No, I know, but I mean,
it's not even injuries.
Obviously,
Oh, yeah,
like
sorry.
they were losing
Injuries,
before the
shitty
injury.
coaching. Yeah.
Shitty coaching. So the Green Bay coach sucks. I don't know. I don't watch football. I just watch Tom Brady highlights.
Oh, the team is bad this year.
Basically.
I thought honestly, like I always thought the key to the Cowboys winning was just give Zeke the fucking ball. Like don't let the quarterback throw the ball that much.
Yeah, that works. That works if you have a defense. But
there's no defense.
The game has evolved to where it's passing. Like
you can't hit the quarterback. You can't hit the receiver. Can't jam him at the line. I got you. We need more. We need.
What are you talking about?
No, I don't know. Like I do know that
You don't watch football. The Cowboys are bad. They're going to be bad for the rest of the year. They'll probably be really bad next year too.
So who wins the East?
Whichever dumpster fire burns out faster.
The Eagles.
The Eagles, yeah.
The Eagles?
The Eagles.
The Giants aren't good? And the Washington football team's not good?
No.
Really? Well, that's disappointing. I know the Patriots suck. And I know the Bucks are good. That's all I know.
Shit. With the Patriots, fuck around and find out.
What's up? What do you mean?
Just saying, they've had worse starts and, made it to the playoffs.
Let's see. NFL.com. And standings. Eagles are 3-4-1. Washington, it legit says Washington football team. 2-5, 2-6 Cowboys. The Giants are 1-7.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they got that Barkley guy and that quarterback that looked kind of good.
Barkley's injured.
Barkley's injured, or Barkley or whatever.
Yeah, he's got like a torn ACL or a torn quad.
Fucking shit. Okay. Patriots are 2-5. Jets are 0-8. That surprises me, though. It shouldn't. How is my team doing? 3-4. Let's go Broncos. And the Chiefs are 7-1. Who's undefeated? Steelers. Undefeated. And that's it. Is Ben back? Is Ben doing okay? Anybody?
Who? Ben Raplesberger?
Ben Raplesberger. Yeah.
Not to be negative, but I'm starting to think Kanye might not win this thing, guys.
What's up, dude? What's up?
There's a meme, not to be negative, but I'm starting to think Kanye might not win this thing, guys.
It's awesome.
God, this fucking idiot on this group. RTX 3080, Intel i5 9400F CPU. Terrible bottlenecking or no?
Bro, your mic is doing something fucking weird.
I'm sorry.
Republicans just got a Senate seat. So it's 46-47 pubs.
They flipped one, or they
No,
retained...
they got one back, so it's 46-47 pubs. Still looking at the House. Dude, I just want the Republicans to win the House, and I want Nancy Pelosi to fucking just... I'll be honest, like, there's not a lot of vitriol I show for Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, the squad, but Nancy Pelosi, Jesus Christ, woman, just go die in your fucking $40,000 freezer, please. Like, I don't know how, like, as much hate as people have for Hillary, I got just as much for that woman. I don't understand her. I really don't. Dude, the Ravens lost to the Steelers. Shocking. Mm-hmm. Dude, how's your homeboy? What's up?
The Steelers are a good football team.
Thanks, Sean.
No problem.
Dude, what's up with your homeboy on the Browns?
California voted to restore former felon voting rights.
Wow.
What's up with your homeboy on the Cleveland Browns, Corey?
I don't know who you're talking about.
The quarterback. I forget. White guy played really well. The quarterback of the Browns. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Baker Mayfield.
That guy. Yes, thank you. How's he doing?
I don't know. I don't really care. He's never been a good quarterback to me.
Oh man, I wish my streams were back far enough. Baker Mayfield. Boom. Let's see how he's doing. Stats. 2020. 61% completion. 15 touchdowns, 7 picks. 90.9 QB. No, that's quarterback rating. That's not. It's passer rating, not QBR. I thought you liked Baker, dude.
No.
Even though he was a boomer Sooner.
In what fucking world am I a Sooner fan?
You're not, but he's in the NFL now, so it shouldn't matter, right? No. I swear to God, if I went back to like all the PUBG games we played, I could probably find where you're just like, Baker Mayfield is so good somewhere.
No. I've never liked Baker Mayfield. Like you're literally pulling that out of your ass.
No, I'm not. I promise I'm not.
Using me with somebody else.
Dude, you're the only guy that I play video games with that would talk about Baker Mayfield.
No, I'm not.
Who else would talk about him? Sean doesn't.
I don't know. I don't think he's like a terrible quarterback, but I don't like the guy. I think he's fucking a douchebag. Like honestly. Legalize silo bison? What the fuck is that? What did Oregon legalize this time?
Being able to actually punch a cop without getting arrested. All right.
Oh, Oregon legalized psychedelic mushrooms.
What?
It's an Oregon legalized psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah.
That's cool.
They
also approved the nicotine and tobacco tax.
That doesn't shock me.
What did California vote on? The former felon vote already did that. Let's see. We didn't vote on anything.
Dude, how about that Army football team, huh?
What about them?
I guess they're pretty good compared to the Navy one.
I guess. I don't know. Hey, dude, this is like a really shitty year to be talking about football because I don't Sean. You don't really get too rat's ass about anything outside of A&M, right?
A&M's 4-1.
Yeah.
Who they lost to Bama.
Yeah.
Yep.
So right now you got Georgia in the East and Alabama in the West.
Yep.
Let's see what their schedule looks like. Why is Alabama 2? Who's Alabama second against? Who's
Clemson?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Always. They got fucking sunshine.
Well, he's got COVID, doesn't he?
Sunshine.
No, he's giving the opposing football team coaches COVID.
Let's see schedule. Let's see who the next hard team is. So they play LSU next.
Who's
and Alabama. So they play LSU.
It's not a hard team this year.
No. A lot of people left. And then they got
people have been beating the shit out of LSU this year.
It's either LSU or Auburn. That's who's gonna knock them off. Kentucky ain't doing it, and Arkansas is not doing it.
Bama runs the table this year.
All right, well, let's see what Clemson's got. Clemson's schedule's probably softer than that.
Clemson's schedule's soft every year.
Well,
their toughest opponent's Notre Dame.
Yeah, and they won't have their quarterback. But I think actually no. BC gave them a run for their fucking money.
They got Notre Dame. They got Florida State, Pitt, and Virginia Tech.
No, cupcakes.
I don't know. Didn't Virginia Tech look pretty good this year?
Florida passed a measure to require citizenship to vote.
Virginia's 4-2.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, say that again.
Ballot measures. Florida. It's a yes/no vote. Requires citizenship to vote. It passed overwhelmingly. I was wondering, I always thought you had to be a citizen to vote, but I mean, shit, Florida does shit weird, so who knows? Oh, hey, Mississippi legalized, medical marijuana passed, and they passed their flag referendum.
Damn, that's sad.
Yeah, it would make you sad, wouldn't it?
No. I thought North Carolina was gonna have a breakout year. They're 4-2. They're in the middle of the pack.
They're having a breakout year.
I mean, yeah, but
they said it was sad that they're removing the Confederate flag off of the Mississippi State flag.
I want you to look at me. Fuck you. I give two shits whether you fly a flag or not. I really don't. That's not going to be the reason I judge you. Whatever, man. No, that's Mac Brown's new team, right? Carolina.
Haley said that there were it is. There were like 6 states that were supposed to be legalizing weed. That's big for her because Connecticut, yeah. Let's see, Arizona. Yeah, hey, Arizona legalized marijuana.
All right, so it's down to the 2 counties in Georgia, by the way.
Yeah, it's been that way for a minute.
Last we talked, it was 3 counties. Now it's 2.
Well, I mean, Grady County has all of 10,000 total votes. So.
What the fuck is this? Ballot measures in Georgia waive sovereign immunity. Like you can sue the state for money now? What? All right. Hawaii. Nothing. Idaho. Idaho. God, how do you not pass this, Illinois? Like they're voting to remove income tax. How do you not pass that?
Who?
Illinois.
Because if you, I don't know, dude. Like, what is like if you continually tax the people, then they can't afford to leave, and so you can't overthrow the government through votes. So, what, dude? I'm playing Fringe here, man. Court.
God.
That's not what I'm saying. They voted to remove, the proposition was to remove their income tax.
Correct.
And it doesn't pass.
Correct.
How do you get 4 million people to say, oh, no, I don't want money?
Because the people that can't afford to move need the income tax to fucking live. And the people that can afford to fucking move need the income tax to go away. You know what I mean? Like, the people that need the income tax are gonna fucking stay there. You have the people in the middle that can't, if we got rid of the income tax, I could save up some money and move. Like,
I think you're giving them too much credit, dude. I think the fucking ballot was worded in such a way that people don't know what the fuck they were voting for.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, dude. Dude, like, we're over here talking about how Maryland or Baltimore or Chicago or any of those cities just stay Democratic and they just never flip. Like, bro, some things never fucking change, man. That's why I don't understand why people just don't fucking take the red pill, or not saying a party pill, but like just fucking step outside their body and see what an alternate universe is like.
Michigan passed warrant for e-data.
They passed a what?
They now require a warrant for e-data.
E-data.
Mm-hmm.
So what? Data that you get off of somebody's internet browsing history, somebody's phone shit? Like, I don't know what e-data is.
Probably just electronic data. Looks like Montana is going to legalize weed as well.
Well, that was a given. There's nothing else to do out there except herd sheet fuck 'em.
Nebraska enact 20% tax on gaming. Oh, they passed a bunch of stuff on.
Oh, there he is.
They passed a bunch of stuff for fucking
coming out
horse racing, dog racing type stuff.
Here comes the president.
See the president momentarily.
Oh, and they passed a cap payday loan rate. That's fucking needed.
You're going to see Donald Trump as I think we are used to seeing Donald Trump.
Oh, did you see him use the handrail? He's frail.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Mike Pence just looks like a fucking Q-tip. I hate that guy so much.
Don't you talk about race banning that way.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. be said. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that, obviously, to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added,
I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots.
We're listening to the president speaking at the White House, but we got to dip in here because there have been several statements that are just frankly not true. The president going through some of the states stating that he has prevailed in those.
I gotta close it. I gotta close MSNB. We gotta dip out of his speech because there's a lot of statements he said that weren't true. Like, you know, just let me hear the guy pontificate. Let me hear him hyperbolize. Like, I don't give a fuck, man. Let me just hear the CIC, dude. Let me hear the kick. The kick gives me the shtick. What are you guys watching? Because I was watching MSNBC. Who's the channel, y'all? Fox?
Hmm.
On YouTube?
No, on Hulu.
I don't have Fox.
Get with the times, homie.
Bro, I don't got that fucking money like you do, dude.
I just bum it off of Sean.
Well, I ain't got that Sean money either. What you trying to say, Negro?
Can I buy him things?
I'm just saying, I got that kind. Get with the times, bro. I got a truck payment, insurance, utilities, everything, and a mortgage.
And an insurance. Yeah, I ain't got a mortgage.
I pay 7 pets. Count them. 7 pets.
Hey,
mortgage.
You just have to fucking jump into that shit. I didn't.
Hey, man.
It's on you, little homie.
At least I made that jump. Who do I watch this shit from? This one I saw on Fox. It's let's see, Fox Business. Does Fox Business have it? We're just gonna cut out the president's speech because
of the raging pandemic.
He's saying a lot of untrue things, so we're just gonna talk over him and President Pence, Vice President Pence.
While votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation. We're going to protect it.
Do you want me to just stream it? You can watch it.
I pulled up Pence on HuffPost begrudgingly, to my chagrin.
He's got like a weird yellow hue in his hair. And it looks like he was just used to clean an ear.
Did your brother not say, quit talking shit about race bandit?
Did you just say make America great again, again?
Yes, he did.
I thought it was keep America great.
No, they changed that slogan like long ago. So 12 is 24, 15 and 15 is 30, so that's 54. I need 54 more Rhyhorn candies to max out another goddamn Rhyperior. Alright, go ahead and put the put yours on the stream. I wanted to see the hot chick. Just put yours on the Discord.
So
he said he won in North Carolina. He's won in Georgia. We have not made those calls as of yet. He is leading. And if you look at Pennsylvania, his numbers are accurate. He is up 600.
Can you full screen? Do you have two monitors, Corey?
3 monitors.
Can you maximize that on one of the monitors?
He is up there as well. In Arizona,
Thank you.
He is trailing by about
150,000, 155.
which is more than the margin of that he's winning in North Carolina. There you look at the numbers in Arizona. And again, we've made that call. But the president defiant, saying that this is an effort to steal the election and that, frankly, quote, we have already won this election. Vice President Pence was a little bit more retrospect in how he said it. The counting continues, he said, and will continue to make America great again. Chris Wallace.
He also said we're on the road to victory, not that we've won. Mike Pence did.
I'm so tired of this Chris Wallace guy. He's so lucky. He's so lucky he's on Fox. If he was a Republican on CNN, he would have been let go a long time ago. In fact, I had more respect for Shepard than I did Wallace. A lot more respect for Shepard.
Yeah, but Shepard was gay and didn't line up with Fox's
Chris Wallace doesn't either.
Ideology.
And he was probably the worst moderator I had ever seen.
But Fox would rather keep a shitty Democrat than a gay man who's really good at his job.
I didn't even know Shepard was gay, my dude.
Pretty sure that's why he got let go.
Sean?
Sean doesn't watch Fox.
And it goes on for days. Now, there may be a question as to how long you can continue to accept ballots, but there's no question that all these states can continue to count votes for days. They don't have to certify for weeks who has won the state. That was what happened in Florida back in 2000. So I don't know if he literally meant that he's going to try to stop the counting of the vote, but I would think that would be extremely inflammatory, and frankly, I don't think it's something that the courts would allow.
Dana, but he was also saying we don't want them to find votes in Pittsburgh or any other part of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that all of a sudden you're going to find 100,000 votes that just happen to be in some trash can behind. I think that's what he was talking about. But you know, Ben Shapiro, who voted for the president and supports the president, he tweets just now, "No, Trump has not already won the election, and it is deeply irresponsible for him to say that he has." President Trump had some amazing victories tonight that he can take credit for on the Republican side of things. Look at this, that the United States Senate is likely to stay in Republican hands. The House races I mentioned just beforehand, not only winning in some of those swing districts, but a lot of the women that he backed in this party, and Elise Stefanik, the congresswoman from New York, they have so many things that they can talk about and be proud of tonight. And to say in a posture of, I'm convinced we're going to win. I believe that these races are going to be called for me and for us and for our movement. Just hang with me for another 24 hours. Instead, now, what will the headlines all be tomorrow? What will everybody be saying? Right. That he just went a step too far.
Yeah, that he claimed victory. He walked into Hail to the Chief tonight, taking advantage, obviously, of the bully pulpit and the incumbency, and made a very forceful statement about where he thinks this is going to go.
Well, he says it's a fraud on the American people, Martha. What struck me was
I actually like Juan better than I like Chris Wallace.
Even though he said he predicted we would come to this moment in terms of having to have the courts intervene, he said they are taking us to court, suggesting the Democrats are somehow taking him to court. I was confused by this. But in his mind, he's saying he won. He won this election, and that there's something being done by the Democrats to try to undo his victory, and he sees them as taking the initiative here in terms of inviting some litigation. But to my mind, the idea that he would say that, you know what, he wants the voting stopped, I just don't understand it, and I think it's You know, I think it's beyond the pale.
Well, again, first of all, let's welcome Shannon Green, playing the role of Britt Hume.
I am. I'm a slightly less curmudgeonly at this hour.
Oh, there you go.
That's the only difference.
Do you have any updates on the betting? No,
I
just
don't.
kidding.
I feel like, do I need to pick up that part of the conversation? That's my part.
Now we are in legalese now. We are going down a legal road. We prepared for this as you were getting ready for the Justice Barrett hearing.
Whoa. Rhode Island is on the ballot to change their state name, and it is currently winning. What? Sean, did you hear me? Sean. Rhode Island has on their ballot to change the state name, and it's winning. I don't know. I'm so curious.
It's clickbait. It's clickbait.
All right.
Dude, you muted it, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And Sean shut down the PCs, going to bed.
Essentially,
Going to sleep.
Pennsylvania deadline, and that didn't seem to fit with previous.
Later, Sean.
Well, what they did in one decision was to not give an injunction. So they allowed it to move forward without deciding on the merits. Then the GOP in Pennsylvania came back, some of the leaders, and said, well, can we get an expedited decision? And then they voted 5-3 against taking it up in an expedited fashion. So they haven't ruled on the merits of this thing, but Justice Alito and the two who joined him left this opening to say, you can probably come back to us and we can probably get to the merits on this on another day, probably hoping that it wouldn't come back to them, but now it looks very much like that's a strong possibility.
Yeah. Obviously, Justice Amy Coney Barrett is now in the mix on this. She was able to kind of say, I can't weigh in on a couple of items as soon as she began wearing the robe. She cannot take a pass on any of this that's happening now, I wouldn't imagine, because it will be starting fresh at this point.
Right. Remember that Senator Cory Booker, just a couple of weeks ago, when she was still not yet confirmed, said, I think she needs to recuse from anything that comes up to the Supreme Court that has to do with the 2020 election.
That's bullshit, because there were who was it, the Justice? Yes.
I'm just going to say somebody appointed by President Trump can't decide a case.
But you got to remember the ones that were appointed by the ones that were Democratic appointees.
No one can force them to.
Like there's no.
There is, a lot of leeway for them to say, "Oh, I have a financial interest," or "I know a party in this case." Very rare that they recuse. They do it, but no one can force them to do it. They have to make the decision themselves, and I see no reason why she would say, "Okay, I'm out."
Can we go up to Bill Hemmer for a second? Oh yeah, there you go.
Hey.
Hello.
I'm the man behind the curtain.
There you go. It is the Georgia, North Carolina. The president said he's won both of those states. We haven't called either one of them. We obviously haven't called this election. But Georgia and North Carolina, we talked to the decision desk. They didn't think that it was going to be called tonight. But where are we in Georgia?
Georgia at the moment, 93% of the ballots are in. The president holds on to about a 3-point lead in Georgia at the moment. It looks to be pretty comfortable. Then we listen to the decision desk and think about the mail ballots that still may not have been counted. Could this change with 7% of the vote not counted? I guess it could, but right now it looks pretty comfortable for the red team. Here's Fulton County, Georgia, right? Biden, an easy winner, but that was pretty much expected. Here's DeKalb County. Well, we had about 2 hours ago, but DeKalb County had an issue. Yeah, right, but they got it straightened out because this vote here is rather reflective of 2016, and Biden's up in the 80% margin, which is where you would expect him to be, just east of Atlanta. Now, how does this change? What else can be thrown in here? Where else do you go on the map for Joe Biden to try and overcome this deficit here? Cobb County, 2016, here's where it was. I mean, pretty much all that vote is in there in Cobb County. Maybe it's up here in Gwinnett. But again, this vote seems to be pretty much accounted for. So where that 7% comes from. I think at the moment, Brett, it's safe to say it's a hard hurdle to climb for Biden this late in the night. Here's what we see in North Carolina, however. It's a slimmer margin here, just a bit more than a point. I'd say 0.4. 94% of the ballots in here in North Carolina. Are there more out here to help Joe Biden overcome this? I guess you can make the case it is because we haven't called it yet, but where those votes come from, it's difficult to say.
They're in a dumpster behind a Denny's.
600,000. That's a big vote. You're right, and you got 3/4 of the vote counted in Pennsylvania already. I thought, Brett and Martha, that we would be nowhere near this number of ballots counted.
I didn't think so either.
They've been warning us for days, right, that they were going to count for some time, and they still might. Remember, you get the postmark today in the mail, and they counted as late as Friday, which is 3 days from now. Here's Philadelphia and the surrounding area here. I think this is really where the action is. This is Pittsburgh over here, Allegheny. I was looking at it a short time ago. I think that based on 2016 returns, we don't have all of the vote in for Pittsburgh, which is Allegheny County, but it's getting pretty close here based on the margins we're seeing as compared to 4 years ago. I'll just pop over here to Philadelphia again. I showed you Bucks County. There's a fair amount in now. These are all the collar counties around Philadelphia, which is right here. I'll come back to that in a moment. Montgomery County, let's compare from 2000. I haven't done this yet. Let's see, from 2016. That's a pretty solid vote as it compares to 4 years ago. So I'm going to say pretty much Montgomery County is accounted for here. Now, this is Chester County, PA. Really, I'm very tight in that county. I haven't checked this either. So, well, there's a few, it seems to be like 40, maybe 50,000 ballots still out in Chester County. So we'll be patient with that. Then pop on over here into Delaware County. That was 2016. This is 2020. Got a lot of these ballots in when you compare it to 4 years ago. Then I'll come to the big one here, the city of Philadelphia and the county. You're 289 for Biden with 73.5, 101 for Trump, 25.7. Heavily Democratic county, heavily Democratic city. Here you are in 2016 now. So she was well over. She's almost at 85% with 560,000 raw votes. So he's below that for the moment at 289,000. And I'll just do one more thing for you. We got the time? I think we do, right? We're just right. Yeah, keep going. So this is Michigan. I think this is really interesting. I mean, you got a margin here for about 250,000 votes here. Here's Wayne County. This is Detroit. Well, I mean, we're starting to get some more tabulation now from Detroit. This number had been frozen for the last 2 hours, so we'll watch that. Give me in a moment. We'll come back to it. And then I would say this. You've got 9% outstanding in Wisconsin. Trump's still holding on to a 4-point lead. Milwaukee County is the coin of the realm here. And I'll just check in on this. These numbers have not changed very much for several hours. So this is what you want to watch now in Milwaukee County to figure out which way Wisconsin's going to go, guys. 2:30 in the morning. Back in
That is
2:45, but just counting.
2:45. We've got a lot more to talk about, believe it or not.
We do.
I don't know, man. When that guy broke it down, it kind of made a lot more sense.
This is keratin debris.
Oh yeah, mute that shit, dude. I cannot stand toenail fungus. I'm not a foot dude, but god damn, that shit is nasty. Hey, look, it's our stream. Hey, it's Nikki Haley. So by the way, dude, what's up with you got Cooper? Is Cooper over there?
Nah, he's dogs are with Courtney. I just get them occasionally.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, I'll be alright. I think I'm good soon, man.
Really?
Wake up, figure out who the fucking president is.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, I'm tired. I need to eat too.
Damn.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
I will talk to you later.
GG's, my dude.
Uh-huh.
Darian. Oh, Darian. All right, let's see what we got here.
There's an excellent free trade deal there to be done. There's been a lot of progress so far, but let's wait and see what the outcome is. There's obviously a significant amount of uncertainty. It's much closer than I think many had expected, but this is for the American people to decide, and we're confident in the American institutions that will produce a result. And look, the UK-US relationship, come what may, frankly, regardless of the individuals in number 10 Downing Street or in the White House, has got such a bedrock and history of shared values, economic ties, security cooperation interests. I'm very confident that we'll have an even stronger relationship going forward.
Although he did tweet in September saying we can't allow the Good Friday Agreement that brought peace to Northern Ireland to become a casualty of Brexit. Any trade deal between the US and the UK must be contingent upon respect for the agreement and preventing the return of a hard border.
Yes.
Peg's out there, isn't he?
Well, and of course during an election campaign and the confluence of the Irish lobby and the fact that, in fairness, Democrats take a very close interest, as all Americans do, but particularly Democrats, in the Good Friday Agreement, not least because of the work of George Mitchell and Bill Clinton. I think it's understandable. Of course, I was out there. I talked to Nancy Pelosi. I talked to Chris Coons. I talked to the Democratic caucus. I had my, I think, third or fourth meeting with Richie Neal, and we explained the UK position, and that actually we've been clear all along that there's no threat to the Good Friday Agreement. Indeed, we have unilaterally and unconditionally said we would never put infrastructure at the border. The EU hasn't made that position in relation to what it would require of the Republic of Ireland, and I think it was a good opportunity to make those points clear. Equally, whoever I speak to in Washington, whether it's the administration, whether it's Democrats or Republicans on the Hill, what's very clear is the huge deep well of shared interests, shared values, and I'm very confident that the UK-US relationship will go from strength to strength. But of course, this is a moment for America and the American people, but we watch with great interest.
So you're not worried that a trade deal with the UK would be less of a priority for a President Biden than a President Trump?
I'm not worried about the relationship. As I said, the contours of the opportunities and the risks always shift a little bit, but I think that needs to be set against the context of this bedrock and this wider set of interests which are so strong. Economic interests, yes, trade, as you mentioned, security interests, the intelligence cooperation we have, crucial on counter-terrorism, but also shared values as well. And the truth is, the UK is always a valuable partner to the US, and likewise in return, and we'll continue to work very strongly together, I'm confident, whatever the outcome in this very close race.
Yeah, but what about Congress? Crucial, isn't it? The results in Congress for a Brexit deal. Any president would need backing of the House to get a deal through quickly, wouldn't he? So I'm guessing, as our Foreign Secretary, you're very much keeping an eye on what's happening in Congress.
Keeping an close eye on all of the different races, particularly I think what's happening in the Midwest, and as your commentary has suggested, but I'm going to resist the temptation to comment on the commentary too much. I think we'll know soon enough what the results are going to be, both in Congress but also in relation to the Oval Office. We may not know for some days. It could take days, not hours, but we'll wait for the definitive result and we'll plan accordingly.
Although, final thought on this, and then I will move on to what's happening domestically, but obviously,
Sure.
as our Foreign Secretary, we heard from the President, I'm sure you heard via Sky News a few moments ago, he wants voting to stop and he wants it to go to the Supreme Court. Are those the sort of values that we appreciate in the leader of the free world?
Look, we respect the values of democracy and the checks and balances reflected in the US system, which we're very confident will produce a result. And again, forgive me if I don't get drawn to commenting on the election night commentary in the US. I don't think it's a good move for a UK Foreign Secretary.
No, but you appreciate that, people cast their ballots. Obviously, that's what we do. That's what democracy is all about. And if the vote's not necessarily going your way, do you go to the courts to cry foul?
Well, as I said, there's checks and balances in the US system. There are contested seats before. We've seen that in US elections in the past, and I'm very confident in the US system in producing a definitive result based on the rules.
Okay, you're giving me nothing on that, are you, Foreign Secretary? So I'm going to ask you about the UK threat level. It has been raised to severe. How worried should my viewers be this morning?
Well, I don't think it's a question of being worried so much as staying vigilant, but the threat level has been raised. We've heard the explanation from the Home Secretary as a precautionary measure, but of course we've seen the appalling terrorist attacks in Vienna, in Paris, and we need to be particularly vigilant at this time. And I know that the police, the intelligence services, all of the law enforcement community do an exceptional job, and we just need the public to stay vigilant at this time.
Okay, and a quick thought about the environment. The United States due to come out of the Paris Accord today, 4th of November 2020. Whoever wins the keys to the house behind me, would Britain try to cajole to potentially move back in to the Paris Accord for the sake of future generations?
I think one thing I'd say is that next year we're hosting the UN COP26 talks. We want to bring the world together. We know in some countries it's a particularly controversial issue. There are difficult choices, but we'll be working with whoever's in the White House and all countries to try and shift the dial on climate change. And one thing I would say is we've seen some very good progress in Asia. You look at what South Korea, Japan, China have announced in terms of their emissions targets, and what we need to do is build up a virtuous cycle of particularly the leading countries contributing and doing their bit. That's the only way we'll shift the dial, and that's where the UK efforts and focus will be.
And a quick thought on Iran. Trump, as you know, continuing to push for the Iran deal to fall. If he is re-elected, where would that leave Britain? Would we be under more pressure to break away from our European allies?
I don't think so. We've always said that we regretted but understood the decision of the US to pull out of the JCPOA, the nuclear deal. In fairness, there's been all sorts of talk about expanding that deal. We'd be supportive of that in due course if the opportunity arises. No one suggested the JCPOA was perfect, but I don't think, certainly the UK position is very clear. We're not going to walk away from the JCPOA until there's something better on which to build.
Okay, who's going to win this election, do you think, Foreign Secretary?
That's for the US to decide. We watch with great interest. I don't know for sure. It's too close to call, I think, at this point.
You could do my job. It's good to talk to you as always. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, standing by for us. Thoughts, Sam?
Despite all the help from the British Embassy, Dominic Raab knows no more than you or I about who's going to win the presidency, which is why his job, when being interviewed by you just now, was to make out that the UK can work equally well with either Joe Biden or a second Trump presidency. Now, that is true up to a point. The bedrock of the special relationship, as Dominic Raab made absolutely clear, is that military and intelligence cooperation, as well as shared values. But whoever gets the White House, they are two different paths for America, but also for the world and for Britain. With Donald Trump, it will mean that Boris Johnson has somebody in the White House with closer personal ties to him. With Joe Biden, there's likely to be a reset on the attacks on things like the World Trade Organization, the UN, and also the European Union. That's where things could be a little bit more tricky for Britain if Joe Biden gets in. But overall, I think the impact of a Joe Biden presidency will be to encourage Britain to strike that deal with the EU, which it needs to in the next 10 days or so. It's only then, if we don't get a deal, that things would immediately get more difficult with President-elect Biden.
Okay, waiting to see what's happening. Thank you very much indeed, Sam. Thanks a lot. Waiting to hear what's happening in Arizona. That likely, we're told, to declare very shortly indeed. But first, let's bring in Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the US, who has been with us throughout the night. Thank you for staying with us into the morning hours as well. Mr. Darroch, your thoughts on what we heard from our Foreign Secretary a few moments ago. Good morning.
Look, I think that he is right that the bedrock of the relationship is defence, security and intelligence, and that brings important benefits to the United States as well as to us. and it makes all of us a bit safer and a bit more secure. And I'm sure that will continue as strongly as ever, if not becoming even stronger. I think it's more questionable. I think Sam Coates has analysed it very well. It's more questionable when you get into trade relations. I think the only thing that the Biden team has said so far about its approach to trade issues is that they're interested in joining the Asia-Pacific deal, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I think they've avoided any clear commentary on whether they would do a quick US-UK free trade deal, or whether they go with an EU free trade deal, which Obama tried to negotiate at the end of his term. I think they haven't decided that yet. I think Sam is absolutely right, though, that if we do no-deal Brexit, and especially if we end up carrying out this threat unilaterally to rewrite the withdrawal agreement, to the anger of the Europeans and especially the Irish government, then that would make things quite difficult with an administration led by Joe Biden, who has strong Irish ancestry and is close to the Friends of Ireland caucus in the American Congress. So a lot depends, first of all, whether it's Biden or Trump, and that's still very open, and second, where we get to with the EU over the next few weeks.
Not least, Ambassador, because of course, as you were talking about the Irish links, Irish ancestry that any future President Biden might have. He's discussing travelling to Ireland as one of his first overseas engagements. That's going to make the Brits sit up and listen, isn't it?
Well, I think he'll come to Europe fairly early. I think one of his priorities will be to repair relations with Europe. After all, President Trump said that the EU was worse than China, and he complained that most European members of NATO didn't spend what they were promised on defence and were basically letting America do their defence for them. So I think he thinks there's a job to be done in repairing
So Biden is up by...
Irish ancestry. I mean, his mother's maiden name is Finnegan. And
I can't even do the math right now.
Presidents with Irish ancestry visit Ireland sooner or later.
140,000 votes in Arizona,
If you visited Ireland.
but there are still...
Okay. Thanks, Ambassador, for now. Appreciate you staying up for us. Thanks very much. The latest we're getting from Thank you. Latest we're hearing from Pennsylvania. Many postal ballots, I'm being told, have not been counted yet in the main population centres where the Democrats do well. The result, which isn't expected for days, is expected to be very close indeed. Ali is here with me. Only 48%, Ali, of the votes have been counted in Philadelphia so far. They've stopped counting overnight, as they have in Pittsburgh as well.
But Donald Trump has virtually declared it a victory for the Republicans, which it is not, of course. We need to make that abundantly clear. I mean, that's
well, I would love to stay and chat,
about half an hour or so
but
now. It's pretty extraordinary, really.
Should we listen to it?
Yeah.
Let's have another
I'm
listen
going to
to
cut
what
the
president
stream
has said.
short. I'm going to go...
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have.
Except that's not.
All right, well, I am going to call it a night. Thanks for everybody that tuned in, Pineapple. Appreciate you. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for everybody that got on the channel and chatted.
To the White House.
I'm going to cut it loose.
Where we are so far. Looking at the numbers
Best of luck to your political party.
220
in the either way that it pans out, we all lose. Just remember that. Thanks for checking out the live stream of the election on the Jake and Drake show. I'm Jake, and Drake is gone, and we will